I am the god of light. I create a divine civilization. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 501: Attempt to steal a chicken backfires. Bang! Wu Wei's back slammed against the wall, the pain making his eyebrows twitch and almost causing him to groan out loud. I know the guard situation inside Yaoyu Palace better than anyone. As long as you came from the Immortal Port, I couldn't possibly not know, let alone the numerous hidden restrictions outside this meditation room. Yaoyu stared at Wu Wei, her voice cold and deep. Tell me the truth, how exactly did you get in? Seeing that she actually referred to herself as this one in front of him, which was rare for her, Wu Wei knew that she was truly furious and really cared about this matter. The defense of the meditation room was related to her safety during cultivation, so it was understandable that she cared so much. But even so, he still wanted to struggle one last time. If Master is worried about his safety during cultivation, there's really no need. My method isn't very discreet. If I came and right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to hide it. Wu Wei sighed, feigning helplessness, then changed the subject, continuing, besides, if I insist on not telling, what can you do to me? Can you kill me or torture me? He spoke frankly, his tone quite shameless, yet it was the truth. In Yaoyu's eyes, he was now a spoiled brat from a high-level civilization. For the sake of the Immortal Palace, Yaoyu wouldn't, and dared not, lay a hand on him. This was why he dared to act so shamelessly. Yaoyu was so angry her eyes blazed with fury, wishing she could slap him like she had with Huang Fu Hongke. However, she ultimately couldn't. After a long stalemate, Yaoyu finally slowly released her grip on Wu Wei. Wu Wei laughed. That's right. Let's sit down and talk things over calmly. There's nothing that can't be resolved. However, upon hearing this, Yaoyu's hand, which was about to loosen its grip, suddenly froze. She glared fiercely at Wu Wei, her face flushing red and then pale, her expression conflicted, as if she were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and abruptly ripped off Wu Wei's belt. Without the belts restrained, Wu Wei's robe immediately fell open. Wu Wei stared in disbelief. What are you doing? You think I really can't do anything to you? Yaoyu gritted her teeth, her pretty face flushed, but her eyes glared fiercely at Wu Wei. If you don't talk, don't blame me. As she spoke, she reached for Wu Wei's clothes again. Wu Wei instinctively tried to cover himself. Yaoyu wouldn't let him have his way, and immediately increased the force of her pull. The robe was instantly torn in two. Both of them froze. Wu Wei stared wide-eyed at Yaoyu. Yaoyu instinctively looked down and saw that without the cover of his robe, half of Wu Wei's shoulder was exposed to the air, revealing a well-proportioned and muscular physique. She hadn't noticed before when he was clothed, she hadn't expected his body to be so good. A thought flashed through Yaoyu's mind, and her face instantly turned crimson. She nervously swallowed, but stubbornly refused to stop. After only a slight pause, she resumed tearing at Wu Wei's clothes. In the blink of an eye, Wu Wei's clothes were off. She reached for his belt. Wu Wei snapped back to reality and quickly clutched his belt. Wait. I'll talk. Let go of me. Initiating teasing and being teased were two different things. If Yaoyu succeeded today, how could he face anyone? He'd be laughed to death. Hearing Wu Wei's words, Yaoyu paused, but her hand remained firmly in her grasp. She stared at Wu Wei with a face that looked as if it were about to bleed, her tone unwavering. Speak. A moment later, Wu Wei, ragged and with lifeless eyes, emerged from Yaoyu's meditation room. Seeing this, Yazu, who had been waiting outside the meditation room, was struck dumb, completely stunned. What happened? What was wrong with the two of them inside? What had her young lady done to Wang Dong? Could it be? No way. She couldn't think like that. Her young lady couldn't be that kind of person. Yazu shook her head frantically, trying to clear her mind of these lewd thoughts. The meditation room had a soundproof barrier. Once the barrier was activated, no sound could be heard outside. She hadn't heard anything, So how could she not have wild thoughts seeing Wu Wei like this? After a long while, she suddenly came to her senses. Wait, you can't go out like this. She rushed in front of Wu Wei, blocking his path. Wu Wei's lifeless eyes were fixed on her, his gaze seemingly questioning. Yazoo felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, but still forced herself to explain. You have no record of entering the palace, so it will be difficult to explain if you leave. Oh, Wu Wei responded, blankly taking out a gray crystal and crushing it. The next moment, a spatial fluctuation flashed, and his figure had vanished from the spot. He came to the Moon Invitation Palace to open a temporary spatial passage, but he didn't need to go back. The Moon Embracing Palace had a special teleportation array that he had built. As long as he crushed a refined spatial crystal, he could directly teleport back using the power of the array. He had recently made this when he was bored, referencing the return stone from a game in his previous life. It was convenient to use, and the distance it could travel was much farther than teleportation. However, since it was just something he made on the spot, it still had many flaws. Not only was it easy to restrict its use in front of strong people, but it was also easy to be intercepted. After all, the route was fixed, and interception was always accurate. Because of the existence of the Gate of Heaven, he usually didn't need this thing at all. After making it, it had just been sitting in his storage ring, getting moldy. However, now that it wasn't convenient to open the Gate of Heaven in front of Yazoo, he finally got to use it. Watching Wu Wei's figure disappear before her eyes, Yazoo was still somewhat stunned. What was that just now? Although it was only for a moment, the spatial law emitted when the gray crystal was crushed was extremely profound. She couldn't understand it at all. However, this was a minor matter. After a moment of stunned silence, she reacted and quickly turned and rushed into Yazoo's meditation room. At the same time, Wu Wei's figure also appeared in the spatial teleportation array within the Lan Yu Palace. He had built a special teleportation array in his own meditation room, so he didn't have to worry about being exposed. However, his mood was quite chaotic and complicated, and he hadn't completely recovered even now. He really hadn't expected Yao Yu to be so reckless as to do something like this. Where had the shy, reserved, and easily angered Yao Yu gone? Had he really gone too far and pushed her too far? Wu Wei lay sprawled on the cloud bed, reflecting on his actions and sighing involuntarily. He felt like he'd just entered a dragon's den, and although it hadn't been long, it had left him utterly exhausted. Luckily, he was quick-witted and, at the last moment, had a brilliant idea. He lied and said he'd used a one-time use special artifact from a level 6 civilization to break through space and get in. Because the artifact was real, he managed to fool her. As for his reason for going to Yao Yu Palace, he only said he wanted to secretly deliver some resources to Yao Yu to nourish her soul, without being discovered. For this, he even gave up a fragment of a level 12 expert's soul. Although Yao Yu was somewhat suspicious, she didn't press the matter. The matter was temporarily settled. However, after today, Yao Yu would definitely adjust the defensive formation of Yao Yu Palace. If she caught him again next time, it wouldn't be so easy to fool her with the same excuse. It seemed best for him not to appear before Yao Yu until he deduced how to open the wooden box. Even if he succeeded in deducing the method, he would need to find a suitable opportunity to infiltrate Yao Yu's meditation chamber again. Given Yao Yu's current state of focusing entirely on healing and only leaving the chamber once every 2 years, who knew when the next opportunity would come? Oh well, he'd just have to take it one step at a time. Anyway, his divine kingdom was now at level 5, and both his divine soul's strength and the divine arts he mastered were far stronger than before. The worst consequence would be the loss of one avatar, which he could afford to lose. As for now, the most important thing was to break the array and restrictions on the wooden box. Everything else could wait. Wu Wei sighed again, then temporarily put the matter aside and returned to his divine kingdom to gather the available 13th level radiant angels to begin studying the restrictions and array on the wooden box. Before they knew it, several days had passed. After the angels in his divine kingdom, along with Wu Wei himself with the help of his divine essence, worked day and night to analyze and calculate, the restrictions and array on the wooden box were finally completely deciphered. Thanks to the advanced knowledge system inherited from ancient civilizations by the Kingdom of Light, the entire analysis process, though fraught with twists and turns, yielded a gratifying result. Other civilizations in the interstellar space wouldn't have been able to decipher the entire restrictive array in such a short time, even if the wooden box were placed before them. Excellent. Wu Wei exclaimed joyfully. The restrictive array is completely analyzed, the most difficult hurdle is over. Now, we just need to deduce the unlocking method based on the results. Your Majesty, rest assured, this is much simpler than reverse engineering the restrictive array. Saint Augustus, the radiant angel dressed in retro wizard attire, adjusted his monocle and confidently stated, "Give me another day, no, half a day, and I can provide the correct unlocking method." Good. Then this matter is entrusted to you. Wu Wei patted Augustus on the shoulder, offering a few words of encouragement. His mental exertion had been immense these past few days, and now, even with his powerful spirit, he felt somewhat fatigued after relaxing. Having handed over the finishing touches to Augustus, he prepared to return to the Moon Palace to rest. However, less than a quarter of an hour after returning to Lan Yu Palace, Wu Wei, having eaten less than half a bunch of immortal fruit served by the sisters Hong Luan and Luluo, experienced a familiar channel of faith begin to tremble violently. An urgent cry for help transmitted through the channel, like a piercing alarm ringing in his brain, constantly stimulating his weary nerves. What's happening? Who's in danger? Wu Wei jolted awake, instantly becoming incredibly alert. Chapter 502 Mo Tingmei's Unexpected Discovery. Several hours ago, on the edge of the purple cloud star river, in the Lesser Wasteland Star Belt. Due to its unique geographical location, the Lesser Wasteland Star Belt is constantly battered by void storms of various energy attributes, resulting in an exceptionally complex energy environment within the belt. Various rare and precious materials are also polluted, requiring multiple refinements before use, severely impacting the value of the mineral veins. For this reason, the mineral veins here are rarely sought after. Coupled with frequent void storms in a complex environment, immortal ships often encounter accidents here, so no one usually comes here, let alone cultivation families. It is a rare desolate place in the Purple Cloud Star River, hence the name Lesser Wasteland Star Belt. However, the Lesser Wasteland Star Belt is not truly devoid of human presence. Mo Tingmei has been lying in ambush in the Lesser Wasteland Star Belt for 3 days. At this moment, she is staring intently at a rat hole on the cliff ahead, her mind focused and not daring to be distracted for a moment. She is waiting for the spirit rat inside to emerge. Few people know that an extremely rare spirit rat called the spirit-devouring rat lives in the Lesser Wasteland Star Belt. These spirit rats are of low rank, with the highest being only level 9, yet their blood is an indispensable ingredient in some ancient alchemical formulas. However, these spirit rats, once very common in ancient times, are now on the verge of extinction due to overhunting by cultivators for hundreds of thousands of years, coupled with the destruction of their habitat. Their blood is fetching exorbitant prices in the market. If Mo Yu hadn't been chased and accidentally stumbled upon this place, discovering traces of spirit-devouring rats, he wouldn't have known they still existed here. Mo Tingmei is currently preparing for her advancement to the 11th level True Immortal Realm and has her eye on an ancient alchemical formula from her clan. While other rare and precious materials are readily available, spirit-devouring rat blood is difficult to find. She asked Mo Yu, who suggested she look here. However, even in such a remote place as the Little Wilderness Star Belt, the number of spirit-devouring rats is dwindling. Mo Tingmei searched for a month before finally finding a rat burrow that seemed to have been inhabited by spirit-devouring rats. Whether it's true or not, confirmation is still needed. Suddenly, a round rat had appeared at the entrance of the rat hole. This spirit rat didn't look much different from ordinary spirit rats, but its forehead was covered with messy, unkempt fur, exuding a sleazy aura like a rat hooligan. It really was a spirit-devouring rat. Mo Tingmei's expression brightened, instantly becoming extremely focused. But she didn't rush to act. Instead, she waited until the spirit-devouring rat had cautiously explored its surroundings and had completely crawled out of the hole before activating the array she had already set up. Instantly, a transparent dome rose from the ground, directly imprisoning the fat spirit-devouring rat inside, preventing it from escaping no matter how much it squeaked. Mo Tingmei's expression brightened, and she immediately rushed forward and grabbed the spirit-devouring rat from the array. However, just as she took out her tools to draw blood, her expression suddenly changed, and she abruptly looked up at the sky. Someone's coming. Mo Tingmei immediately became alert. The Lesser Wilderness Star Belt was at the heart of the Immortal Palace. Encountering cultivators here might not be a good thing. She immediately stuffed the spirit-devouring rat into her spirit beast pouch, then erased the array marks on the cliff, used her escape technique to disappear into an ancient pine tree on the cliff, and also used the magic treasure to conceal her aura and immortal energy fluctuations. Her movements were fluid and effortless, requiring almost no thought, clearly indicating she had practiced this extensively. Almost simultaneously with the complete disappearance of Mo Tingmei's aura, a small immortal boat roared in from afar and slowly came to a stop at the edge of the cliff. Mo Tingmei's gaze swept over the emblem on the boat's surface, and after a moment's thought, she suddenly remembered. It was the Ran family of Lingzhou. Before coming to the Lesser Wilderness Star Belt, she had specifically researched the situation of several aristocratic families in the surrounding star regions, so she still had some impression of this cultivation family. She remembered it as a small family. The patriarch was only at the 11th level true immortal realm, and the total number of cultivators in the clan above the tribulation transcending stage was only 100 or so, not particularly noteworthy. Oh, right. It seems the head of this family has recently changed. Just as Mo Tingmei was recalling the information, a figure flew out of the immortal ship. This figure wore a pure white immortal robe with gold trim, and his expression revealed an undisguised sinister and arrogant air. Mo Tingmei instantly recognized him as Ran Fei, the new head of the Ran family in Lingzhou. After leaving the immortal ship, Ran Fei first looked around to make sure no one was around before taking out a communication spirit stone. However, just as he was about to start communicating, he paused again, seemingly still uneasy, and set up an array on the spot. Seeing this, Mo Tingmei's suspicions deepened. Communication spirit stones themselves have the function of preventing eavesdropping. Even if he was worried, he could just set up a restriction. Why would he go to the trouble of bringing communication to this desolate planet? Ran Fei's overly cautious manner seemed suspicious no matter how you looked at it. She originally had no intention of prying into other people's privacy, but seeing Ran Fei like this, she simply calmed down and prepared to see what he was up to. Soon, Ran Fei's formation was complete. Mo Tingmei, located near the ancient pine tree, was also within the formation's range, allowing her to clearly observe his actions. Fearing discovery, she dared not use her divine sense to directly probe him, nor dared she stare at him directly. Instead, she focused her gaze on a spot not far in front of him, only observing his behavior out of the corner of her eye. Having finished setting up the formation, Ran Fei seemed finally relieved and once again took out the communication stone to send a communication request. In a short while, the communication was connected, and a hazy light screen was projected into the air. Mo Tingmei couldn't see who was inside the light screen, but she saw Ran Fei abandon his arrogant and haughty attitude and bow to the screen. "Greetings, Elder." After a pause, it seemed as if the figure in the light screen asked something, and Ran Fei respectfully replied again, "Thank you for your concern, Elder. Please inform the Venerable Lord that I will not neglect the matters she has entrusted to me. In the past few months, I have successfully controlled 3 families, and the remaining families are already being planned. Please rest assured, Venerable Lord, Ran Fei will not delay her grand plan." "Thank you, Elder." "Excellent. I was just worried that the progress wasn't fast enough with this item. We can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Now, those families who are loyal to the Immortal Palace will no longer be able to cause trouble. I will go and retrieve the item now. Yes, your subordinate will act with utmost caution and will not let the news leak out." Ran Fei's tone grew increasingly excited as he spoke, but Mo Tingmei felt something was amiss. What did he mean by those families loyal to the Immortal Palace will never be able to cause trouble again? Could it be that Ran Fei harbored ulterior motives towards the Immortal Palace and had secretly joined some hostile force? And what about that Lord and Grand Plan? It all sounded suspicious. Could it be that a hostile force was secretly plotting an operation against the Immortal Palace? No, this matter must be reported immediately. They cannot be allowed to succeed. Soon, Ran Fei finished talking with the elder, put away the communication spirit stone, quickly dismantled the surrounding array, and returned to the small immortal boat. Soon, the immortal boat disappeared into the thick, eerie, colorful clouds of the little wilderness star belt. On the ancient pine tree on the cliff, Mo Tingmei, dressed in a black dress, reappeared below the cliff. She gazed at the immortal boat that had vanished in the sky, her expression solemn. From Ran Fei's words, it was clear he was going to retrieve something. Although she didn't know exactly what it was obviously not something good. No matter what, she had to stop him before he harmed those cultivation families who were loyal to the Immortal Palace. Having made up her mind, Mo Tingmei immediately took out a miniature immortal boat, only a little over 2 people long and a little over 1 person tall, from her storage equipment. The boat was coated with a dark silver paint, appearing and disappearing in the air, seemingly here and yet not there, as if it might vanish at any moment, clearly not an ordinary object. Luckily, I was afraid the source of the spirit-devouring rat's blood would be revealed, so I specifically borrowed this invisible immortal boat with powerful concealment capabilities from my aunt before coming. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to follow Ranfei silently today. Mo Tingmei touched the cool surface of the immortal boat, feeling deeply moved. As she spoke, she opened the invisible immortal boat and sat inside. The immortal boat would inevitably leave energy residue where it passed, making it not difficult to track him unless he deliberately concealed or interfered with. Mo Tingmei, piloting her invisible immortal boat, quickly followed, trailing Ranfei's boat at a distance, unnoticed by him along the way. Ranfei didn't fly too far either. After leaving the asteroid where the soul-devouring rats lived, he piloted his immortal boat through a scattered star belt and began to slow down, entering the atmosphere of another asteroid in the lesser wilderness star belt. Mo Tingmei followed in her invisible immortal boat, only to see him stop at the top of a towering crater mountain, then disembark and use Earth. Earth is a type of escape technique, to disappear into a thick layer of rock. Helpless, Mo Tingmei could only disembark and follow, also using Earth. However, the energy traces left by Earth were much more concealed than those left by the immortal boat. She primarily focused on physical strength and combat skills. While she knew escape techniques, they weren't her forte. Furthermore, fearing discovery, she dared not follow too closely. After less than half an hour, she lost him. Wandering aimlessly through the Earth for a while, Mo Tingmei couldn't find any trace of Ranfei's aura or energy. After thinking for a moment, she decided to return to the surface and wait. Even a cultivator at the 11th level of true immortal realm would find it difficult to withstand the consumption of immortal energy. For long-distance traversal of the void, Ranfei always needed to pilot a celestial vessel when he left. As long as she guarded the celestial vessel, she wouldn't have to worry about not finding Ranfei. However, just as she turned to go back, she noticed a figure had appeared in the earth behind her. This figure was shrouded in a hazy magical aura, obscuring its face, but she could still make out the pure white brocade robe embroidered with gold. Mo Tingmei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Chapter 503 Soul Goo. A mere immortal realm cultivator dares to follow me? Little girl, you've got some nerve. The figure suddenly spoke, his tone mocking and arrogant, clearly not taking Mo Tingmei, who was only a 10th level immortal realm cultivator, seriously. Hearing this voice, Mo Tingmei's suspicions were immediately confirmed. Ranfei, it really is you. You actually know me. Ranfei was surprised for a moment, then his voice suddenly turned cold. Then I can't let you live any longer. Before he finished speaking, his hands were already raised, and a sword technique instantly formed. Jiao Hui, go. The next moment, a chilling sword intent rose from his body, instantly transforming into a dazzling sword rainbow that shot towards Mo Tingmei. The sword energy swept across the sky. A piercing shriek instantly resounded throughout the entire earth vein. The power of an 11th level true immortal realm expert spread out from the sword rainbow, causing even the surrounding earth veins to tremble as if they couldn't withstand it. Seeing this, Mo Tingmei raised her eyes, a fierce fighting spirit instantly rising in her sharp phoenix eyes. Trying to kill me to silence me? You think you can? Before the sword rainbow could reach her, she flipped her wrist, and an 8-sided, gilded plum blossom immortal hammer appeared in her palm. She held the hammer to her chest, instantly blocking the sword rainbow that was heading straight for her chest. Clang. A piercing metallic clang suddenly rang out, and the sword rainbow that had just been radiating powerful force was swept back. Ranfei was hit by the backlash of the sword energy, and his face instantly turned pale. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave swept out, and the surrounding ley lines were instantly shattered into several terrifyingly huge cracks. However, Mo Tingmei, who was at the very core of the shockwave, seemed to feel no power from the shockwave and stood still. Only her dark dress fluttered in the shockwave, making her look imposing and peerless. Ranfei's expression changed drastically. The 8-sided plum blossom gilded immortal hammer. You're Mo Tingmei, a direct disciple of the inviting moon immortal palace. He never expected that the person following him would be a direct disciple. Although he hadn't learned much about the Immortal Fate Conference, he had heard of Mo Tingmei's reputation. Mo Tingmei had earned enough points in the trial arena to become a direct disciple, so she should have the combat power to independently fight 11th level demons. Her strength might not be inferior to his. This was a huge problem. However, at this moment, even if he recognized Mo Tingmei, it was too late. In the instant he was stunned, Mo Tingmei had already gripped the immortal hammer and charged towards him. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Ran Fei, then raised the immortal hammer high and slammed it down. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and a chilling shockwave instantly spread outwards. With her full power unleashed, Mo Tingmei's blood boiled, her fighting spirit surged, and she exuded unparalleled might like a war goddess. Even though Ran Fei's strength was a level higher than hers, he was still far inferior in front of her. After less than 20 rounds, Ran Fei was at a disadvantage and was almost constantly suppressed by Mo Tingmei. PFFT Ran Fei was hit several times by the immortal hammer and finally couldn't bear it anymore, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn lackeys of the immortal palace. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth fiercely, his heart filled with resentment. He knew that in his current state, he was no match for Mo Tingmei, and that methods of persuasion, coercion, and inducement would most likely be useless. It seemed that he had no choice but to use his trump card. He gritted his teeth, flipped his hand, took out a golden crystal, and crushed it. PFFT with a soft sound, the golden crystal vanished into thin air. In an instant, wisps of golden light wrapped around the immortal sword in Ran Fei's hand. A gleaming golden talisman slowly emerged from the immortal sword, radiating profound energy fluctuations. Mo Tingmei's expression changed slightly upon seeing this immortal artifact sealing. It is common knowledge that immortal artifacts used by cultivators are divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. For an average immortal cultivator, possessing a low-grade immortal artifact is already quite remarkable. For example, the octagonal plum blossom gilded immortal hammer in Mo Tingmei's hand is a low-grade immortal artifact. As for cultivators at the 11th level true immortal realm, their weapons are normally only low-grade immortal artifacts. Those possessing mid-grade immortal artifacts are extremely rare. The so-called immortal artifact sealing is a talisman specifically used to seal immortal artifacts. It can seal most of the artifact's power, sealing a high-grade immortal artifact into a mid-grade one, and a mid-grade one into a low-grade one. In other words, the immortal sword in Ran Fei's hand, which appears to be only low-grade, is actually a powerful mid-grade immortal sword. Mo Tingmei was filled with doubt and surprise. How could Ran Fei, the head of a small family, possibly possess a mid-grade immortal artifact? However, before Mo Tingmei could even grasp the intricacies of this matter, the golden talisman shattered abruptly, transforming into countless streams of light and vanishing without a trace. The immortal artifact's seal was completely broken. A powerful aura emanated from the immortal sword Cheohua, seemingly suppressing the surrounding space in an instant. Mo Tingmei's eyes narrowed, feeling even the circulation of her true essence stagnate for a moment. The power of a mid-grade immortal artifact was indeed extraordinary. Knowing something was amiss, she immediately and decisively took out a potential-enhancing pill and swallowed it, then charged forward with lightning speed. Her escape techniques were inferior to Ran Fei's, and avoiding battle was unwise. The best course of action was to take the initiative and seize the initiative before the mid-grade immortal sword's power was fully unleashed. However, while she could think of this, how could Ran Fei not? Just as Mo Tingmei charged at him again, Ran Fei swallowed a pill, unleashing his full potential. Instantly, his aura surged once more. The next moment, the two clashed again, locked in close combat. Clang. Boom. Boom boom. As their weapons clashed repeatedly, ear-piercing metallic clangs rang out, and terrifying shockwaves crashed wildly, stirring up terrifying energy storms deep underground. The ley lines were merely a collection of earth elemental energy from a planet. How could they withstand the onslaught of 2 immortals above level 10? In just a short while, the seemingly solid ley lines were torn to shreds by the rampant shockwaves. Even the surface thousands of miles away began to tremble violently, mountains crumbled, rivers dried up, and huge fissures slowly formed on the surface, gradually evolving into deep canyons. If their battle had continued any longer, the entire planet's landscape would have undergone a dramatic transformation. However, this battle did not last long. Relying on the power of her ancient battle body and the low-grade immortal hammer in her hand, Mo Tingmei could indeed hold her own against an 11th level true immortal cultivator, and even suppress some with unstable foundations. However, she was ultimately not at the 11th level. Her ancient battle body was severely depleted, and with Ran Fei wielding a mid-grade immortal sword and burning his true essence, she gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Although her fighting spirit remained fierce, Her face grew paler and her attacks became increasingly weak. Half an hour later, the top of the ring-shaped mountain range exploded with a deafening roar. Amidst the flying debris, a black figure burst forth from the mountain range, only to collapse halfway down with a thud. This figure was none other than Motingmani. The two had unknowingly left the Earth's veins and returned to the surface during their battle. Motingmani tried to stand up, but failed several times. She collapsed to the ground, unable to support herself due to the excessive force. Her face was pale, and her arms and thighs were covered in gruesome wounds, blood gushing out. Splattered pebbles and dust covered her, casting a hazy, soothing layer over her blood-stained black dress, making her look extremely disheveled. At this moment, Ran Fei also emerged from underground. His face was equally pale, and he too was covered in wounds. His left arm was twisted into a grotesque shape, and his snow-white brocade robe was now stained dark red with blood. In terms of physical wretchedness, he wasn't much better off than Motingmani, but he seemed completely oblivious to pain, not even flinching, and instead displaying unusual exhilaration. This is the first time Chao has unleashed its full power since it fell into my hands. Little girl, this is your honor. Pa. Motingmani spat at him, her pale face showing no fear. However, before she could speak, Ran Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes and made a sword incantation. The immortal sword Chao hovering behind him moved suddenly, instantly transforming into a sword rainbow that streaked through the air, piercing Motingmani's right wrist. PFFT blood spurted out. Motingmani's clenched right hand involuntarily loosened, and a clear, transparent communication spirit stone rolled out from it. Motingmani's expression finally changed. Tisk tisk tisk. Ran Fei picked up the communication spirit stone and examined it for a few moments, his eyes filled with mockery. If you had sent a message to notify others when you first discovered me, I really couldn't have stopped you. Now you're thinking of asking for help, too late. A trace of despair flickered in Motingmani's eyes, but she still stubbornly held her neck, and growled in a hoarse voice, enough nonsense. In the end, I am inferior in skill. Kill me or torture me, it's up to you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Ran Fei chuckled disdainfully, if I kill you, the Immortal Palace will definitely investigate, and if it traces back to me, it will only cause more trouble. Besides, a living disciple is much more valuable than a dead one. Motingmani's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? See this. Ran Fei took out a jade box from his storage ring and opened it in front of Motingmani. Inside were semi-transparent round amber beads. Sealed within the amber were tiny insects, no bigger than grains of rice, their translucent bodies exquisitely crafted like works of art. He reached out and took out a piece of amber, waving it in front of Motingmani's eyes, explaining smugly, this is a treasure I just retrieved from the depths of the Earth's veins, called a soul goo. Once it's planted in your soul, you'll have no choice but to obey me. As he spoke, his gaze burned as he scrutinized Motingmani, his eyes fixed on her as if she were a priceless gem. A direct disciple held a prestigious position within the Immortal Palace. If he could control Motingmani, the Lord would be extremely pleased, and the rewards would be plentiful. Motingmani's voice trembled. What if I don't listen? Don't listen? Ran Fei sneered. Then I'll let you taste the agony of 10,000 insects devouring your soul, making you wish you were dead. Motingmani shuddered, her eyes instantly filled with utter despair. You. Despicable. Shameless. Ran Fei completely ignored Motingmani's curses, putting away the jade box and preparing to implant the soul-devouring goo into Motingmani's soul. However, just as he was about to act, his expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly retreated 10 feet. The next moment, a sword light silently descended from the sky, landing where he had just been. Chapter 504 Kyankin Sword Formation. Plop! The sword light pierced the ground as easily as cutting through tofu, leaving a deep, bottomless gash. The edges of the gash were smooth and clean, faintly emanating a chilling aura of spatial annihilation, making it appear exceptionally eerie. Seeing this, Ran Fei's scalp tingled, and cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. If he had been even slightly slower, he would likely have been pierced through the ground like the ground, his life uncertain. Tisk! He actually escaped at that moment. A disappointed sigh came from above. Ran Fei's nerves tensed instantly, and almost reflexively, he shouted, "Who's there?" As he shouted, his hands flashed out in a sword seal, and the Chao immortal sword hanging beside him shot out like a rainbow, heading straight for the direction of the sound. However, the sword missed its mark. There wasn't a single figure, nor even the slightest unusual energy fluctuation in the direction from which the voice had come. Ramfei's heart sank, and he immediately prepared to use a white area magic spell to force the person out. However, before he could act on his idea, a carefree voice suddenly came from another direction above. "Where are you looking?" "Grandpa's right here." Ramfei's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head sharply, only to see a young man in a blue brocade robe looking at him with a mocking expression in the sky in another direction. It was unclear when this young man had appeared. He stood on a strangely shaped, flat magical artifact, and an ancient-looking immortal sword floated behind him. His aura was faint and indistinct. If Ramfei hadn't been staring intently, he would have easily overlooked his presence. "Huangfu Hongke." Ramfei's brow twitched, but when he saw that the young man was alone, he immediately suppressed his urge to attack. He glanced disbelievingly at the immortal sword floating behind the young man, then couldn't help but look at him again. "Was that sword strike you made? Is your swordsmanship really that good?" It wasn't that he looked down on Huangfu Hongke, but the sword light had been so restrained, almost condensing all its power into its inner light, that it had almost escaped his perception. To achieve that, one must possess incredibly solid swordsmanship skills and exquisite control, something no ordinary cultivator could accomplish. He simply didn't believe Huangfu Hongke's swordsmanship was that strong. "Pa! Who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Huangfu Hongke immediately jumped up as if his sore spot had been hit. "So what if your grandpa isn't good at swordsmanship? Does that mean I can't use a sword? With the power of the sword talisman, your grandpa can still beat you until you cry for your parents." Ramfei relaxed upon hearing this. So, the power of that sword strike just now relied on the sword talisman. So what if it relied on the sword talisman? Huangfu Hongke glared at him defiantly. "My Huangfu family has many capable people. It's not difficult to find an elder to seal the sword talisman. If you're not satisfied, by me relying on the sword talisman is indeed not a big deal." Ramfei didn't care about Huangfu Hongke's attitude, and instead a smile appeared on his face. "However, since that sword strike wasn't your true strength, I have no more reservations." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand from his sleeve, and a sword incantation had already formed at his fingertips. "Cheohua, go!" The immortal sword Cheohua trembled, instantly transforming into dazzling rainbow light and hurtling towards Huangfu Hongke. Sword light crisscrossed, sword intent filled the air, and a chilling killing intent instantly enveloped Huangfu Hongke. "Damn it! How can you just attack like that?" Huangfu Hongke's eyes widened, and he quickly scurried away, trying to dodge the sword light of Cheohua. However, no matter how fast he was, how could he possibly outrun the immortal sword? He hadn't gone far before the immortal sword Cheohua had already caught up with him. He screamed and changed direction, continuing to run. The flat magical artifact beneath his feet, of unknown origin, would suddenly veer off course each time the immortal sword was about to strike him, cleverly escaping the sword's lock. But the artifact's effect was limited to this. Even with the aid of magical artifacts, Huangfu Hongke was still being chased frantically by the immortal sword. Occasionally, he could manage a few counterattacks, but they posed no threat to Ramfei. "How you think you can save Mo Tingmei like this?" Ramfei laughed loudly. "In my opinion, you should be thinking about how to get back alive." What's so funny? What's so funny?" Huangfu Hongke retorted angrily. "I haven't even used my true strength yet. When I really make my move, I guarantee you'll be shocked." Seeing his stubbornness, Ramfei's smile became even more unrestrained. Then I'll be waiting." While saying this, his attacks became increasingly ruthless and merciless. In just a quarter of an hour, Huangfu Hongke was already in a sorry state, seemingly about to die at Ramfei's hands. However, just as Ramfei was putting all his strength into killing Huangfu Hongke, a suppressed cough suddenly came from behind him. What was going on? Ramfei's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head sharply. He saw that Mo Tingmei, who had been lying on the ground barely alive, had somehow gotten up and was coughing uncontrollably. Beside her, a composed young man was carefully supporting her, clearly having sneaked over while he was fighting Huangfu Hongke. And this young man's face was clearly that of Wen Yan, another direct disciple of the Yaoi Immortal Palace. But this wasn't what surprised him the most. What surprised him the most was the immortal sword floating behind the young man. The immortal sword was completely black, with an ancient and simple appearance, and was emitting wisps of a chilling aura of spatial annihilation. That aura was exactly the same as the sword light that had ambushed him earlier. Ramfei's face instantly darkened. What a clever feint. You two are truly cunning. He now completely understood. That sword strike just now wasn't from Huang Fu Hongke at all. He made a big fuss by suddenly appearing to lure him away from Mo Tingmei so that Wang Yuan could sneak over and rescue Mo Tingmei from his control. And he actually fell for it. Ho only realized you'd been tricked now? Too late. Seeing this from the sky, Huang Fu Hongke couldn't help but laugh loudly. Do you think I'm really that stupid? I was just pretending to trick you. Seeing that Wang Yuan had successfully infiltrated Mo Tingmei's side, he simply stopped running and took out a palm-sized, ancient round shield. With a hand gesture, the small round shield instantly transformed into a large round shield, directly slamming it into the immortal sword Cheoho chasing after him. Bang! The sharp metallic clang instantly pierced everyone's eardrums. The seemingly incomparably sharp mid-grade immortal sword Cheoho struck the small round shield, but it trembled violently as if it had hide an iron plate, failing to penetrate even an inch. Sword and shield faced off for a moment, then both succumbed to the shockwave and were sent flying backward. Boom! A terrifying energy shockwave raged and rolled through the sky, carrying both the immortal sword Cheoho and Huang Fu Hongke, sword and all, a considerable distance before finally coming to a stop. Huang Fu Hongke was protected in the center by the pale blue protective shield erected by the large round shield. Although he looked somewhat disheveled, he wasn't seriously affected and remained lively and energetic. This was enough to prove that Huang Fu Hongke wasn't completely powerless. His earlier desperate escape was merely an act for Ranfei's benefit. Seeing this, Ranfei laughed instead of getting angry. Good. 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 I never thought that I, Ranfei, who prides myself on being clever, would be outsmarted by a few juniors. However, if you think that rescuing Mo Tingmei is the end of the matter, you are mistaken. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal boat, which had been hovering unnoticed at the top of the Ring Mountain range, suddenly started up without warning. The arrays engraved on the immortal boat lit up in layers instantly. Because of the rapid startup, the immortal boat even emitted a humming sound due to the strain. Small private immortal boats like this can recognize their owners like magical artifacts. After recognizing their owners, they can be activated with just a thought. Wang Yuan and the others hadn't thought of this and didn't have time to stop it. In the blink of an eye, the immortal boat had flown to Ranfei's head, deploying a protective shield to protect him. At the same time, Ranfei slammed his hand on the control crystal screen of the immortal boat, and the deck of the immortal boat instantly flipped over, revealing dozens of long swords hidden beneath the deck. These long swords, while not individually worthy of being called celestial swords, were interconnected by a powerful aura, forming a staggered array. With the array inscribed on the celestial ship, the dozens of swords appeared as a unified whole, their power rivaling, if not surpassing, that of Ranfei's celestial sword, Cheoho. The sharp aura emanating from the sword array was particularly astonishing. The Kaiankin sword array. Huang Fu Hongke's expression instantly changed. Sword arrays weren't uncommon on celestial ships, but those equipped with them were typically large ships, mostly used for transport and passenger vessels for defense during interstellar travel. Who the hell would install a sword array on a small, private celestial ship? Did they have too much money to burn? While cursing inwardly, he quickly reminded Wang Bian and Mo Tingmei, the Kaiankin sword formation ranks among the top 10 of low-grade immortal formations. Its power is considerable, especially since it's powered by the immortal boat. Don't worry about insufficient immortal energy, it'll be difficult to deal with. Be careful. Wang Bian and Mo Tingmei nodded, their expressions equally grave. In the time it took to say that, Ranfei had already finished his sword incantation and pressed his hands down sharply. Sword formation, activate. In the next instant, dozens of long swords rose into the air, their chilling sword-like traversing the sky, radiating terrifying power like an inverted celestial river. A chilling killing intent instantly locked onto Wang Bian, Mo Tingmei, and Huang Fu Hongke. Chapter 505 Wu Wei arrives. Junior sister, be careful. Wang Bian's pupils contracted, and he abruptly stepped forward to block Mo Tingmei's path. With a swift movement, the black immortal sword hovering behind him was already in his grasp. He gripped the sword with both hands and unleashed a straight slash without hesitation. In an instant, the sky darkened. Countless spatial forces converged at the tip of his sword, and as the blade swept across, a spatial vortex suddenly formed in the space before him. The powerful spatial force tore at the surrounding space, his robes fluttering wildly, his entire being exuding its full power at this moment. appearing as imposing and majestic as a mountain from afar. The oncoming Kyankin sword intent abruptly halted, almost instantly pulled off course by the rotating spatial vortex, converging towards Wang Bian's sword tip. HMPH. As the gathering sword intent increased, Wang Bian let out a muffled groan, his body growing heavier as if bearing immense pressure. Finally, Wang Bian reached the limit of his sword intent control. He gripped the hilt of his immortal sword tightly, and with a sudden twist and flick, the Kyankin sword intent under his control was flung back at an even faster speed than when it had arrived. Boom! A deafening roar instantly resounded. The two Kyankin sword intents collided in midair, countless sword intents shattering instantly. A terrifying shockwave swept outwards, and countless gusts of wind, accompanied by fragments of sword intent, raged wildly through the air. The surrounding energy instantly boiled, and even the immortal boat where Ren Fei was located was affected, its protective shield trembling slightly. Seeing this, Ren Fei's expression changed slightly. Wang Bian's swordsmanship and spatial mastery are actually so high. He had seen the footage of Wang Bian's appearance on stage during the Immortal Fate Assembly and had a general understanding of Wang Bian's strength. However, the methods Wang Bian displayed before him completely exceeded his expectations. To be able to perfectly integrate one's understanding of space into swordsmanship is not as simple as 1 + 1, it is impossible to do without exceptional comprehension. It seems that he had underestimated Wang Bian after all. What Ren Fei didn't know was that while Wang Bian's combat strength wasn't as high as Mo Tingmei's, it was still exceptionally outstanding among cultivators at the 10th level of the Immortal Realm. His cultivation technique, the Dao Tian Zhuan Miegong, was inherited from the Dao Tian sect and was a powerful inheritance capable of reaching the Golden Immortal Realm. Coupled with a low-grade immortal sword matching his cultivation level, Wang Bian could even contend with an 11th level true Immortal Realm cultivator. With a full-force effort and some special methods to unleash his potential, he might even be able to defeat his opponent. However, during the Immortal Fate Conference, Wang Bian had been following Wu Wei, and his true strength hadn't been fully revealed, which was why few people knew about it. Nevertheless, Ren Fei didn't care much. In his view, the stronger Wang Bian was, the more valuable he was. Once he captured them and fed them Soul Gu, these personal disciples would become his allies, their potential being immeasurable. Ren Fei grew increasingly excited, and his control over the Kyankin sword formation became even more ferocious. In an instant, sword intent rained down, filling the entire world with sharp sword light. The power of the sword formation was unleashed to its fullest extent in his hands, seemingly capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. If it were an ordinary 10th level immortal cultivator, they would likely have already perished under such a dense and intense attack from the sword formation. However, Wang Bian and Huangfu Hongke were no ordinary cultivators. One possessed exceptional combat power, and the other had numerous methods and many hidden treasures. With their mutual assistance, they were able to protect Mo Tingmei. But they knew in their hearts that this stalemate was only temporary. The Kyankin sword formation was supported by the energy core of the immortal ship, and even with its enormous consumption, it could last for a long time. However, their immortal essence could not last long in such a high-intensity battle. In just a short while, half of their immortal essence had been consumed, and they were barely able to continue by constantly consuming immortal pills to restore their immortal essence. Moreover, the two were only at the 10th level of the Immortal Realm. Under a sword formation attack that could even kill an 11th level true immortal, they were already doing well to withstand the main attacks, and had no energy left to deal with the raging aftershocks. In just a short while, the ring-shaped mountain range beneath their feet had become riddled with holes, countless terrifying cracks crisscrossing the landscape, and sword marks left by shattered sword intent were everywhere. If it weren't for some of the earth's veins stubbornly clinging to life, this place would probably have already become a huge sinkhole. Mo Tingmei's injuries were too severe, and coupled with the side effects of the bloodline backlash, although she had just taken healing pills, the effect was still very limited. After being in the raging energy shockwaves for a while, and being impacted by the scattered sword intent, her face unknowingly grew paler and paler, and suddenly she uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Wang Bian frowned, barely freeing his hand to clear the shockwave for her. He then tossed her a bottle of pills, explaining without turning around, "Junior sister, this is a vitality pill from your cousin. It can help protect your heart meridian, stimulate your potential, and quickly recover from your injuries." This vitality pill is a product of combining healing elixirs and healing divine arts, its effects far surpassing ordinary healing elixirs. Wu Wei had given it to him during the Immortal Fate Conference as a precaution. Who knew it wouldn't be needed then, but now it would be. Mo Tingmei knew this wasn't the time for formalities, so she thanked him and promptly took out a vitality pill and swallowed it. As soon as the pill went down, a warm, soothing current rose up, instantly merging into her limbs and bones. This feeling was somewhat similar to when the chaos spirit liquid entered her body, but both its strength and effect were vastly different, like the difference between a stream and a lake. Of course, such an effect from a single elixir was already remarkable, enough to save a life in a critical moment. Soon, she felt her broken body being revitalized. Not only had her strength and immortal essence recovered considerably, but even the hidden injuries caused by the most difficult-to-treat bloodline backlash had significantly healed. Although still very weak, she could barely withstand the shockwaves raging outside. She breathed a slight sigh of relief and took the opportunity to quickly explain to Wang Bian and Huang Fuhanke what she had discovered, and about Ran Fei's attempt to use a soul-devouring goo on her. Wang Bian and Huang Fuhanke were naturally furious after hearing this, and also agreed with Mo Tingmei's assessment. They, as fellow disciples, knew all too well how high the status of a direct disciple was within the Immortal Palace. For Ran Fei to dare to attack Mo Tingmei, knowing she was a direct disciple, without even the slightest hesitation, meant that what he was planning was definitely not small, and the forces supporting him behind the scenes were far from simple. Otherwise, he would never have had such audacity. The situation is unfavorable for us now. If this stalemate continues, we might all perish here. Observing the current situation, Mo Tingmei's face was filled with worry. She had originally wanted to capture Ran Fei and force him to reveal his plans against the Immortal Palace and the forces behind him. She had chosen to act directly because she was confident in her own strength, but she hadn't expected Ran Fei to have more trump cards than she had anticipated. Now that they were in dire straits, they could only try to save their own lives. No matter what, they had to get the message back to the Immortal Palace alive. Mo Tingmei took a deep breath and, while organizing her thoughts, said, "I have an invisible immortal boat on me. It's very fast and might be able to take us away from here. But this immortal boat is very small, and I'm afraid the three of us will have a hard time squeezing in." This was unavoidable. Invisible immortal boats were created from the beginning for concealment, so the smaller the size, the more concealed they were. If they were light transport immortal boats, which were thousands or tens of thousands of meters long, the energy fluctuations generated during travel would be terrifyingly large, making it impossible to leave a trace. Wang Bian looked thoughtful upon hearing this, but Huang Fuhanke beside him couldn't wait to speak up. Something is better than nothing. Let's try it first, no matter what. Mo Tingmei nodded, gesturing for Wang Bian and Huang Fuhanke to make some space, and then took out the invisible immortal boat from her storage ring. The invisible immortal boat was only about 2 people long, with less than 2 cubic meters of space in the middle for seating. After Mo Tingmei sat down, there wasn't much room left behind her. Seeing this, Wang Bian and Huang Fuhanke both looked conflicted. They had expected this space to be small, but they hadn't anticipated it being this small. But now was not the time to hesitate, and after a short while, the two exchanged a glance and made up their minds. Working together to deflect a round of attacks, the two immediately squeezed into the invisible immortal boat as quickly as possible. After all, they were both men, and although neither of them were particularly burly, squeezing in was still very difficult. They had no choice but to sit on Huang Fuhanke's lap, as they didn't want to squeeze in with Mo Tingmei. In the end, Wang Bian had to sit on Huang Fuhanke's lap, and only then could they barely squeeze in. As the two retreated, Mo Tingmei activated a protective shield to cover them. However, the invisible immortal boat wasn't primarily known for its defense, and its small size meant it couldn't use special techniques to conceal its presence, leaving very little space for setting up defensive formations. Consequently, the shield's defensive capabilities were quite limited. Under the dense, rain-like attacks of the Kyankin sword formation, the shield shattered into countless pieces in less than 10 breaths. Even the coating on the invisible immortal boat's surface was scratched by fragments of sword intent mixed in with the shockwave. Nevertheless, it managed to hold out until Wang Bian and Huang Fuhang were seated. Go! Mo Tingmei slapped the crystal screen, and the invisible immortal boat shot off like an arrow. Ran Fei's expression changed, and the rain of sword intent immediately changed direction, chasing after the three on the boat. In an instant, the overwhelming sword intent reached behind them. Mo Tingmei's expression changed, and she frantically urged a bolt forward, instantly pushing its speed to its limit. Wang Bian and Huang Fuhanke, one wielding a sword and the other a shield, blocked the sword intent and light from all directions. Although it was difficult, they managed to barely protect the immortal ship. Seeing this, Ranfei cursed and immediately spurred his immortal ship to give chase. The two immortal ships chased and fled in the sky, covering several light years in a short time. During this time, Mo Tingmei tried several times to activate the immortal ship's invisibility function, but unfortunately, the concealment formation was either damaged in the previous battle or for some other reason, and she was unable to activate it successfully. Helpless, she could only rely on the speed of the immortal ship itself to continuously accelerate and escape. At this time, the advantage of the invisible immortal ship's small size became apparent. It consumed less energy, was more agile in turning, and required much less propulsion for flight. Despite its obviously inferior power compared to Ranfei's immortal ship, its speed was actually much faster than Ranfei's immortal ship. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between the two immortal ships had increased. Half an hour later, the monitoring artifacts on the invisible immortal ship could no longer detect any energy reaction from Ranfei's immortal ship. Mo Tingmei, Wang Bian, and Huang Fuhanke finally relaxed. Great! We finally escaped. The three exchanged glances, their faces beaming with relief. Today had been incredibly dangerous, they almost couldn't make it. Right, we need to report what happened today to Master immediately. Mo Tingmei, unable to pilot the immortal ship herself, reminded Wang Bian and Huang Fuhanke to quickly send a message back. This was partly to report Ranfei's unusual behavior to the palace, and partly to request that the palace send someone to pick them up, preventing any further mishaps on their return journey. Hearing this, Huang Fuhanke's face immediately fell. It's over. I'm definitely going to be caught now. However, despite saying this, he obediently took out a communication stone from his storage ring and sent a communication request. However, just as the communication stone was about to connect, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the relaxed atmosphere. Not good. Mo Tingmei glanced at the control screen of the invisible immortal ship, her expression instantly changing. 3 small red dots had appeared on the previously empty monitoring artifact, fan-shaped across the star field ahead, clearly indicating hostile intentions. Besides these 3, countless smaller, denser red dots filled the starry sky ahead. Individually, these dots weren't particularly noticeable, but their sheer number filled the entire void ahead, almost blinding at first glance. Their path was completely blocked by this dense cluster of red dots. Void Thunder Array. Huang Fuhanke, upon closer inspection, also paled instantly. Damn it, they've even set up a Void Thunder Array. This guy really wants to wipe us out. He was both angry and furious. If he still harbored a sliver of hope when he saw the 3 immortal ships, seeing the Void Thunder Array shattered all hope. This thing is a strategic resource. Even if an ordinary person had a lot of heavenly spirit stones, they wouldn't have anywhere to get it. No one would believe that these 3 immortal ships weren't targeting them. Senior Brother Wang, your spatial mastery is the highest among the 3 of us. Can you use special techniques to move us out of the Void Thunder Array's coverage area? Mo Tingmei refused to accept her fate and looked at Wang Bian with her last hope. Wang Bian sighed. The Void Thunder Array can imprison the surrounding space, and it naturally has a great restraint on special teleportation techniques. I just tried, but it didn't work. If our Lord were here, with his superb spatial law mastery, he could break through the space imprisonment. As for himself, his current spatial mastery is still far from sufficient. Mo Tingmei's face grew increasingly grim, but she still didn't give up. She immediately controlled the invisible immortal ship to change direction, preparing to fly back. However, before she could even start accelerating, a familiar immortal ship appeared on the monitoring magic weapon. Oh no! It's Ranfei's immortal ship. Mo Tingmei's heart sank. He's catching up. We're doomed. Huang Fuhanke's face turned bitter, and despair washed over him. With a Void Thunder Array in front and pursuers behind, we're completely surrounded. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have sneaked out. I could have brought more guards. He subconsciously looked at Wang Bian, trying to draw some sense of security from him, but saw that Wang Bian had closed his eyes at some point, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. His heart sank to the bottom, and he lost all hope. At this moment, a crackling sound suddenly came from the immortal ship's communication device, followed by Renfei's triumphant voice. How my esteemed disciples, didn't expect this, did you? My immortal ship is waiting nearby. I knew you wouldn't surrender obediently, so I prepared a trap. No matter how fast you run, you won't escape my inescapable net. Hearing this, Mo Tingmei and Huang Fuhongke were furious, yet their despair only deepened. Were they truly going to perish here today? However, just as they were in despair, a mocking voice suddenly rang in their ears. Tisk tisk tisk, how did you manage to make yourselves look so pathetic? Their eyes lit up at the sound, and they quickly turned around to see ripples spreading across the space behind them. An incredibly luxurious private immortal ship emerged from the ripples like a whale rising from the water, radiating warm golden light in the deep, cold starry sky. Cousin. Wang Bian's joyful voice suddenly rang out. Huang Fuhongke and Mo Tingmei were also overjoyed. That tall, proud figure standing against the wind on the bow of that luxurious ferry boat, who else could it be but Wu Wei? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Kill Him. Senior Brother. Boss. Mo Tingmei and Huang Fuhongke couldn't help but call out. Perhaps it was because they had witnessed Wu Wei's might in the ancient war camp, or perhaps the sensory stimulation of this scene was simply too intense, but the moment they saw Wu Wei appear, Wang Bian, Huang Fuhongke, and Mo Tingmei's hearts, which had been hanging in midair, instantly settled down. They had an inexplicable feeling, with Wu Wei here, things were stable. Wu Wei stood at the bow of the ship, and seeing their expectant looks, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. All right, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and come over. Yes. Mo Tingmei subconsciously responded, and then immediately piloted the invisible immortal boat towards the luxurious private immortal boat. Soon, the somewhat damaged invisible immortal boat came to a stop on the deck of the luxurious private immortal boat. Before the invisible immortal boat had even come to a complete stop, Huang Fuhongke jumped out of the immortal boat and rushed towards Wu Wei with an excited expression. His eyes glistened with tears, and he opened his arms, trying to throw himself at him. Boss. That's great. I'm so relieved you're here. Wu Wei quickly dodged his pounce and gave him a disdainful look. How old are you? Can't you be a little more dignified? Huang Fuhongke missed his chance and felt a little aggrieved. Boss, do you know how desperate I was just now? For a moment, I really thought I was going to die here. He hadn't ruled out the possibility of reinforcements, but the little wilderness star belt was too remote, and it was almost impossible for any immortal ships to pass by. And if he actively requested help, even if he sent someone from the nearest cultivation family, it would take several days for them to arrive. As for powerful figures, if his great-aunt hadn't gone into seclusion to heal her injuries, there would still be a sliver of hope. After all, Golden Immortal level experts had many methods, and it wasn't impossible for them to arrive in a very short time to rescue someone. But now, forget it, it's better not to mention it. While the two were talking, Mo Tingmei and Wang Bian also emerged from the invisible immortal ship. While their reactions weren't as exaggerated as Huang Fuhongke's, they were still visibly excited. Mo Tingmei was thrilled that the three of them were finally rescued, while Wang Bian was overjoyed that Wu Wei had actually come in person. Seeing the situation was dire, Wang Bian had decisively prayed to Wu Wei for help, expecting Wu Wei to send even a subordinate to rescue him, but he hadn't anticipated Wu Wei's personal arrival. Cousin, it's so wonderful that you came. He exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly. All right, you're one of my men. Now that I've received the message, how can I not help? Wu Wei waved his hand, interrupting Wang Tian. Wang Tian was a holy believer. Even now, with the Divine Kingdom at level 5, holy believers were still extremely valuable resources, and he couldn't bear to see him perish here. Moreover, Wang Tian had already told him the whole story during his prayer, and he was quite concerned about the undercurrents behind this matter. Meanwhile, inside Renfei's immortal ship. The moment Wu Wei's ship appeared, the monitoring artifacts inside detected the luxurious private ship's presence. What's going on? Renfei's expression changed slightly, his sinister eyes filled with confusion and shock. Someone actually managed to break through the special confinement of the Void Thunder Array and get in. Although the special confinement of the Void Thunder Array wasn't absolute, breaking through is still incredibly difficult. Without exceptional spatial mastery or a powerful spatial artifact, it was simply impossible. Who on earth could have come? A sense of unease suddenly rose in Ranfei's heart. At this moment, his communication artifact suddenly glowed slightly, and his subordinate's voice came through. Patriarch, the situation has changed. Should we still make a move? Nonsense. Ranfei roared. At this point, we have no way out. Retreating is suicide. His unease intensified, but he understood even more clearly that if these people escaped and the Venerable's plan was exposed, the Venerable would never forgive him. That would truly be a fate worse than death. No matter what, he absolutely could not let those people escape, even if it meant paying a heavy price. Thinking this, Ranfei's gaze turned cold, and he said fiercely, "Pass on my order, no matter who comes this time. Absolutely no one is to be allowed to escape, or you will all pay with your heads. If anyone dares to undermine morale at this time, they will be executed without mercy." Yes. As he spoke, the distance between the two immortal ships rapidly closed, entering their attack range. At this moment, through the porthole of Ranfei's immortal ship, he could directly see Wu Wei's Lan Yu private luxury immortal ship with the naked eye. When he saw it on the monitoring magic weapon, it was only a blurry outline, and his senses weren't strong. Now, seeing this immortal ship up close, the overwhelming luxury and nobility made his heart tremble. The immortal palace only had a few standard immortal ship models, and he recognized them all. He was certain that the immortal ship in front of him was definitely not one of them. That left only one possibility. This was a private immortal ship. He didn't know whose celestial vessel it was, but he knew that any cultivator with the wealth and ambition to commission such a private vessel and build it so luxuriously was definitely not ordinary. Even if they weren't a level 12 or higher elder in charge, they were at least a core member of a top-tier cultivation family, or more likely, both. Normally, he would have avoided such a vessel altogether, and he would never have dared to provoke such a person. But now he had no way out. Ranfei hardened his heart, pressed his communication magic key, and shouted sharply, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, all four celestial vessels, including the one he was piloting, emitted a buzzing sound. The Kyankin sword formation on the deck simultaneously lit up with dazzling light, and even the long swords stuck in the formation's core trembled violently as if unable to withstand the pressure. The next moment, a rain of sword intent soared into the sky, instantly traversing hundreds of thousands of miles of starry sky and attacking the celestial vessel surrounded in the center. The sword intent unleashed by the four immortal ships in unison was not merely a simple addition of numbers, but a profound superposition of power and momentum. In an instant, the entire starry sky seemed to be filled with an ocean of sword intent, covering every direction without any blind spots. The sword intent rained down, and the sword might was like a prison. A terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble permeated the starry sky, as if nothing could withstand it. Any who dared to oppose it would be crushed into dust under its unparalleled power. Damn! Huang Fu Hongke was startled by this power. Boss, they're going to wipe us out. Mo Tengmi also became nervous without realizing it. Senior brother, can the immortal ship's defenses hold up? Don't worry. Wu Wei's expression was calm, showing no sign of nervousness, and even Wang Yan behind him didn't show much tension. As the rain of sword intent sweeping across the starry sky drew ever closer, Wu Wei raised his right hand, and golden light instantly shimmered on the dark array patterns engraved on the surface of the Lan Yu. A pale golden, semi-transparent protective shield sprang forth, enveloping the entire Lan Yu. The flowing golden light made the already luxurious and elegant private immortal ship appear as if it had been plated with a layer of gilded color, becoming even more magnificent and dazzling. The next moment, the rain of sword intent that attacked completely submerged the entire immortal ship. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The overwhelming sword intent continuously crashed against the pale golden protective shield, the crisscrossing sword intent almost filling the entire field of vision. However, the seemingly terrifying rain of sword intent failed to break through the protective shield at all. The entire protective shield remained unmoved, like a solid barrier blocking all the sword rain from the outside. No matter how rampant the sword intent was, no matter how heavy its pressure, it couldn't even cause a ripple on the protective shield. Upon seeing this, Ranfei abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Little did he know that although Wu Wei's private immortal ship wasn't large, every component was configured to the highest standards within the authority of a direct disciple. Its protective shield was naturally of the highest level. Aside from being unable to withstand an attack from a level 13 golden immortal, even a level 12 heavenly immortal would find it extremely difficult to breach its defenses. While his Kyankin sword formation was powerful, that was due to the sheer number of sword intents, a terrifying number. In reality, the power of a single sword intent was only equivalent to that of a level 10 immortal, so it was perfectly normal that it couldn't shake the protective shield of a ship like the Lan Yu. Meanwhile, Mo Tingyi and Huang Fu Hongke on the other side both breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you spent all your heavenly spirit stones on the interior decoration and entertainment facilities, but I didn't expect the defense to be so strong. Huang Fu Hong became more talkative as soon as he relaxed. I should have tried it last time I came up here. If I'm not mistaken, this is the latest version of the Golden Light Defense Immortal Array improved by Zuan Immortal Palace, right? Mo Tingyi also exclaimed with admiration. This version of the defense array has a defense power that is 1% higher than the previous version. A few years ago, my aunt also considered whether to replace her private immortal boat with one, but in the end she couldn't bear to spend the heavenly spirit stones. I didn't expect to see it here with you, senior brother. Wu Wei smiled but didn't respond. To be honest, he originally built this luxurious private immortal boat purely to scan data and take it back for the divine craftsman to study. He really didn't expect it would have a chance to be sold. Today can be considered the maiden voyage of the Lan Yu, moon-embracing ship. Boss, since the Lan Yu has such powerful defenses, its attack shouldn't be bad either, right? Huang Fu Hongke suddenly remembered something and excitedly asked Wu Wei. I didn't listen carefully when that elder from Zuan Immortal Palace introduced it last time. What kind of attack formations were they talking about? A sword formation? I'm going to kill that guy. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. No sword formation, but there is a heavenly fire formation. Huang Fu Hongke's eyes lit up. Heavenly fire formation? The one I know. That's right. Wu Wei nodded. Instantly, not only Huang Fu Hongke, but even Mo Tingyi and Wang Bian became excited. Wu Wei chuckled. What's there to be excited about? Watch. With that, he gestured to the control room. In an instant, a fiery red array light shone on a bronze-colored phoenix statue at the rear of the Lan Yu. The next moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly rang out, instantly resounding throughout the entire void. Chapter 507 The Power of the Star Palace Master. The phoenix's cry was melodious and captivating, a brief sound yet possessing a melodious charm. Huang Fu Hongke, Mo Tingyi, and Wang Bian felt their minds clear, their eyes widening involuntarily. Within the cry, the bronze phoenix statue seemed to come alive, radiating bursts of crimson light. From within the light, a fire phoenix entirely composed of flames suddenly detached from the statue, soaring into the starry sky above, instantly rising tens of thousands of miles. As the fire phoenix flew higher, its size rapidly expanded. Its fiery tail trailed a long, dazzling trail of light in the starry sky. A barrage of sword intent attacked from all directions, but before it could even get close, it was gradually melted away in the intense heat. With each flap of its enormous fiery wings, bursts of flame were generated. As its wings continued to beat, endless firelight rained down from the sky, enveloping the surrounding star field for hundreds of thousands of miles, as if celestial fire had descended upon the world. The dazzling light was breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Within this seemingly endless sea of fire, even the celestial ship, spanning thousands of meters, appeared dwarfed, and those standing on it seemed as insignificant as specks of dust. On one of Ranfei's celestial ships, the cultivator on the deck responsible for controlling the sword formation stared wide-eyed, speechless with awe at the magnificent sight before him. He had initially thought the Kyankin sword formation was incredibly powerful, but now, he suddenly felt its power wasn't so overwhelming. As he stood there, wisps of fire descended from the sky, slowly falling before him. One small flame inadvertently landed on his shoulder. The defensive array on his immortal robes dimmed in an instant, and the dazzling, almost bewitching flames burned a hole in his skin the moment they touched it. Ah! Intense pain shot through his mind, and he cried out uncontrollably. He instinctively tried to dodge, but was horrified to find that his surroundings had been filled with flames falling from the sky without his knowledge. No matter which direction he moved, he would be hit by several flames. He then realized that the protective shield that should have covered the entire immortal ship had been scorched through by the flames, and even the deck, which was covered with reinforcement arrays, had been scorched with many holes. These seemingly fragile flames were far more powerful than he had expected. He hurriedly raised his defensive shield to resist the onslaught of flames. However, his shield only lasted for 2 or 3 breaths before being scorched with several holes and quickly dimmed. Just as he was pondering what kind of fire it was and how it could be so powerful, his cousin beside him seemed to remember something, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Heavenly fire. He was a little confused. What? It burns instantly upon contact. Nothing is immune to its flames. This is heavenly fire. And that phoenix cry just now, damn it. It's the heavenly fire formation. His cousin's tone was urgent, his expression changing from horror to terror, and without saying a word, he grabbed him and ran. Run. If you don't run now, you won't be able to leave. Many other cultivators on the immortal ship also recognized the heavenly fire formation, their faces showing horror and fear, and they began to flee for their lives without saying a word. In an instant, the entire immortal ship was in chaos, with screams and sounds of fleeing everywhere. Even Ranfei's death order was useless. Even the cultivators in charge of supervising the battle had lost their fighting spirit, so how could they control their subordinates? In the main control room of the immortal ship, Ranfei was also horrified, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? The heavenly fire array was a very famous offensive immortal array from ancient times, leaving behind countless glorious achievements in the history of the cultivation world. Heavenly fire can burn anything, igniting upon contact. Cultivators below the 13th level golden immortal realm simply cannot withstand its scorching heat, especially its extremely powerful restraining effect on immortal ships and immortal arrays, making it an absolute weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. But the problem is, the heavenly fire array has long been lost. After the destruction of the ancient era, the heavenly fire array was reduced to a legend. Although many people have tried to imitate and restore it, the power of the fake heavenly fire array has always been unsatisfactory, not even 1/10 of the power of the legendary heavenly fire array. When the flames first appeared, he thought it was just another fake heavenly fire array, so he didn't pay attention. But judging from the current situation, could it be that this heavenly fire array is actually real? Ranfei was both shocked and incredulous. After a long while, he suddenly realized what was happening, and his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. With a heavenly fire array activated, his immortal ship and void thunder array were practically rendered useless. Now, forget about capturing Mo Tingyi and the others, he might not even be able to save himself. No, he had to think of a way quickly. Even if he couldn't capture Mo Tingyi and the others, he had to gain something else, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain to the Lord. That's it, the heavenly fire array. If he could get news of someone recreating the true heavenly fire array to the Lord. Ranfei's mind raced, and in the blink of an eye, he had an idea. He didn't care about his subordinates anymore, he turned and abandoned his immortal ship to flee for his life. With his surrender, his cultivators finally lost all will to fight. Even Ranfei's few loyal followers abandoned their immortal ship and scattered in all directions, plunging the entire starry sky into chaos. My god, this is amazing. Huang Fu Hongke put down the mirror magic weapon he was using for gazing into the distance, his face filled with shock. I thought those ancient legends were just exaggerations, but I never imagined the heavenly fire array was actually this powerful. It's so magnificent, so amazing. He was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Even his voice was a little distorted, and he was indescribably excited. Mo Tingyi wasn't as exaggerated as him, but she couldn't hide her excitement either. She couldn't help but look at Wu Wei. Senior brother, is this a real ancient array? Or did you restore it? Restoring the heavenly fire array isn't that easy, Wu Wei laughed. I obtained it from a ruin in the Pure Yang Immortal Palace. After getting his hands on the moon-embracing ship, he made some minor modifications, and this heavenly fire array was one of them. Under the shroud of heavenly fire, everything was scorched and riddled with holes, but the moon-embracing ship under his feet remained unscathed under the protection of the fire phoenix, becoming the only safe haven in the sea of fire. Bathed in the firelight, Wu Wei's pure white robe seemed to glow with a rosy light, dazzlingly beautiful. He himself didn't seem to notice anything amiss, but Mo Tingyi, who had been watching him intently, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Cultivators, due to their practice of immortal arts, generally possessed excellent bearing and rarely had unattractive appearances. Having grown up surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, she had never truly found Wu Wei's appearance particularly special. But at this moment, she had to admit that Wu Wei indeed possessed extraordinary bearing. Especially that extraordinary air of having everything under control, It was something ordinary cultivators couldn't possess. Even her ancestor, Mozu, paled in comparison. She paused for a moment before snapping out of her daze, barely managing to suppress her surging emotions as she smiled. Since it was obtained from the ruins of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace, it must be a genuine ancient immortal array. No wonder it's so powerful. The ruins left by the Pure Yang Immortal Palace are often fraught with danger. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to explore them rashly. Senior brother is truly amazing. Hearing this, Wu Wei didn't react much, but Wang Yan looked on with pride. Of course. Cousin is naturally the most powerful. Just then, Huang Fu Honke, who was using a mirror magic weapon to observe the battlefield, suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, look! Someone's trying to escape the Heavenly Fire's range." He then projected what he saw onto the screen for everyone to see. It really is. Mo Tingmei frowned slightly. Wang Yan immediately summoned his immortal sword. "I'll go and bring them back." Wu Wei raised his hand to stop him. "All right, you stay here obediently." Having activated the Heavenly Fire Array, how could he not have anticipated this situation? He hadn't come alone this time. Wu Wei raised his hand and gestured behind him, and immediately a group of people flew out of the cabin and landed behind them in the blink of an eye. "Your Highness." The group of people bowed respectfully to Wu Wei. Wang Yan and the other two felt that these people looked vaguely familiar, and after thinking for a moment, they immediately remembered that they were two elders of the Lan Yu Palace and several inner disciples. In addition to them, there was a group of unfamiliar cultivators who looked well-trained and orderly, with a total number of about 400 or 500 people. Huang Fu Honke saw their black embroidered beast-patterned uniforms and immediately understood, Immortal Guards. "Boss, you actually transferred the Immortal Guards here." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan and Mo Tingmei also reacted instantly. Although the Immortal Guards of the Lan Yu Immortal Palace were short-handed, their strength was not weak, and they were especially good at team combat. They were more than enough to deal with the disciples and followers of the Ran family. Wang Yan was immediately relieved, Mo Tingmei's slightly furrowed brows relaxed, and Huang Fu Honke looked on with envy. To command the entire Star Palace with a single word, that was the true power of a Star Palace master. Looking at his leader issuing orders, and then at himself, Huang Fu Honke was overcome with sorrow. He feared he would never experience such power again. Wu Wei, unaware of Huang Fu Honke's inner turmoil, nodded and simply instructed the people behind him, "Go, keep them alive." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, then flew out of the immortal ship and quickly dispersed into the starry sky. The Immortal Guards even took out miniature immortal ships and swiftly traversed the space. They had already been marked with a Heavenly Fire Array within their bodies under Wu Wei's orders. The Heavenly Fire that had caused such great harm to the Ran family members would not affect them. The Ran family members who had scattered and fled were unaware that even if they escaped the reach of the Heavenly Fire, what awaited them was not a path to survival, but a trap already laid. Before long, the cultivators who had fled from the 4 immortal ships were all captured and thrown onto the deck of the Lan Yu like sacks, quickly forming a human pile. Seeing this, Wang Yan, Huang Fu Honke, and Mo Tingmei were all somewhat excited, their faces showing the satisfaction of revenge. Wu Wei, however, felt nothing. In fact, if it weren't for Mo Tingmei and Huang Fu Honke's presence, he could have easily summoned a level 13 Radiant Angel or a level 12 Seraphim to solve the problem, without having to go through the trouble of launching the immortal ships and mobilizing the Immortal Guards, which had wasted considerable rescue time. Of course, he only thought about it. He didn't want to reveal his identity to Mo Tingmei and the others, so he had no choice but to go through the trouble. Only then did he have time to inquire about the situation. When Wang Yan sent me the message, he only gave me a general overview. What exactly happened? Why did all 3 of you end up on this remote little desolate planet? It's a long story. Mo Tingmei briefly explained why she was there and how she discovered Ran Fei's problem. At this point, she couldn't care less about hiding the secret of the spirit-devouring rats on the little desolate planet. Compared to Ran Fei's problems and the mysterious forces that might exist behind him, these were all minor matters. Huang Fu Honke also scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and explained why he and Wang Yan were on the little desolate planet. It turned out that he had been suffering under the oppression of his grandparents in his own Star Palace, forced to cultivate every day. He couldn't take it anymore, so he found an opportunity to sneak out and went to Wang Yan's Star Palace to play. Later, his grandparents found Wang Yan's Star Palace and wanted to take him back, but he refused, So he simply dragged Wang Bian along and slipped out of the inviting Moon Immortal Palace. Fearing capture, he didn't even take the celestial boat from the inviting Moon Palace, but instead rode a large public celestial boat with Wang Bian, using the numerous cultivators on board to conceal their presence. The two then wandered aimlessly. Because of his fear of being caught, Huang Fu Hongke dared not venture into the bustling star regions, resulting in him straying further and further off course until he unknowingly arrived at this desolate star belt. There, he happened to stumble upon Mo Tingmei in danger. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei was speechless. He could hardly feel anything else. It truly was a series of coincidences. If any one of them had gone wrong, the outcome could have been entirely different. Fortunately, the result was favorable to them. At this moment, a celestial guard came to report, "Your Majesty, Ran Fei has been captured." Wu Wei snapped out of his reverie, "Bring him here." "Yes." The celestial guard immediately obeyed and left. Soon, two celestial guards brought over a ragged young man with disheveled hair. The young man's face was filled with resentment and unwillingness. Even as he was being escorted by the celestial guards, he continued to struggle and curse, appearing almost frantic. Mo Tingmei was somewhat dazed at the sight. Compared to the arrogant demeanor she had when she first met Ran Fei, the Ran Fei before her was so disheveled that he seemed like a completely different person. "Kneel down. Behave yourself." The celestial guard kicked Ran Fei hard in the back of the knee, forcing him to half kneel before raising his hand to report to Wu Wei, "Reporting to your highness, Ran Fei has arrived." Wu Wei nodded slightly before looking down at Ran Fei. To be honest, the life and death of the Immortal Palace was none of his concern. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother with whoever wanted to cause trouble in the Immortal Palace. But now that he had finally managed to infiltrate the Immortal Palace, and the Spirit Cleansing Tower was within reach, whoever tried to disrupt his plans was his enemy, Wu Wei. Chapter 508 Ancient Secrets. "Your name is Ran Fei?" Wu Wei asked casually, seemingly out of the blue. Hearing his voice, Ran Fei gradually quieted down. After a moment, he finally raised his head, his face, scorched by the heavenly fire, filled with resentment and unwillingness. His eyes bulged, bloodshot, and his expression towards Wu Wei was as if he wanted to devour him alive. Ran Fei's cultivation and divine sense had long been sealed, yet he seemed completely unconcerned, glaring at Wu Wei. "How, it's you, it ruined my plans." A hoarse voice burst from his throat, its tone eerie, like a ghost. Huang Fu Hongke was startled and instinctively took a step back, hiding behind Wu Wei. Wang Bian and Mo Tingmei, though relatively calm, couldn't help but frown. Wu Wei, however, didn't react. Having fought for the Divine Kingdom for many years, he had seen all sorts of prisoners, the crazy, the cowardly, the calm, the bizarre, countless cases. He was no longer surprised. Despite knowing it would be fruitless, he still asked the usual question, "What are you secretly plotting? And who instructed you?" However, Ran Fei seemed not to hear him, repeating the same question over and over. "Has this guy gone mad?" Huang Fu Hongke said incredulously, so easily overwhelmed. Wu Wei said calmly, "He's not mad. He's faking it. A truly madman is delirious, his soul scattered and chaotic, but this guy's soul fluctuations, though intense, were not scattered at all. He was clearly faking madness. If this were in the Divine Kingdom, he would definitely have Judy come and interrogate him by now, but this was a matter for the Immortal Palace, and he was too lazy to bother. He casually said, "Since he refuses to confess, then take him back to Master for judgment. I think there are plenty of ways in the Immortal Palace to get him to confess." "Hey, wait. Huang Fu Hongke quickly stopped him. He had finally caught this guy. He wasn't going to hand him over so easily. A sudden idea flashed through his mind, and he said, "I remember Junior Sister Mo mentioned earlier that Ran Fei tried to control her with soul goo. Why don't we just try it? Since it can control people, it can surely make them tell the truth, right? I think we can try it." Mo Tingmei nodded in agreement. She had suffered quite a bit this time, and even though she knew in her heart that Ran Fei wouldn't have a good outcome if they just took him back like this, she still felt unwilling to accept it without seeing him with her own eyes. Wu Wei glanced at the two of them and understood, "All right, you two come." As he spoke, he took a step back, making room for them. Huang Fu Hongke immediately began to excitedly search Ran Fei's body, looking through his storage items. After a while, he found a jade box inside. "Junior Sister Mo, take a look," Is this soul goo? He handed the jade box to Mo Tingmei. Mo Tingmei opened it and nodded to him. That's right, this is it. Wang Tian reminded them, every goo, a type of poison, must have a method of control. Look again and see if you can find the control method. Reminded by him, Mo Tingmei and Huang Fu Hongke realized what he meant and immediately started searching again. Not long after, they found a small jade slip in a hidden compartment of the jade box, containing the control method for the soul goo. Excited, they immediately took a soul goo and began experimenting. Seeing this, Ran Fei, who had just been feigning madness, finally couldn't hold back and his expression changed. What are you trying to do? You can't do this. He struggled to back away, his eyes filled with terror. He, as a former owner of the soul goo, knew all too well its power. Once controlled by this thing, he would become its puppet, with no chance of redemption even if his soul were reincarnated. That was worse than death. Seeing Huang Fu Hongke approaching him with a soul goo, his struggles intensified, and his voice grew increasingly frantic. No. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Wait. Wait. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Don't come any closer. Trying to beg for mercy now? Too late. Huang Fu Hongke didn't believe Ran Fei would honestly confess. He wasn't stupid. He knew that despite Ran Fei's pitiful cries, he would try to lie once given the chance, perhaps even deliberately giving false information to mislead them. Rather than struggling to discern the truth of his confession later, it was better to eliminate the problem once and for all. He grabbed Ran Fei's chin and, without a word, shoved the soul goo into his mouth. Ran Fei's eyes widened in terror. However, the next moment, he felt an indescribable power merge into his soul. His, Zhenning, ferocious hideous, face instantly contorted, and his eyes filled with utter despair. Looks like it's working. Huang Fu Hongke turned to look at Mo Tingmei, who immediately nodded in understanding. She raised her hand and made a hand gesture, saying to Ran Fei, no matter what we ask you later, you must answer honestly. You mustn't lie, and you mustn't deliberately mislead us, understand? Ran Fei's expression twisted for a moment, and after a while, he reluctantly replied, yes. Mo Tingmei and Huang Fu Hongke exchanged glances, cautiously discussed for a moment, and then asked the question they were most interested in. Who is this so-called venerable lord you mentioned? Which faction does he come from? The venerable lord is the venerable lord, I don't know. Ran Fei subconsciously wanted to lie. However, before he could finish speaking, his face suddenly twisted, his eyes bulged out, and his whole body trembled nervously, as if he were suffering from inhuman torture, screaming in agony. Mo Tingmei and Huang Fu Hongke couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines at this sight, especially Mo Tingmei, who was filled with lingering fear. If Wang Bian and Huang Fu Hongke hadn't happened to be nearby and arrived in time to save her, she would probably be the one suffering this inhuman torture now. After a long while, the inhuman torture finally gradually stopped. At this time, Ran Fei didn't even have the strength to get up. The torture inflicted on the soul was more cruel than any other form of torture. Cold sweat mixed with blood soaked his entire body, and he collapsed on the ground as if he had been pulled out of a pool of blood, tears streaming down his face, looking utterly wretched. Mo Tingmei and Huang Fu Hongke felt a chill run down their spines and remained silent for a moment. Wang Tian glanced at the two of them, took the initiative to walk to their side, and continued to ask, I'll ask again, who is the Venerable One? Which power does he come from? Having truly experienced the power of the soul goo, Ran Fei knew that he could no longer lie, and there would be no good end for him here at the Immortal Palace. In despair, he became neurotic. Hearing Wang Tian's words, he burst into maniacal laughter. Ho ha ho ho, the Venerable One is an extraordinary figure, appearing and disappearing without a trace, her strength unfathomable. You so-called disciples are nothing but small fry in front of her. Ha ho ho ha ho ha, damn it. This bastard has fallen to such a state, yet he still dares to curse us. Huang Fu Hongke was almost furious, rolling up his sleeves to rush over and beat him up. Wang Bian quickly raised his hand to stop him, calmly continuing to ask, strength level. 13th level Golden Immortal Realm? Or 14th level Tai Golden Immortal Realm? I don't know. Ran Fei's smile was somewhat eerie. I'm just a small fry of the 11th level True Immortal Realm. How could I be qualified to know the Venerable One's true strength? I only know that she is very strong, extremely strong, stronger than I imagined. Hearing this, Wang Bian and the other two couldn't help but frown. This result was truly beyond their expectations. Ranfei had already fused with his soul goo, so the credibility of his words could be guaranteed. Ranfei was, after all, an 11th level true immortal cultivator. For someone to be so powerful, capable of producing soul goo and void thunder arrays, to be someone they felt powerless against, was indeed highly likely a 13th level golden immortal. As for the 14th level Tai golden immortal, they automatically ignored that. How could a 14th level Tai golden immortal personally intervene in such a matter? Even for a 13th level golden immortal, the situation was already extremely serious. To mobilize a 13th level golden immortal to orchestrate a plan against the immortal palace, how powerful must the forces behind it be? And how could their secret schemes be simple? Mo Tingmei, realizing the seriousness of the situation, hurriedly asked, "What's her name? Which faction does she come from? How could a nobody like me know the name of a lord?" Ranfei laughed sarcastically. "I'm not even qualified to see her true face. What I saw was merely a temporary avatar she conjured. Her appearance and temperament were completely different. The only thing I know is that she comes from the Immortal Alliance." The Immortal Alliance. Upon hearing these two words, Huangfu Hanke, Mo Tingmei, and Wang Tian's expressions instantly changed. Wu Wei, however, was still oblivious. He had heard of the Immortal Alliance, but he couldn't understand why the three of them were reacting so strongly. He frowned slightly. "What's going on?" "Boss, I'll explain to you later." Huangfu Hanke, unusually ignoring his sycophancy, casually told Wu Wei before looking at Ranfei again, his voice somewhat anxious. "Are you sure it's the Immortal Alliance? Do you have any evidence?" Wu Wei didn't pay much attention to his reaction, simply observing with some doubt. "Of course I have evidence." Ranfei had already given up, so he spoke without hesitation. He only hoped to end his life quickly after confessing, rather than suffer torment indefinitely. Soon, following Ranfei's instructions, Huangfu Hanke found a jade pendant in his stored ring. The pendant's shape and material were quite ordinary. It looked like a common spirit-gathering jade pendant. However, after infusing it with a specific incantation as instructed by Ranfei, a lifelike crane-shaped emblem appeared on it. Huangfu Hanke's expression immediately turned serious. It is indeed the emblem of the Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Alliance's emblem can display a special spiritual aura. Only those within the Immortal Alliance know how to craft it, Wang Bian explained to Wu Wei. It seems that the one who attacked the Immortal Palace this time was undoubtedly the Immortal Alliance. Wu Wei looked at the three of them and pondered, "What exactly happened? Can you tell me now?" "I'll tell you." Huangfu Hanke took a deep breath. "This matter involves some ancient secrets. I should know them best." Chapter 509 The Immortal Alliance Attacks. Ancient Secrets. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Yes. Huangfu Hanke didn't keep them in suspense. The conflict between the Immortal Palace and the Immortal Alliance has a long history, dating back to ancient times. Back then, the Immortal Palace and the Immortal Alliance were one family, and were once one of the most prosperous civilizations in the universe. We once reached the peak of level 6, just one step away from breaking through to level 7 and becoming a true hegemonic civilization. Wu Wei was stunned. "Wait, you're not talking about the Pure Yang Immortal Palace, are you?" "That's right, the Pure Yang Immortal Palace." Huangfu Hanke nodded, confirming Wu Wei's guess. Hearing this, Mo Tingmei and Wang Bian also showed surprise on their faces. This legend is actually true. Mo Tingmei had actually heard this saying before, but she always thought it was like saying my ancestors also had a grand elder, mostly self-aggrandizing. After all, there were only a handful of powerful civilizations in ancient times, any one of which would be a famous historical legend today, with countless versions and legends existing in each civilization. The Pure Yang Immortal Palace is a legendary, ancient civilization of cultivation, a cherished ideal in the hearts of countless other cultivation civilizations. Any cultivation civilization that can even be associated with a Pure Yang Immortal Palace is a source of pride, leading to a cacophony of rumors, as if any force could somehow establish a connection. With so many such rumors circulating, it's difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood, which explains why Mo Tingmei didn't take it to heart. Wang Bian explained the situation to Wu Wei, who immediately understood. However, he still had some questions. But what does this have to do with the Immortal Alliance's attack on the Immortal Misty Palace? Even if the Immortal Alliance and the Immortal Misty Palace were once part of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace, that was countless millennia ago. Top experts have changed hands several times over, What unresolved grudges could there be? Besides, the two are separated by vast distances, spanning several star systems. He couldn't understand why the Immortal Alliance would want to antagonize the Immortal Misty Palace. Did Wu Wei's first thought immediately turn to the Spirit Cleansing Tower? What if the Immortal Alliance was also after the Spirit Cleansing Tower? However, before he could finish his thought, Huang Fu Hongke's next words immediately dispelled his concerns. That's a long story, Huang Fu Hongke sighed. When the ancient era collapsed, all the powerful figures of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace perished. The remaining cultivators were leaderless and unable to reach a consensus. Coupled with accumulated grudges and conflicts of interest, they quickly fell apart. Our Immortal Palace split off at that time. Huang Fu Hongke explained, it is said that our Immortal Palace's ancestor was framed and had to flee with his disciples, eventually arriving here. Because our ancestor held a high position in the Pure Yang Immortal Palace, being a direct descendant of a main branch, some of the scriptures he took with him contained the core inheritance of the Pure Yang Immortal Palace. Therefore, for hundreds of thousands of years, the Immortal Alliance has never given up on causing trouble for our Immortal Palace. He said, that's all I know. Only the Immortal Lord should know the details. I only heard bits and pieces when I was with my great-aunt, and later I checked the clan's records to get a general idea. I see, Wu Wei said thoughtfully. So, the Immortal Alliance has been planning this for quite some time now, and there's definitely more than just Ran Fei as a thorn in the side of the Immortal Palace. That's right, that's what I was thinking too, Mo Tengmei nodded seriously. Although the Immortal Alliance is a loosely structured alliance, not as united as our Immortal Palace, it is still a level 6 civilization. Even if only one of its branches attacks, it will still pose a great threat to the Immortal Palace. She paused, then added, although I don't know those ancient secrets, I've heard Mozu mention that the Immortal Alliance plotted against us 3,000 years ago. Although it didn't cripple the Immortal Palace, it caused turmoil for several hundred years. At that time, Mozu was only about our age, and he still feels lingering fear when he mentions it. No wonder you reacted so strongly when you heard Immortal Alliance, Wu Wei said, suddenly understanding. It seems that such things must have happened quite a few times in the history of the Immortal Palace, which is why the three of them are so afraid of the Immortal Alliance. However, since the two sides were sworn enemies, this matter was most likely unrelated to the Spirit Cleansing Tower. This relieved Wu Wei. After all, the Immortal Alliance was a level 6 civilization. It was already a headache for him to get the Spirit Cleansing Tower from the Immortal Palace, a level 5 civilization. If a level 6 civilization joined the competition, it would be even more difficult for him to get the Spirit Cleansing Tower. Fortunately, the Immortal Alliance wasn't after the Spirit Cleansing Tower, which might actually be an opportunity for him. The four then questioned Ran Fei about some specific details, such as the tasks assigned to him by the Immortal Alliance, and which families in the Immortal Palace had become the Immortal Alliance's henchmen, and so on. Ran Fei naturally didn't dare to lie and obediently told them everything. The more Mo Tengmei and the other two listened, the darker their faces became, until they were as black as the bottom of a pot. You mean controlling the teleportation array? Huang Fu Hongke stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Has the Immortal Alliance gone mad? Do they want to start a full-scale war? The space teleportation technology of the Immortal Palace was quite advanced, and large space teleportation arrays could basically cover all the star fields within the Immortal Palace. These special teleportation arrays not only bear the heavy responsibility of transporting powerful individuals and supplies in emergencies, but also serve as special anchors. When the immortal ships travel long distances, these large special teleportation arrays enable ultra-long distance positioning, facilitating special traversal and significantly reducing the time required for travel through space. While ordinary cultivators might be confused upon hearing that the Immortal Alliance was preparing to control the special teleportation arrays, not understanding their intentions, 3 of the 4 present were carefully cultivated disciples of the Immortal Palace, and Wu Wei was a powerful regional ruler with strong strategic acumen. They immediately understood the Immortal Alliance's plan. As the saying goes, what brings success can also bring failure. The convenience of special teleportation arrays for positioning and traversing meant that the Immortal Palace's long-distance transportation relied almost entirely on them. If these large teleportation arrays were destroyed or controlled by the Immortal Alliance, the immortal ships would be unable to locate themselves and thus unable to perform accurate special traversal. Relying solely on their own speed, Even the fastest immortal ship would take hundreds of years to travel from the core star region of the Immortal Palace to its border, let alone the large and slow transport ships. The Immortal Alliance is cutting off the Immortal Palace's supply and troop transport routes. Such methods are unnecessary unless there's a major war. This is a serious matter. Huang Fu Hongke immediately became restless, his entire being tense. Calm down, Wu Wei said, pressing his shoulder. Controlling too few special teleportation arrays is meaningless. What Ran Fei summoned is mostly just the tip of the iceberg. The Immortal Alliance has no reason to entrust this entirely to Ran Fei. The best course of action now is to report this matter as soon as possible, so that the Immortal Palace can respond promptly. Yes, report it first. Huang Fu Hongke took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions, but he still couldn't suppress the panic in his heart. Mo Tingmei was also somewhat anxious, but at least much calmer than Huang Fu Hongke. She immediately sent messages to the Moyu garrison commander and the elders of the Yaoi Immortal Palace, reporting the matter. Huang Fu Hongke and Wang Gan each took out their communication spirit stones and did their best to report the matter. Even Wu Wei sent a message to Yaoyu. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the news spread throughout Yaoyu Immortal Palace, and many of the upper echelons of Xian Miao Palace also learned about it. This matter was truly significant. If only one direct disciple had said so, others might have some doubts, but with 4 direct disciples saying so, and with witnesses and physical evidence, the credibility of the matter greatly increased. Upon learning the news, Yaoyu immediately stopped her seclusion and contacted the 4 to clarify the situation. She then ordered the 4 to immediately take Ran Fei and the Ram family's captives back to Yaoyu Immortal Palace, while she herself took the information she had gathered to report to the Immortal Lord. Not long after, the Immortal Lord summoned the 9 Grand Elders to the Imperial Court for a joint meeting. At the same time, the secret forces of Xian Miao Palace also quickly began round after round of investigations, and swiftly identified many cultivation families and forces that had been turned against them by the Immortal Alliance. However, the Immortal Alliance's operation had been meticulously planned for a long time. How could it be so easily disrupted? Just as the Immortal Palace reacted swiftly, beginning its internal investigation and eliminating any internal threats, news of the Immortal Palace's actions reached the Immortal Alliance. Several days later, at the border of the Immortal Palace, at Rinshu Immortal Pass. Rinshu Immortal Pass was a super-large immortal port transformed from an entire planet, with a dedicated market for foreign trade, bustling with activity. On this day, Rinshu Immortal Pass was as lively as ever. Outside the pass, starships waiting to enter, immortal ships returning from long voyages, and immortal ships waiting to leave for trade formed 2 long queues. The lights converged like rivers, resembling 2 long dragons of starlight from afar, an indescribably magnificent sight. At the pass, the blue-robed disciples responsible for registering information sat comfortably in the monitoring room, using a specially made magical artifact to scan and input all the information of the entering starships into the information jade disk within the Immortal Pass. After that, whether the starship was conducting business or visiting friends within the territory of the Immortal Palace, its whereabouts would be traceable. After placing the starship at the gate, the disciple in charge casually activated his communication magic artifact and called out, "Next." The immortal ships following behind immediately began to slowly approach the gate. The disciple in blue robes focused on manipulating his magic artifact, about to scan the immortal ships as before, when he suddenly noticed several flashing lights in the distant, black satin-like starry sky rapidly approaching at an illogical speed. These were the flashes emitted by the immortal ships as they moved. Speeding so much, probably some spoiled brat from some family again. He curled his lip, scoffing disdainfully, but truly didn't take it to heart. Such things happened every few days, although he found it annoying, he was used to it. Anyway, they couldn't escape the speeding fines, and as for the rest, he couldn't care less, nor did he care. However, just as he refocused his attention on the magical artifact, several streaks of light suddenly shot through the starry sky. The next moment, the defensive barrier of the Immortal Pass trembled violently, causing even the monitoring room beneath the feet of the disciple to shake. A sharp, piercing alarm suddenly resounded throughout the entire Renshui Immortal Pass. Chapter 510. Something happened. Damn it. It's an enemy attack. The disciple in charge was startled. He jumped up and rushed to the control panel on the other side, hastily activating the emergency defensive array and simultaneously opening his communication magic item to send a message to the Celestial Guards responsible for guarding the Celestial Pass, asking them to send reinforcements immediately. Although flustered, as a Celestial Pass inspector, his actions and reactions were already quite swift, and his emergency measures were flawless. However, even with his quick movements, he was still a step too late. He had just opened his communication magic item and hadn't even had a chance to speak when a dazzling rainbow of light containing terrifying energy shot down from the starry sky, instantly covering the entire Celestial Pass. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Under the continuous bombardment, the protective shield covering the Celestial Pass shattered like a soap bubble after only a few breaths. Amidst the deafening roar, a barrage of attacks rained down, shattering the Celestial Bridge and gates. Even the queuing Celestial starships were caught in the crossfire, indiscriminately engulfed by the concentrated energy bombardment. The monitoring room, located on the outermost edge of the Celestial Pass, was the first to be exposed to the energy assault. In the blink of an eye, the intense energy bombardment completely engulfed the monitoring room. The blue-robed deacon disciple, preparing to call for backup, only managed to utter a few words before being torn to shreds by the terrifying energy shock, leaving not even a complete corpse. Under the intense energy bombardment, even the commercial celestial starships with weaker protective shields were not spared, blasted into countless fragments in a short time. The celestial starships that managed to withstand the first wave of attacks scattered in panic, plunging the entire Celestial Pass into chaos. The Celestial Guards responsible for protecting the pass arrived shortly after receiving the news, but were also overwhelmed by the energy bombardment before even a quarter of an hour had passed. The intense energy bombardment continued for a full quarter of an hour without respite. In that short span of time, the Immortal Gate was destroyed, the star core shattered, and after the energy bombardment, the once majestic and imposing Immortal Gate was reduced to nothing but a pile of black smoke-filled ruins. Even the supporting framework was nearly collapsed. Clumps of residual energy dust floated among the ruins like wisps of mist, a desolate scene in the gentle breeze. Several private immortal ships and commercial starships, having anticipated the attack and possessing decent defenses and speed, managed to escape the energy blast's reach before being completely destroyed, thus surviving. Once the energy bombardment subsided, the survivors went aboard the decks, still horrified by the distant wreckage. Just as they were still reeling from the shock, thinking they had finally escaped, someone suddenly cried out, "Look! What's that?" Everyone looked up and saw a massive immortal ship emerging from the energy dust, heading towards them. The celestial vessel was enormous, its imposing presence like a mobile celestial palace, bringing them immense pressure. However, it wasn't just this one vessel. Behind it, a second, a third, a fourth, an immeasurable dragon of celestial vessels stretched from before them into the distant starry sky, endless and seemingly without end. On each of these vessels was a live flight crane-shaped emblem. The crowd paled in horror. The Celestial Alliance. It's the Celestial Alliance's celestial vessels. The Celestial Alliance. The Celestial Alliance has attacked. Ren Shui Immortal Pass wasn't the only pass under attack. Similar events occurred almost simultaneously at dozens of passes along the border of the Immortal Palace. Although the Immortal Palace responded swiftly upon receiving the news, rapidly mobilizing nearby patrol envoys and garrison commanders with celestial guards to intercept them, the Celestial Alliance's allied forces were well prepared and would not fear these hastily assembled celestial guards. Under the overwhelming firepower of the Immortal Alliance's allied forces, these immortal guards quickly retreated, unable to halt the advance of the allied forces. The Immortal Palace immediately dispatched immortal guards from its main star region to provide support. However, how could the Immortal Alliance not have anticipated this? At the same time as the Immortal Palace's troop redeployment, all the space teleportation arrays serving as anchor points in that star field were subjected to a suicide attack. Even though the Immortal Palace had preemptively replaced the personnel stationed at the large space teleportation arrays, a large number of arrays inevitably fell under the control of the Immortal Alliance, losing their function as special anchor points. Fortunately, the Immortal Palace had received prior warning. Although the time was short and the number of targets removed was small, it was still far better than being completely unaware. With the efforts of the temporarily reassigned disciples, many space teleportation arrays were saved, preventing the Immortal Alliance's fleet from directly penetrating the heart of the Immortal Palace. But this only delayed the advance for a short time. The Immortal Alliance came prepared this time, possessing not only ample troops but also extraordinary firepower. Caught off guard, the Immortal Palace, despite its all-out effort, suffered repeated defeats. Over the course of months, star cluster after star cluster fell, and the Immortal Palace's defensive perimeter shrank further and further. The shadow of war loomed over everyone. A sense of unease permeated the entire Immortal Palace, even the air seemed thick with tension, filled with anxiety and uncertainty about the future. The inviting Moon Immortal Palace, located in the heart of the Immortal Palace, with the Immortal Palace's main star field as a shield in front and the free and unfettered Immortal Palace providing support from behind, was fortunate enough to remain untouched by the war, barely preserving some of the former peace of the Immortal Palace. However, it was foreseeable that if the war continued, it would eventually be drawn into the conflict, losing its peace. Moreover, as a member of the Immortal Palace, the inviting Moon Immortal Palace, though not on the front lines of the war, could not truly remain inactive. For the past few months, everyone in the inviting Moon Palace has put aside their original duties and devoted all their energy to preparing strategic supplies and providing medical assistance to the front lines. The once empty star palaces of the inviting Moon Palace are now filled with wounded soldiers evacuated from the front lines. Even Wu Wei's embracing Moon Palace has not been spared. Many normally unused palaces have been occupied by the wounded. Wu Wei, skilled in healing magic, has been in charge of the placement and treatment of the wounded for the past few months. Although his main focus isn't on this, his experience has allowed him to handle the task with ease, without causing any problems. Have the newly arrived wounded been settled? Wu Wei asked Huang Fuqi behind him. They've all been settled, Huang Fuqi replied. As per your instructions, these wounded have been arranged in the Moonflower Palace. My junior brother has already gone to count the number of people and check their injuries. Wu Wei nodded slightly. They had been doing these things for months, so there was no need to worry about any problems. He took the ledger from Huang Fuqi and checked the inventory of spiritual herbs and pills in Yaoyu Immortal Palace again, sighing inwardly. Even with repeated frugality, the palace's spiritual herbs and pills were almost used up. The situation of Xianmeo Palace was truly dire. Even though he himself had no sense of belonging to Xianmeo Palace, he couldn't help but worry for them. If the fighting continued like this, Xianmeo Palace probably wouldn't last much longer. Oh well, if it really came to last stand, he would try to save as many familiar people as possible from Yaoyu Immortal Palace. As for the others in Xianmeo Palace, he couldn't and didn't have the ability to care. Thinking of this, Wu Wei closed the ledger and couldn't help but look up again, gazing towards the direction of Yaoyu Palace. For the past few months, he had been trying to steal the Spirit Cleansing Tower. Unfortunately, probably because of the threat posed by the Immortal Alliance, Yaoyu had been guarding the Spirit Cleansing Tower even more closely than before, never letting it out of her sight for a moment. He tried many methods but couldn't find a way to get close to the Spirit Cleansing Tower, even after cracking the unlocking method of the wooden box. If this continued, he might have to wait until the Immortal Palace was completely destroyed before he could get his hands on the Spirit Cleansing Tower. It would be such a pity if the Immortal Palace, a dignified level 5 civilization, were to perish like this. That's trillions of people. If only they could all be converted into his followers. Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh again. Is there really no way? Huang Fuqi, standing behind him, assumed he was worried about the future of the Immortal Palace and couldn't help but sigh as well. Your Highness, don't worry too much. Man proposes, God disposes. If it really can't hold on, then it's the Immortal Palace's destiny to suffer this calamity. There's no escaping it. The two were thinking on completely different wavelengths, yet at this moment they strangely connected, and surprisingly, quite smoothly. Just as the two were chatting idly, suddenly, an energy fluctuation came from the air not far away. The two stopped talking and turned to look. Suddenly, a thick mist gathered in the air, and then a woman in a light yellow dress flew out of the mist and landed gracefully on the ground. Huang Fuqi was taken aback when he saw her. 17th sister, what brings you here? Your Majesty, third brother. The woman bowed to the two of them and went straight to the point without any pleasantries. His Majesty has ordered that your Majesty proceed to the main palace immediately, without delay. Her expression was serious, and her deep eyes held an undeniable sense of suppression and urgency. Wu Wei and Huang Fuqi immediately realized something had happened. I understand. I'll be right there. Wu Wei didn't bother to ask any questions and casually told Huang Fuqi before using the teleportation array to rush to the main palace of the Inviting Moon Immortal Palace, the Inviting Moon Palace. To his surprise, almost at the same moment he arrived at the Inviting Moon Palace, the other two teleportation arrays in the teleportation hall also lit up, and Mo Tingmei and Wang Bian appeared in the hazy light of the teleportation arrays. "Senior brother, what happened?" The two noticed Wu Wei as soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array and quickly came over to ask what was going on. Wu Wei shook his head. "I was wondering about that too." Just then, Elder Yazoo appeared at the entrance of the teleportation hall, bowed slightly to the three of them, and solemnly said, "The three of you, please follow me." Chapter 511 Master, no. Wu Wei, Mo Tingmei, and Wang Bian exchanged a glance and followed, puzzled. Elder Yazoo led them out of the main hall through a secluded door and then flew away. Elder Yazoo remained silent throughout the journey. The three tried several times to ask what was wrong, but to no avail. Their already troubled minds grew increasingly uneasy. Soon, they were led to a secluded palace. This palace looked quite inconspicuous. If there was anything different about it compared to the other palaces in Yaoyu Palace, it was its exceptionally remote location and the unusually few celestial guards at its entrance. If Elder Yazoo hadn't personally led them there, none of them would have noticed this palace under normal circumstances. Elder Yazoo led the three into the palace, carefully closed the door, and then opened all the restrictions within the palace before finally letting out a slight sigh of relief. Mo Tingmei watched Elder Yazoo's actions with growing suspicion, her delicate brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Seeing that Elder Yazoo had finally stopped, she couldn't help but speak up. "Elder Yazoo, can you tell us what happened now?" "Wait a moment." Elder Yazoo still didn't explain, but turned and walked to the bronze cauldron in the center of the hall, raising her hand to brush against the Teoti pattern on the cauldron. A faint light instantly lit up on the Teoti pattern. The next moment, the inner wall of the hall slid to the left and right like a door, and a long staircase appeared behind the open door. Wu Wei and the other two were immediately stunned. "Elder, what is this?" Wang Bian frowned and looked at Elder Yazoo. If it was just a normal summons, there was no need to make it so complicated. He really couldn't understand what was going on with all this mystery. "Please, the three of you, His Majesty is waiting for you downstairs." Elder Yazoo didn't say much, only gave a simple explanation, and took the lead down the steps. Wu Wei and the other two had no choice but to suppress their doubts and follow her again. A mist shrouded the steps, preventing their divine senses from discerning what lay beyond. But no matter how long the steps, they would eventually reach the bottom. Before long, the four had reached the end of the steps. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding mist had dissipated, revealing a small celestial harbor hidden among the clouds. In the harbor, a small celestial boat was moored. "I never imagined there would be such a hidden world beneath this palace." Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. He had thought there would be an underground palace or something similar beneath it, but it turned out to be a celestial harbor. His gaze swept over the celestial boat moored in the harbor, then suddenly stopped. "The guest under the moon." Hearing this, Wang Bian and Mo Tingmei were both taken aback. Although it does resemble one, this celestial boat is so small. Mo Tingmei wondered, how could it be the guest under the moon? Wang Bian, trusting Wu Wei, remained silent, but a hint of doubt also appeared on his face. Elder Yazoo glanced at Wu Wei with surprise. "Your Highness has a good memory. It is indeed the guest under the moon. I knew it was impossible for two identical celestial vessels to exist in this world," Wu Wei said with realization. "I never imagined the guest under the moon could even change its size. It's quite an unexpected design." Although this celestial vessel was much smaller than the guest under the moon he remembered, Wu Wei had scanned it with his divine essence. Data was recorded in his divine essence for every detail. The celestial vessel before him was exactly the same as the guest under the moon in both appearance and decorative details. Even the subtle color differences on the surface coating caused by years of maintenance were identical. It had to be the guest under the moon. He couldn't think of any other possibility. But why did Elder Yazoo bring them to such a secluded celestial port? And how did the passenger celestial vessel guest under the moon end up here? Just as Wu Wei was vaguely guessing something, Elder Yazoo had already led the three of them through the protective shield of the immortal ship and onto the deck of the Moonlight Guest. "You've arrived." They had barely stood still when a familiar voice came from not far away. Wu Wei turned his head abruptly and saw a familiar figure slowly walking towards them. Her moon-white dress swayed gently with her steps, indescribably beautiful. This figure was none other than Yao Yu. Master! Master! Upon seeing her, Wang Bian and Mo Tingmei quickly stepped forward to greet her. Master, did you summon us here in such a hurry because you have some task to assign? Mo Tingmei asked respectfully, is there some situation on the front lines? Hearing this, Yao Yu paused slightly, a trace of sorrow flashing in her usually clear, glass-like eyes. Indeed, something has happened on the front lines. She lowered her gaze, speaking calmly and in a deep voice. Therefore, I have a task for you. Master, please give your orders. Mo Tingmei instinctively felt this task wouldn't be simple, and immediately stepped forward, clasping her hands in a respectful bow to Yao Yu, her eyes resolute in her determination. As long as it's for the sake of Xianmeo Palace, this disciple will complete the task even if it means sacrificing myself. Indeed. Now is a critical moment for the survival of Xianmeo Palace. As members of Xianmeo Palace, we have already disregarded our own lives. Master, please give your orders without hesitation. Wang Bian added, his expression equally firm. I believe in your determination, and I also believe that you are capable of completing this task. Yao Yu said, raising her eyes and looking intently at the three of them. The task I'm giving you is to immediately take the core inheritance of Xianmeo Palace and leave this place, escaping as far as possible. What? Wang Bian was stunned. Mo Tingmei's eyes widened in disbelief, for a moment almost wondering if she was hallucinating from her nervousness. However, Yao Yu's seemingly tangible gaze made their hearts sink, instantly realizing one thing, they hadn't misheard, she was serious. No. Master, I won't leave. Mo Tingmei suddenly reacted, immediately trying to leave the guest under the moon. She wasn't stupid, a little thought revealed that her master had Elder Yazhu bring them to the immortal ship, most likely intending for them to leave directly on the guest under the moon. However, having made this decision, how could Yao Yu allow them to refuse? Mo Tingmei's escape technique had barely begun when Yao Yu reached out and pulled her directly from the escape light. Under absolute power, Mo Tingmei had no chance to struggle and was immediately pressed back onto the deck. Fearing Mo Tingmei would struggle recklessly, Yao Yu also sealed her immortal energy. Having done this, Yao Yu's figure flickered and left the deck, appearing instantly at the immortal port. The runic palace lanterns floating above the immortal port emitted a hazy halo, outlining her lonely figure. She turned and gazed at the three people on the immortal boat, speaking slowly. The seal on the immortal essence will automatically unseal in half a quarter of an hour at most. I have left the inheritance jade slip in the main control room of Moonlight Guest. You can find it when you go there. I can no longer protect you, you are on your own. By the end, her voice was somewhat hoarse, but her will remained firm and unwavering. After speaking, she reached out and placed her hand on the stern of Moonlight Guest, a resolute glint flashing in her clear, glassy eyes. Seeing this, Wu Wei understood what she wanted to do, but he sighed and did not stop her. No. Master. No. Mo Tingmei also understood and cried out in despair. Seeing her like this, Yao Yu's eyes dimmed slightly, a hint of pity flashing in them. However, her movements didn't falter at all. With a burst of energy from her palm, the guest under the moon shot out like an arrow, hurtling straight into the void. The guest under the moon's autopilot program had been pre-programmed, and once activated, it immediately began flying at full speed along its preset trajectory. Soon, the small celestial port disappeared from the three-site. On the deck, Mo Tingmei's emotions had completely collapsed. If Wang Bian hadn't caught her, she probably would have collapsed onto the deck. Compared to her, Wang Bian was relatively calm, but his brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. Seeing them like this, Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he had a vague premonition when he first saw the guest under the moon, though it wasn't very clear. Now, his premonition had finally become a reality. He shook his head, sighing as he offered a soothing remark, you two are only at the 10th level of the immortal realm, at most you can only exert the combat power of the 11th level of the true immortal realm. Even if you stay, it won't change the course of the battle. I know. Wang Bian gritted his teeth, unable to resist looking at Wu Wei. Cousin, is there really no way? Although he had long vowed to dedicate everything to his lord, the immortal palace was, after all, his home, and if possible, he didn't want his hometown to be destroyed by war. I can't really say what to do. Wu Wei sighed, keep an eye on Mo Tingmei, I'll go check on the situation. With that, he closed his folding fan and took a light step forward. In an instant, he vanished into thin air like a fleeting shadow. Seeing this, Wang Bian's eyes lit up, and he immediately closed his eyes and began to pray quietly. On the other side, Yao Yu had personally seen Mo Tingyi and the others off, and she was also feeling uneasy. She stood quietly on the dock, her eyes gazing blankly at the vast, tranquil void before her, lost in thought. Miss Yazoo looked at her with some concern. Yao Yu sighed, coming back to her senses. Let's go. She led Yazoo away from the secluded celestial harbor, returned to her room to retrieve the soul cleansing tower, gave Yazoo a few more instructions, entrusted everything in the Yao Yu celestial palace to her, and then stepped onto the special teleportation array heading towards the main palace of the celestial Misty Palace. Half an hour ago, news came from the main palace of the celestial Misty Palace that the main force of the Celestial Alliance had finally broken through the defenses and entered the main star domain. The last line of defense of the celestial Misty Palace was on the verge of collapse. Now, she was going to fight the Celestial Alliance to the death, to live and die with the celestial Misty Palace. She raised her hand and activated the special teleportation array. Streams of light flowed through the complex array inscriptions, and a dazzling light instantly enveloped her entire body. However, just as the teleportation was about to begin, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the teleportation array. That face, that figure, she would never forget it, even in her dreams. Yao Yu's expression went blank for a moment, then instantly turned to astonishment, bewilderment, and disbelief. Wang Dong. What are you doing here? Since we're leaving, why don't we go together? Wu Wei looked at her, a smile playing on his lips. How could such an exciting final battle be complete without me? Chapter 512 The Battle for Immortal Lord. How do you know about the final battle? Yao Yu asked instinctively, then realized something was wrong. Wait, this isn't the time to talk about this, you need to leave. She tried to push Wu Wei out of the teleportation array. The main star region wasn't safe, and Wang Dong wasn't even from the Immortal Palace. She really didn't want to implicate him. However, the teleportation array had already activated when Wu Wei entered, and in the blink of an eye, the special power surging from it completely enveloped them. Yao Yu's push passed right through Wu Wei's body. She was stunned. It's useless. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow at her. The teleportation has already begun. Yao Yu frowned. You did this on purpose. Of course. Wu Wei naturally understood what she meant and nodded calmly. If I hadn't come in at the right time, given your personality, you would never have agreed to let me go with you. You. Yao Yu gritted her teeth in anger, wanting to forcibly send him out regardless. But the teleportation had already begun. If she were to forcibly push him out with her immortal energy now, not only would her own teleportation be interrupted, but he might also suffer severe injuries. With his current cultivation level, a mishap could even damage his very foundation. After much hesitation, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to do it. Fine, if you want to come, then come with that. She abruptly turned away, refusing to look at Wu Wei again. Seeing this, Wu Wei couldn't help but smile. It must be said that although Yao Yu was stubborn and always liked to act like an elder, she was quite adorable at times. To be honest, he had followed her not because he cared much about the survival of the Immortal Palace, but because the Spirit Cleansing Tower was still with Yao Yu, and he didn't want to forcibly take it. He had to stay close to find an opportunity. Putting everything else aside, he couldn't let Yao Yu die on the battlefield, could he? As they spoke, the light emitted by the special teleportation array grew increasingly dazzling, and gradually, the figures of the two people in the teleportation array were completely engulfed by the light. A moment later, the light faded, and the two figures were no longer visible in the teleportation array. At the same time, a spatial teleportation array in the main hall of the Immortal Palace suddenly lit up. Soon, Yao Yu and Wu Wei appeared within the array. Elder Yao Yu, a female cultivator in a red dress, who had been busy in the hall, was startled to see the two teleported in. Seeing Yao Yu about to leave as soon as she stepped out of the array, she rushed over and grabbed her, urgently saying, Elder Yao Yu, why are you here? Did the Immortal Lord order you to leave immediately with the inheritance? Before Yao Yu could react, Wu Wei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So, the one who should have left was actually you? You didn't want to, so you passed the problem to Mo Tingyi. He had been wondering how the core inheritance of the Immortal Palace ended up in Yao Yu's hands, and now it turned out to be like this? This isn't the time to talk about these things. Yaoi was somewhat embarrassed, but she still remembered what was most important right now. She pulled away from the red-robed elder's hand and said earnestly, "Senior sister I am one of the 9 grand elders and a pillar of the Immortal Palace. Now, at this critical juncture for the Immortal Palace, how can I abandon everyone and leave alone? What would I become? As for the issue of the inheritance, you can rest assured. I have already ordered my personal disciple, Mo Tingmei, to take the inheritance with her. With her aptitude, reaching the 13th level Golden Immortal Realm should not be a problem, and she will surely ensure the continuation of the inheritance." But, the red-robed elder wanted to persuade her further, but Yaoi abruptly interrupted her. "My mind is made up, you don't need to persuade me anymore." "Hey you, why are you still so stubborn?" The red-robed elder stamped her foot in frustration. But she was just a 12th level Heavenly Immortal Realm elder in charge, and even if the two had a good relationship, there was nothing she could do if Yaoi insisted on keeping her. Just as the two were at an impasse, suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from outside. Outside the palace, a battle raged, the sounds of fighting and explosions filling the air. This deafening roar, however, wasn't particularly prominent amidst the chaos. Wu Wei, however, suddenly changed his expression and grabbed Yaoyu, who was about to speak. "Don't say anything, something's happened." "What happened?" Yaoyu was still puzzled when Wu Wei pulled her to the palace entrance. There, in the sky above, the protective shield that had enveloped the entire Immortal Palace like a dome was now covered in terrifying cracks. Just as Wu Wei and the others looked over, the massive shield shattered before their eyes, disintegrating into countless fragments of light that vanished into the sky. The great protective array guarding the Immortal Palace had broken. Yaoyu and the red-robed elder were both stunned. This protective array was the most powerful in the entire Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace had stood for hundreds of thousands of years, and this array had protected it for hundreds of thousands of years. They had never imagined that this protective array would one day break. For a moment, neither of them could react. Wu Wei had already anticipated this when he invited you over, so he wasn't particularly surprised, though he did frown. At this moment, the others in the Immortal Palace had also noticed a broken formation. The clanging of bells echoed throughout the entire palace. Panic gripped everyone, even the previously orderly teleportation hall was thrown into disarray, and the air itself seemed thick with tension. But this wasn't the worst of it. Just as the red-robed elder reacted and began trying to calm the crowd, another deafening roar came from outside. Simultaneously, terrifying energy shockwaves swept in from the horizon, instantly reaching the location of the main hall. Previously protected by the formation, the hall had been relatively safe, but now that the protective formation was broken, the entire hall was exposed to the terrifying energy shockwaves like a peeled egg. Under the impact of the energy, countless crystal windows shattered, the curtains hanging in the hall fluttered wildly, and even the heavy wooden doors at the entrance opened and closed repeatedly, as if they might collapse at any moment. The entire hall was instantly thrown into chaos. But this was not the worst of it. What truly alarmed them was the terrifying pressure emanating from the sky. There weren't just one, but two pressures. Besides the familiar, mountain-like pressure belonging to the Immortal Lord, there was another equally terrifying pressure, sharp as a razor-sharp blade, both causing fear and trembling. The two pressures pressed down in layers, making everyone in the hall feel as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, almost suffocating them. Amidst the chaos, only Yaoyu and Wu Wei remained calm. "Everyone, calm down," Yaoyu said solemnly, releasing the pressure of a 13th level Golden Immortal. This imposing aura, normally terrifying, now possessed a remarkable calming effect. The panicked crowd immediately regained some composure. The red-robed elder also calmed down and quickly arranged for the activation of the backup protective formation within the main hall to withstand the external energy impact. While the red-robed elder was directing the operation, Yaoyu and Wu Wei looked up together. At least tens of thousands of miles above them, in the sky, two blurry figures were fiercely battling amidst the howling winds. With each clash of their attacks, terrifying energy shockwaves swept across the heavens, the clouds churning, and even space itself distorted, tearing open deep, dark spatial rifts. Even Yaoyu and Wu Wei were alarmed by this sight. Weaker cultivators would likely be unable to even approach the battlefield. Suddenly, the two figures in the sky clashed again, one of them struck by the other and slammed violently down from the sky. Where the figure passed, a long white line of energy appeared in the sky, stretching down from the vast heavens. Bang! In the blink of an eye, The figure had traversed tens of thousands of miles and slammed heavily onto the stone steps at the entrance of the main hall. A deafening roar echoed as the wide, majestic stone steps collapsed and caved in, causing the entire teleportation hall to tremble. The figure was instantly buried beneath countless rubble. Everyone in the hall was immediately shocked. "Master!" Yaoyu cried out anxiously, rushing out of the hall and appearing at the edge of the massive crater created by the collapse. However, before she could even begin digging, the crater, buried under countless rubble, exploded open, and a figure burst forth. This figure wore a deep blue robe with wide sleeves, a tall crown, and a wide belt, exuding an extraordinary aura. Even though his face was somewhat pale, his bearing and character were still captivating. The figure was none other than the current head of the Immortal Palace, the misty Immortal Lord. "Master, are you alright?" Yaoyu looked up at him with concern. "Yaoyu, what's wrong?" The misty Immortal Lord was taken aback when he saw her. However, this moment of surprise lasted less than a breath. Based on his years of understanding of Yaoyu, he understood almost instantly, and then couldn't help but sigh. "Fine, since you don't want to leave, then stay." Ho. Just as he was speaking, a wild laugh suddenly came from above. "Yaoyu, your disciple's not bad. It would be a pity to die here like this. Why not follow me, the Immortal Lord?" As he spoke, a black figure shot down from the sky like an arrow, and almost at the same time as the words fell, the figure was already close. It was a red-haired youth, dressed in black like a prison, with red hair like fire, and his temperament was as flamboyant as the blazing sun. His entire being, even every single hair, radiated a fierce sword intent. A mischievous smile graced his handsome face, arrogant and domineering, as if he didn't care about anyone at all. "Junlai, you're courting death." The misty Immortal Lord's face turned cold, his eyes shooting straight at the youth like lightning. It turned out that this youth was none other than one of the two Immortal Lords leading the Immortal Alliance this time, Immortal Lord Junlai. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Dragon Girl's Pure Heart. Wu Wei frowned as he listened in the main hall, then suddenly grabbed a wounded white-robed disciple beside him. "Brother, what's the background of this Immortal Lord Junlai?" The disciple was taken aback, then reacted after a second. "You're asking about Immortal Lord Junlai? He's one of the 4 guardian immortals of the Immortal Alliance, and the sword master of the Laotian sword sect." Hearing the two talking about Immortal Lord Junlai, another disciple leaned over and whispered to Wu Wei, "Senior Brother Wang, don't let his appearance fool you. He's the youngest of the 4 guardian immortals of the Immortal Alliance, but he's actually over 20,000 years old. He only maintains his youthful appearance because of his cultivation technique. I've heard that at least 30 to 180 civilizations have been destroyed by this Immortal Lord's sword. He's an absolute nemesis. Indeed. This sword master's strength is quite formidable even among Tai Golden Immortals, and he's a sword cultivator most skilled in combat. It's only because he's our Immortal Lord that he's so powerful. If it were any other level 14 Tai Golden Immortal here, they wouldn't have lasted this long. They'd probably be injured after just a few exchanges." The disciple who spoke this had a proud and honorable expression on his face. The Immortal Palace and the Immortal Alliance had been enemies for quite some time, and they spoke of the Immortal Alliance's powerful figures with ease and familiarity. Just then, the loud laughter of Immortal Lord Junlai echoed from outside the hall once again. "Pio mio, you're still the same as ever." A wicked smile played on the red-haired youth's face. "Unfortunately, you've been boasting too soon. You could have defeated me 3,000 years ago, but that may not be the case now." A dangerous glint appeared on the majestic face of the Pio mio Immortal Lord. "So, you've come to avenge the sword strike from last time. Enough nonsense. Draw your sword." The Junlai Immortal Lord flicked his sword, instantly transforming into a beam of sword light as he charged towards the Pio mio Immortal Lord. The sword light was like flames, seemingly capable of incinerating all the heavens and myriad realms. The surrounding eaves and palace walls trembled slightly, and even the long swords in the hands of the sword cultivator disciples hummed as if in awe. The Pio mio Immortal Lord's expression hardened, and he immediately summoned a sword. That sword was longer and more slender than ordinary swords, yet it exuded a mysterious and ethereal spiritual aura, like the first ray of dawn scattered across the world at the beginning of time, carrying a gentle warmth that seemed to nurture endless life. Both his sword intent and Wu Wei's sword intent were related to light and fire, yet they were completely opposite, going in opposite directions. Strangely, although their sword intents were drastically different, their sword gestures and even the aura of immortal energy emanating from their bodies were remarkably similar, clearly originating from the same source, perhaps even sharing the same lineage. However, at this moment, few people besides Wu Wei would notice this detail, because the instant Wu Wei summoned his immortal sword, Wu Wei's sword light, seemingly capable of incinerating all the heavens and myriad worlds, had already reached him. Boom! The two diametrically opposed sword intents collided suddenly, their terrifying power exploding like a nuclear explosion, the shockwave instantly sweeping across the entire immortal palace. Without the protection of the protective array, in just a short instant, at least half of the vast and endless immortal palace was razed to the ground, and the remaining half was on the verge of collapse. Even the teleportation hall where Wu Wei and the others were located suffered a huge impact. The backup protective array, which had been painstakingly activated, almost collapsed under the strain. Fortunately, Yao Ayu at the entrance reacted quickly, returning immediately to stabilize the great formation, preventing the disciples inside the main hall, who were either injured or crippled, from becoming like the cultivators outside whose immortal formations had been destroyed and who had no support, spinning like tops in the wind. After receiving a blow from Immortal Lord Junli, Immortal Lord Piao glanced around, his brows furrowing immediately. "This is not the place to fight, go up," he said to Immortal Lord Junli in a deep voice, then his figure flickered, instantly transforming into a hazy ray of morning light and rushing straight into the sky above. "Ho ha ho ha good!" Immortal Lord Junli roared, his sword stance changing, and immediately followed. In the blink of an eye, the two were once again rushing into the sky tens of thousands of miles above the ground, and the fierce battle broke out again. Wu Wei, Yao Ayu, and the others stood below, only able to see the two figures clashing and the terrifying energy impacts that kept erupting. They had already experienced how terrifying those energy impacts were. If the two did not change battlefields, it was hard to say how many halls in this immortal palace would still be standing after a few moves. However, it wasn't easy for a powerhouse at the Tai Gold and Immortal level to determine a victor so quickly. After watching for a while, everyone's attention gradually shifted to other matters. Now that the Immortal Palace's grand formation had been broken, and battles were raging throughout the palace, they had many things to do and didn't have much energy to spend watching the fighting. Wu Wei also didn't have much interest in the battle between the misty Immortal Lords. However, just as he turned to say a few words to Yao Ayu, the sky suddenly rippled like a vast ocean. He paused and looked up abruptly. It was a place as vast as the sea, shimmering with a clear blue light. The waves were layered and boundless, yet they seemed not to exist in this space. Only the sound of crashing waves and surging hurricanes could be heard, but not a single drop of water fell, like an illusion. Only a heavy pressure continuously spread from the sky, as if the Milky Way was about to collapse, making people's hearts pound with fear. "What's going on?" A cry of surprise rang out beside Wu Wei. The white-robed disciple whom Wu Wei had pulled over also noticed the scene, his sword slipping from his grasp and nearly slicing Wu Wei's clothes in the process. Wu Wei glanced at him, about to speak, when suddenly his expression hardened, and he looked up again. A colossal dragon shadow flashed through the layers of illusions. The dragon shadow was entirely azure, its scales rugged, and a pair of golden horns stood erect like coral. Although it existed only in the illusion, the pressure it exuded was still solemn and majestic, even more terrifying than the vast blue sea it inhabited. At the same moment the dragon shadow appeared, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a woman who appeared to be in her prime. She held a long, gleaming golden spear upside down, and slowly emerged from the illusion, stepping across the vast blue sea. She was tall, a head taller than most girls, with a pair of small, exquisite golden dragon horns on her forehead. A small, gilded crown adorned her high-swept, jet-black hair, giving her a noble and imposing appearance. The strong winds blowing against her caused her azure robe embroidered with dragon patterns to billow, her aura as domineering and awe-inspiring as a king sitting on his throne. A single glance from her phoenix eyes revealed boundless majesty. The white-robed disciple's expression changed drastically. "Dragon Maiden Suzin. How could it be her? And who is this Dragon Maiden Suzin?" Wu Wei asked, frowning. Dragon Maiden Susan is the eldest daughter of the Dragon Clan and one of the 4 guardian immortals of the Immortal Alliance, the white-robed disciple explained rapidly. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that she awakened the Azure Dragon bloodline at birth, possessing extremely strong combat power and currently being the Dragon Clan's foremost warrior. If the current Dragon Emperor weren't her biological father, she would have long been hailed as the new Dragon Emperor based on her strength and prestige within the Dragon Clan. Even if she weren't the Dragon Emperor yet, many demon clans under the Dragon Clan respect her and obey her commands. Dragon Maiden Susan has a phantom fox under her command, known as 1,000 Faces in 1,000 Forms. At this moment, Yaoyu's voice suddenly rang out from the side. Wu Wei turned his head and saw that her moon-like face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, dark and frightening. She continued, when I saw Ran-Face testimony before, I suspected that the lord he mentioned might be that fox. The Dragon Maiden Susan might be involved in the Immortal Alliance's actions against us this time, but I'm not entirely sure. After all, although the Dragon Clan is small in number, their formidable fighting power gives them a high status within the Immortal Alliance. If the Dragon Clan is involved in this matter. Yaoyu didn't finish her sentence, her expression growing increasingly grave. As she spoke, in the sky above, the Dragon Maiden Susan had already joined the battle between Immortal Lord Jun Lai and Immortal Lord Piao Miao. Her golden spear sliced through the sky, its domineering aura as fierce as a roaring dragon, instantly unleashing boundless pressure. The shimmering blue waves above the sky surged with an indescribable power, making her spear heavier and more powerful, as if a casual thrust could pierce the heavens. Within a few moves, Immortal Lord Piao Miao was at a disadvantage, firmly suppressed by the combined forces of Immortal Lord Jun Lai and Dragon Maiden Susan. It's over. 1 against 2, the Immortal Lord has no chance at all. The white-robed disciple watched anxiously, unconsciously gripping his sword tightly, wishing he could rush in to help. The expressions of the other disciples in the hall were also tense, filled with anxiety and fear. A pessimistic mood gradually spread throughout the hall, many disciples becoming listless, feeling that their perseverance and fighting had become a futile struggle, and that continuing to persist was meaningless. HMPH. You've already chickened out before the battle even begins. Is this how your masters taught you? Just then, a cold snort filled with anger suddenly came from the hall. A teleportation array in the hall had been activated at some point, and a dignified old man with a long beard walked out. He looked as if he had just finished fighting. His elaborate and heavy immortal robe was wrinkled, stained with blood in several places, and even torn in some places, but his surging aura was even stronger than usual, like a dormant volcano about to erupt, making people's hearts tremble. Immortal Venerable Honghu. The battle at your immortal palace is over. Yaoi was somewhat surprised to see him. The disciples in the hall were also surprised and hurriedly straightened their postures to pay their respects. These disciples had all been withdrawn from the battlefield due to serious injuries. Some were missing arms or legs, while others were temporarily unable to move due to the use of secret techniques, and they all looked miserable. Seeing this, the anger on Immortal Venerable Honghu's face softened somewhat. He nodded to them, offered a word of encouragement, and then explained to Yaoyu, half an hour ago, the pressure on the battlefield outside Honghu Immortal Palace suddenly decreased, and all the elite immortal guards from the Immortal Alliance disappeared. I also received news from the main palace and guessed that the situation was not good, so I rushed over immediately. As for you, what are you doing here? As the most powerful elder of the Immortal Palace, he naturally knew about the Immortal Lord's decision. Seeing Yaoi here was naturally unexpected for him. As the Grand Elder of the Immortal Palace, I naturally have to live and die with the Immortal Palace. Yaoi's tone was calm, as if stating a matter of course. Upon hearing this, Immortal Venerable Honghu was silent for a moment, then suddenly his brows relaxed and he smiled. Good. The Grand Elder of my Immortal Palace should naturally have the courage to face death. Yaoi, for this alone, I, Honghu, respect and admire you. Then, he suddenly changed his tone. However, having courage is a good thing, but now is not the time for you to die for me. I am the first Grand Elder under the Immortal Lord, and now that the Immortal Lord is incapacitated, it is only right that I, the first Grand Elder, should charge into battle. You young people can support us from the rear. After saying this, he no longer looked at Yaoyu, turned around and transformed into a bright streak of light, soaring into the sky and rushing towards the battlefield in the sky. A desperate gamble, unstoppable. Immortal Venerable Honghu. Your Excellency. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the disciples in the hall instantly reddened. They were all well aware of the vast difference in strength between a level 13 Golden Immortal and a level 14 Tai Golden Immortal. Even though Immortal Venerable Honghu is only one step away from the level 14 Golden Immortal, the gap was still terrifyingly large. Whether Immortal Venerable Honghu could return after this journey was uncertain. Chapter 514, Measuring the Sky. As they spoke, the disciples rushed to the hall entrance in a panic. Even those with lower limb disabilities struggled to jump over. At this moment, they disregarded their reverence for Yaoyu's authority, crowding around her, anxiously watching the battlefield in the sky, wishing they could rush in and help. Wu Wei was pushed aside, but he wasn't annoyed. He simply looked at Yaoyu with surprise. Has Immortal Venerable Honghu always been like this? Yes. Yaoyu nodded, her expression somewhat complicated. He has always considered himself the strongest person after the Immortal Lord, believing that charging into battle should be the job of the strong, and that younger disciples only need to cultivate diligently. Therefore, he always charges to the front lines in battle, fearless of death. Over tens of thousands of years, countless disciples in the Immortal Palace have received his protection. Even I received a lot of care from him in my early years. Therefore, even though she disliked Immortal Venerable Honghu's stubbornness and arrogance, she still respected him. Wu Wei was taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized this did indeed seem like the style of Immortal Venerable Honghu. I underestimated him before, he couldn't help but sigh. Just then, the light emanating from Immortal Venerable Honghu had already traversed tens of thousands of miles, rapidly approaching the area where the three Immortal Lords were fighting. The misty Immortal Palace was located in the starry sky, a celestial palace constructed using immortal techniques. The vast expanse of the sky tens of thousands of miles above the palace was, in fact, already part of the starry sky. At this moment, the battle between the three Immortal Lords in the sky had reached its climax. Boom. Boom boom boom. Enormous avatars clashed in the starry sky, sword intents collided constantly, laws intertwined, and the dazzling light from the energy explosions almost illuminated the entire sky with vibrant colors. The misty Immortal Lord was single-handedly holding off Immortal Lord Junli and Dragon Girl Suxin, barely managing to hold on, but his immortal energy was rapidly draining away like a cascading waterfall. His face had unknowingly begun to pale. Since becoming a Celestial Lord, he had been stationed at the misty Celestial Palace, experiencing countless battles, large and small, but this battle was still more difficult than any of his previous ones. Celestial Lord Junli was one thing, the two were old rivals, and they shared the same origin, familiar with each other's attack patterns. Even a normal battle wouldn't be easy to decide a winner. But with the addition of Dragon Maiden Suxin, it was a different story. Dragon Maiden Suxin's spear was powerful and domineering. Although it was pure power, the destructive force born from pure power at its extreme was itself a powerful law, naturally countering his Dawn sword intent, which was centered on the concept of the birth of all things, causing him immense trouble. Boom boom boom. The longsword radiating crimson flames and the spear radiating brilliant golden light arrived one after another. The misty Celestial Lord was completely focused, daring not to be distracted in the slightest. Suddenly, a golden spear pierced through the flames, thrusting straight at him. The timing of Long Nu Suzin's spear strike was too perfect. The misty Immortal Lord was caught off guard and had no time to cast a defensive spell. Forced to act, he had to manipulate his immortal sword to withstand the attack. Boom. The explosive energy instantly detonated, the surrounding space trembled and distorted, and countless deep, dark spatial rifts suddenly appeared. A terrifying shockwave, carrying the power of spatial collapse, rushed towards him. The misty Immortal Lord's azure robes fluttered wildly, yet he stood firm like a rock amidst the raging storm, unmoved by the towering waves. The spatial rifts that approached him vanished instantly. However, the misty Immortal Lord was not a physical cultivator. Such a direct confrontation was too much for him. After only a few breaths, veins bulged on his forehead. Under the relentless pressure of the golden spear, the slender immortal sword, radiating morning light, bent continuously, as if it would shatter at any moment. He was uncontrollably pushed backward, traversing thousands of miles in a short time, crashing violently into a passing meteorite. With a deafening bang, the misty Immortal Lord shuddered and was finally forced to stop. Simultaneously, the meteorite he struck, roughly half the size of Earth, exploded. The misty Immortal Lord uncontrollably coughed up blood. Ha 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 misty, let's see how arrogant you are now. Seeing this, the Junli Immortal Lord let out a hearty laugh. He flicked his immortal sword, and a sword intent as fierce as blazing fire shot towards the misty immortal lord's back like an arrow. At this moment, the immortal lord of the misty realm was still locked in a stalemate with the dragon girl Susan's dragon spear, all his divine sense and immortal energy concentrated on the sword, leaving him no time to deal with the attack from the immortal lord of the Junli realm. In the blink of an eye, the blazing sword intent, seemingly capable of incinerating everything, had already reached several feet behind him. Even through his long robes, he could clearly feel the scorching heat of the sword's essence. The immortal lord of the misty realm's expression changed slightly, preparing to risk injury to withstand the attack. In that split second, the immortal venerable Honghu finally arrived. "Immortal lord, I've come to your aid." He raised his hand, and a jade ruler, seemingly carved from black jade, appeared in his grasp. With a deep shout, he formed hand seals, and surging immortal energy poured into the jade ruler. A beam of light shot out from the jade ruler, striking directly at the immortal lord of the Junli realm, who was attacking the immortal lord of the misty realm with his sword. In an instant, a dazzling light illuminated almost half the starry sky. Junli immortal lord hadn't taken Honghu immortal venerable, a mere 13th level golden immortal, seriously at all. He hadn't initially paid him any mind, but the light seemed to contain the ultimate truths of the universe, radiating a chilling, oppressive aura. Wherever the light touched, even the spatial rifts torn by the terrifying energy impact seemed to be smoothed out instantly by some force. Before the light even touched him, the hairs on his body stood on end. He couldn't take it head-on. A sudden realization dawned on Junli immortal lord. A cultivator's intuition is rarely unfounded. His expression changed, and he decisively abandoned his attack on Piaomio immortal lord, changing his move with lightning speed. In a flash, his immortal sword withdrew, barely blocking the incoming pillar of light. Boom! A terrifying shockwave exploded instantly. Junli immortal lord was caught in the blast at close range and was blasted backward, flying nearly 1,000 meters before finally coming to a stop. How good! A Tai golden immortal is nothing more than this. Having achieved victory with a single strike, Honghu immortal venerable was filled with pride and ambition. Even the unavoidable psychological pressure he felt facing a level 14 expert dissipated considerably. Seeking death. Junli immortal lord's expression darkened, completely unexpected that he would suffer a hidden loss at the hands of a level 13 golden immortal he had completely disregarded. However, his gaze fell upon the black jade ruler floating in front of Honghu immortal venerable, and his eyes suddenly changed. Measuring ruler. Damn it! He knew the measuring ruler must be in the immortal palace. It turned out that the jade ruler in Honghu immortal venerable's hand was called the measuring ruler, seemingly ordinary, but actually an extremely precious chaos spiritual treasure. This chaos treasure was quite famous back in the pure Yang immortal palace era. Although immortal lord Junli had never seen it in person, he had read about it in the sex records and was not unfamiliar with it. The gravity law naturally generated within the measuring ruler was extremely powerful. A level 13 golden immortal would be immediately suppressed to the point of being almost unable to move after being struck by it, and even a level 14 Tai golden immortal would suffer serious injuries if struck head-on. Back then, when the ancestor of the immortal palace, the cave profound ancestor, left the pure Yang immortal palace, he took several chaos treasures with him besides the core inheritance, among which was the measuring ruler. Thinking of all the suffering he had endured due to incomplete inheritance, immortal lord Junli was filled with jealousy and resentment, and couldn't help but let out a heavy snort. It's nothing but relying on the power of magic weapons, nothing of real skill. Immortal venerable Honghu is not bothered at all, so what if you rely on the power of magic weapons? As long as it can restrain you, that's enough. Arrogant. Immortal lord Junli's face grew even more gloomy. This immortal lord will now show you the true strength of a Tai golden immortal. With that, he flicked his immortal sword, and instantly a sword light pierced towards immortal venerable Honghu. The blazing sword intent instantly scorched half of the starry sky. Am I afraid of you? Immortal venerable Honghu snorted coldly, not showing any weakness, and controlled the measuring ruler to meet the attack. In an instant, the two attacks collided again. Dazzling light continuously bloomed, and terrifying shockwaves swept out one after another, and the surrounding starry sky immediately became more and more turbulent. With immortal venerable Honghu holding off immortal lord Junli, immortal lord Piaomio only needed to deal with dragon girl Suxin, significantly reducing the pressure. As the immortal lord of immortal palace, he not only possessed numerous methods but also had a chaos spiritual treasure for protection. Even if Dragon Girl Suxin's attacks were incredibly powerful, defeating her completely would require years, even decades, of entanglement. The battle was temporarily stabilized. In the teleportation hall, the disciples who witnessed this scene through the water mirror couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's great. The Immortal Lord is alright. Although we knew Elder Honghu is powerful, we didn't expect him to be this strong, even able to hold off Immortal Lord Junli. Yes, Elder Honghu's Jade Ruler is amazing. Could that be the legendary Chaos spiritual treasure? It's all thanks to Elder Honghu. The disciples whispered among themselves, their faces relaxed. But Yaoyu's heart remained uneasy. She knew all too well how much the Chaos spiritual treasure consumed. The Immortal Lord, with his 14th level Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation, could easily sustain the Chaos spiritual treasure's consumption, but the Honghu Immortal Venerable, with his 13th level Golden Immortal Cultivation, could only sustain it for 1 or 2 hours at most. Even if the battle was temporarily stabilized, if either the Junli Immortal Lord or the Dragon Girl Suxin couldn't be completely defeated, the Immortal Palace still couldn't reverse the defeat. After a moment's thought, Yaoyu made up her mind, I'll go help the Honghu Immortal Venerable. However, just as she was about to leave, a series of heavy footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the teleportation hall. Immediately afterward, a figure rushed in. Elder, something terrible has happened. Chapter 515 You beast, you're asking for death? Inviting Moon paused. The relaxed atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. The figure, dressed in the standard disciple robes of the Immortal Palace, was clearly an inner disciple. His left side was covered in blood, he had stumbled and fallen to the ground as soon as he entered, struggling several times to get up but failing. It was clear that struggling to get here had exhausted his immortal energy and stamina. Seeing this, the expressions of the disciples in the hall immediately changed. Wu Wei also frowned and cast a healing spell on him. The disciple's injuries visibly began to heal immediately, but he seemed oblivious, still struggling to get up, his face filled with fear and anxiety. Inviting Moon flashed in front of him and said gently, "Don't panic. Calm down. Explain what happened." Elder Inviting Moon. Seeing Inviting Moon, the disciple's eyes lit up as if he had seen hope. He grabbed Joi's skirt and said urgently, "Elder, King Long Gate has fallen." What? Upon hearing this, many disciples in the hall instantly erupted in chaos. What happened? What did Thousand-Faced Illusion Fox do? How could King Long Gate have fallen? King Long Gate has fallen. How is Elder Liu? How are junior brother and senior sister Zhang? Tell me quickly. They immediately rushed to the disciples' side and asked anxiously. King Long Gate was the western gate of the Misty Immortal Palace. Originally, an elder surnamed Liu was in charge, leading the disciples to guard it. Although there were many people in the Misty Immortal Palace, they were all fellow disciples, and there were bound to be many acquaintances. Upon hearing the news, they were all very nervous and hurriedly wanted to ask about the situation of their acquaintances. Yaoi was annoyed by their noise and frowned as she glanced at them. Silence. Everyone immediately quieted down. Their worries remained, but they dared not interrupt again. Only then did Yaoi look at the disciple again. Continue. Thank you, Elder Yaoyu. The disciple, catching his breath, immediately explained the situation haltingly. Although the protective array of the Misty Immortal Palace had been broken, the Misty Immortal Palace had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and its defensive measures naturally included more than just this one array. Beneath the palace complex of the Misty Immortal Palace were several protective restrictions, one of which was specifically designed for cultivators outside the Misty Immortal Palace. Once cultivators outside the Misty Immortal Palace stepped into the territory of the Misty Immortal Palace, the circulation of their immortal energy would be disrupted, and they could only exert up to 70% of their full strength. If they didn't fight, this restriction wouldn't have much of an impact, but in the event of a war, such a weakening would be extremely fatal. In fact, if it weren't for this restriction, the Misty Immortal Palace wouldn't have been able to hold out until now under the powerful offensive of the Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Alliance, of course, wouldn't sit idly by in this situation. They had fought against the Misty Immortal Palace before and were well aware of the weakness of this restriction. As long as any one of the 4 palace gates of the Immortal Palace is breached, the node of the restriction is found and destroyed, and the restriction will naturally become ineffective. However, each of the 4 palace gates is equipped with its own defensive immortal array, making it difficult to breach. However, there are always exceptions. Among the Immortal Alliance forces this time was the thousand-faced illusion fox. She actually disguised herself as a disciple of the Immortal Palace, deceived the garrisoning elder, and infiltrated the Immortal Palace to destroy the Azure Dragon Gate's defensive Immortal Array. The Azure Dragon Gate thus fell. The disciple's eyes reddened as he spoke, and his body trembled slightly uncontrollably. So many senior brothers and sisters have died. Alright, I know. You did very well. Yaoyu patted his shoulder and sighed inwardly. The thousand-faced illusion fox's disguise ability was not very useful in direct combat, but it was extremely difficult to guard against in this chaotic battle. This matter could not really be blamed on the negligence of the Azure Dragon Gate's garrisoning elder. The Azure Dragon Gate's protective barrier must not be damaged. She took a deep breath and turned to Wu Wei. I'll rush to the Azure Dragon Gate to provide support immediately. I'll leave this to you. Wu Wei nodded. Don't worry. Yaoyu gave him a deep look, then her figure flickered and disappeared into hazy moonlight. At the same time, west of the Misty Immortal Palace, inside the Azure Dragon Gate, the disciples of the Misty Immortal Palace had suffered heavy casualties. Elder Liu, who was in charge of the defense, had already perished. The remaining disciples were either injured or dead, and the few who still had fighting power were already at their last gasp. Senior brother, I can't go on, my immortal energy is exhausted. A disciple with thick eyebrows and a square face stopped flying, his face pale and panting heavily. Get up. The blue-robed youth, addressed as senior brother, pulled him to his feet, urging him to continue. If your immortal energy runs out, run on foot. Don't stop. Delay as long as you can. As long as they don't catch us, they won't be able to find the location of the restriction node for a while. Right. Delay as long as you can. Even if we only delay for a quarter of an hour, our fellow disciples in the other places can kill a few more Immortal Alliance scum. The other disciples were also exhausted, but they were still struggling to keep going, clinging to their last bit of spirit. However, they hadn't run far when a silvery, bell-like laugh suddenly came from behind them. How-hee-ha-hee, the laughter was light and melodious, with a seductive ending, indescribably alluring. The disciples' expressions changed drastically. Damn it. It's that demoness. They immediately tried to speed up their escape. However, the moment they took their first step, a hazy red mist drifted swiftly from behind them, transforming into a figure in the blink of an eye and blocking their escape route. It was a woman with a graceful figure. While not exceptionally beautiful, her upturned eyes seemed to possess a captivating allure, her brows and eyes exuding 1,000 charms. She smiled, her long silver hair cascading over her shoulders, a sheer, almost transparent crimson veil trailing on the ground, making her appear like a peony blooming brilliantly under the blazing sun, indescribably alluring and seductive. Yet, faced with such a beauty, the brothers felt no attraction whatsoever. Instead, they were horrified. They turned to run, but at that moment, a large number of Immortal Alliance pursuers had caught up from behind and surrounded them in an instant. How-hee, little brothers, stop struggling in vain. Just obediently submit to your sister, and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, your sister will have to cut open your heads and take out your souls for a good interrogation. The woman looked at them with a smile, her tone innocent, but her words sent chills down their spines. The brothers turned pale with fright, their legs trembling, but they still stubbornly refused to give in. Demoness, give up, we will not yield. That's right. Give up. The others echoed, trembling. Then there's no other way, the woman smiled sweetly, her slender fingers lightly tracing the corners of her lips, her smile meaningful. Minions, do it. Yes, master. The disciples of the Immortal Alliance respectfully accepted the order, then walked towards the brothers with smiles on their faces. The senior brother in blue robes instinctively stepped in front of his junior brothers to protect them, but by now his immortal energy was exhausted, and he was no match for the azure-scaled serpent demon. In just a few moments, he lost the ability to resist and was grabbed by the collar and lifted up by the azure-scaled serpent demon. The azure-scaled serpent demon's right hand formed a claw and reached directly for his head. The surging demonic power concentrated at his fingertips was enough to split gold and shatter stone. Even the hardest human skull would be no harder than a block of tofu under this claw. Seeing that his fingertips were about to touch the senior brother in blue robe's head, the junior brothers were instantly filled with rage. Senior brother! Senior brother! No! Just as they were in despair, suddenly, a furious shout came from above. You beast, you're courting death. The next moment, A silver moonlight descended from the sky, suddenly shining on the azure-scaled serpent demon who was stretching out its claws. Boom! The azure-scaled serpent demon was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Half of its body was shattered by the violent energy. Had it not been for its scales, which naturally absorbed some of the attack's force, it would likely be dead by now. The violent shockwave swept outwards, and the surrounding Immortal Alliance demons involuntarily took a half-step back, their faces filled with horror. The azure-scaled serpent demon was, after all, a powerful demon at the peak of the 11th level true immortal realm, yet it couldn't even withstand a single blow. The strength of the newcomer was far too terrifying. Just as the demons were filled with astonishment and uncertainty, a hazy moonlight suddenly shone down from above, instantly covering a large area centered on the Immortal Palace disciples. The demons surrounding the disciples were also enveloped in the moonlight. Startled, the demons hurriedly retreated in unison, disappearing from the moonlit area in the blink of an eye. However, this ray of moonlight did not harm them like the previous beam. Instead, it instantly contracted and condensed, transforming into a graceful figure that slowly descended. Her features were exquisite and beautiful, her entire being seemingly shrouded in the hazy moonlight. Even her long, black hair seemed to condense moonlight, radiating starlight and moonlight, making her appear like a moon goddess from mythology, graceful and imposing. The demon's expressions changed drastically. The smile on the silver-haired woman's face vanished in an instant. "Yaoyu. It's you." "Indeed." Yaoyu raised her eyes, her clear, glassy gaze filled with icy coldness. "Destroying my palace gates, killing my immortal Misty Palace disciples, thousand-faced illusion fox, you deserve to die." As her words fell, she trembled, and her aura erupted like a volcanic eruption. Boom! An invisible aura spread out wave after wave. In an instant, her black hair moved without wind, and the immortal energy around her surged like boiling water. Her entire being radiated an indescribable sharpness, like a blade being drawn from its sheath. Cold, murderous, even the air seemed to freeze. Chapter 516 The Unbelievable Thousand-Faced Illusion Fox. Not good. The silver-haired woman, thousand-faced illusion fox, paled instantly. Without a second thought, she transformed into hazy red mist and vanished from her spot. As an illusion fox, her greatest strengths lay in disguise and bewitching. In direct combat, she could only bully cultivators at the 12th level Celestial Immortal Realm. Against the 13th level Golden Immortal Realm, Invitation Moon was simply easy prey. However, now that Invitation Moon had arrived, how could she let her escape so easily? The instant the red mist disappeared, countless silver threads of light suddenly emerged from the void. Countless threads of light intertwined and entwined, instantly transforming the entire area into a cage. The hazy red mist had barely drifted a short distance when it crashed into the silver cage. Thousand-faced illusion fox was thrown directly out of the mist, forced to reappear in her true form. Her expression immediately turned incredibly ugly, all traces of her previous allure gone. Thousand-faced illusion fox, give up. I've already laid a net of heaven and earth around you with my immortal arts. No matter how powerful your escape techniques are, you won't escape from my net. Yaoyu's expression was stern, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Thousand-faced illusion fox, prepare to die. As soon as she finished speaking, a phantom of a full moon appeared behind her. The hazy moonlight shone down from the moon, making her seem like a goddess who had stepped out of the moon palace, exuding unparalleled holiness and majesty, inspiring awe in all who beheld her. A vast pressure swept out from her, instantly enveloping the entire Azure Dragon Gate area. Thousand-faced illusion fox felt a heaviness in her shoulders, as if the flow of her demonic power had become sluggish. The next moment, a beam of moonlight shot out from the full moon behind Yaoyu, instantly transforming into rolling waves of moonlight that crashed down on the crimson figure below, as if to engulf her completely. Damn it! The thousand-faced illusion fox's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Yaoyu, don't push your luck. Do you really think I'm made of clay? She laughed in fury. The next moment, her eyes, which had been like autumn water, suddenly transformed into golden beastly pupils. 9 silver-white foxtails emerged from beneath her crimson gauze dress, spreading out and swaying behind her like fans. With the appearance of these 9 silver-white foxtails, a powerful pressure suddenly swept out from her body, violent and murderous, making people shudder as if facing an ancient beast. The rolling moonlight was slowed down considerably by this pressure. The thousand-faced illusion fox sneered and charged towards the moonlight. Even if she wasn't good at head-on combat, she was still a demon, with a long lifespan and profound foundation. She refused to believe that Joy could completely suppress her. Boom. Boom boom. Amidst deafening roars, two figures clashed repeatedly in midair. Silver moonlight and silver-gray demonic energy exploded like fireworks, and terrifying shockwaves instantly swept across the entire Azure Dragon Gate area. The surrounding demons immediately retreated dozens of miles away, and even the fellow disciples protected by Yaoi hurriedly scrambled to their feet to find cover. The battle between 13th level golden immortals was simply beyond the reach of cultivators of their level. Even observing from close range was life-threatening. Under their tense gaze, Yaoi and Thousand-Faced Illusion Fox exchanged more than a dozen blows in a short time. Despite Thousand-Faced Illusion Fox's earlier boastful words and her numerous and ruthless techniques, she quickly fell into a disadvantageous position under Yaoi's unrestrained attacks, almost completely being suppressed. This is impossible. How can you be so strong? Thousand-Faced Illusion Fox's face grew increasingly astonished as the fight progressed, completely unable to believe it. Although she had heard of Yaoi's reputation before and knew she was considered the most likely candidate to succeed as the head of the Immortal Palace, in her eyes, Yaoi, no matter how famous, was just a little brat who had only been born for a little over 2,000 years, not even worth mentioning in her long life. How strong could she be? But she never expected Yaoi's strength to be so extraordinary. Thousand-Faced Illusion Fox knew her own limitations. Even if she wasn't good at fighting, she was still a demon lord who had lived for tens of thousands of years. A head-on confrontation might not guarantee a victory, but she shouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. If it were a veteran golden immortal like Honghu Immortal Venerable who was suppressing her, it would be one thing, but it was Yaoi, a junior only a fraction of her age. How could she accept this? She immediately wanted to back down. However, at this point, she no longer had the right to choose. Even if she wanted to give up the fight, it was impossible. In just a quarter of an hour, her crimson veil was stained with scarlet blood, and all traces of the imposing aura she had displayed before Ranfei and the others were gone. Good. Well done. Excellent. Elder Yaoi is indeed powerful. This has avenged our fellow disciples. The blue-robed senior brother and his two junior brothers, who had miraculously survived, were so excited they almost jumped for joy, cheering from behind their cover. The demons who had been following the Thousand-Faced Illusion Fox were now demoralized, and many lesser demons even sneaked away when the others weren't looking. It seems there won't be any problems for now. In the teleportation hall, Wu Wei looked at the scene reflected in the water mirror and temporarily relaxed. At this moment, another group of seriously injured cultivators withdrew from the front lines and returned to the teleportation hall to rest. Wu Wei casually cast a group heal on them. Even with a layer of immortal light as a disguise, the healing spell from the God of Light was still far more effective than any healing pills. Not only was the effect immediate and significant, but it also had no side effects. After casting this healing spell, Wu Wei immediately received a flood of grateful glances. Among these cultivators, those truly too badly injured to fight would be transported to the rear to recuperate via the teleportation array, while those missing limbs or having exhausted their immortal energy would remain in the main hall, ready to return to the battlefield at any time. These matters were handled by the elders in charge of the teleportation hall, and Wu Wei didn't need to worry about them. He watched for a while and then stopped paying attention, turning his attention back to the battle. Suddenly, a familiar voice, faintly mixed in with the shouts and sounds of fighting, came. "Wah, a damn demon bird. Why do you have to peck at my butt?" The voice was somewhat ethereal, and the pronunciation wasn't very clear, but Wu Wei still recognized it immediately. He was startled and quickly left the teleportation hall, only to see a figure clutching his butt being chased by a demon bird as it sped past the entrance of the teleportation hall. The demonic bird was enormous, emanating a formidable aura, at least level 11. The figure it was pecking at was dressed in a flamboyant, deep blue brocade robe, with a suspiciously large hole in a certain indescribable area, making him look somewhat comical. That appearance, that aura, who else could it be but Huangfu Hongke? Wu Wei flicked his wrist, and his folding fan instantly spun out, reaching the enormous demonic bird in a flash. Infused with divine power, the fan's ribs were incredibly sharp. How could a mere level 11 demonic bird withstand such a blow? PFFT. With a soft sound, the demonic bird's head instantly snapped off, blood gushing out, drenching Huangfu Hongke. Huangfu Hongke was initially stunned, then suddenly realized what was happening. Boss. He turned around abruptly and was overjoyed to see Wu Wei at the entrance of the teleportation hall. He rushed towards him in a flash. Great. Boss, it's so good to see you here. All right. Wu Wei pushed him aside and frowned. What are you doing here? He hadn't seen Huang Fu Hanke at the Inviting Moon Immortal Palace and assumed Inviting Moon had other plans. He hadn't expected this guy to be here at the Misty Immortal Palace. I just came with my grandparents to take care of some business. I didn't expect that before we finished, a fight broke out here, Huang Fu Hanke casually explained. Wu Wei immediately understood. The Misty Immortal Palace was currently at war. Although he thought Huang Fu Hanke was useless, he was still a direct disciple and wouldn't be idle. Just like he was responsible for the wounded, Huang Fu Hanke had also been assigned a mission, so it wasn't strange that he would be at the Misty Immortal Palace. But Wu Wei glanced behind Huang Fu Hanke and asked, "Where are your grandparents?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Fu Hanke's eyes instantly reddened. He turned his head away, his voice muffled. "Boss, don't ask any more." He understood. Wu Wei sighed, considerately refraining from further questioning. Although this war had only lasted a few months, the number of casualties was already countless. Not to mention, just those elders and disciples stationed at the Azure Dragon Gate alone numbered in the dozens, yet only a handful survived. And that was only because Xiao Yu arrived in time. What if she hadn't? This is war. This is true war. Except for the Light God Kingdom, capable of reshaping flesh and blood, wars in any civilization are filled with sorrow and separation. As they spoke, the battle situation in the sky changed once more. Ho ha ho ho, old fool, you can't hold on much longer, can you? Looking at your pale face, if you ask me, you might as well just surrender. Why bother with this futile struggle? Immortal Lord Junli wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a mocking smile playing on his lips. His gaze towards Immortal Venerable Honghu was as if he were looking at a trapped beast struggling for its life. The measuring ruler was, after all, a chaos treasure, and he had suffered considerable injuries in the previous battle, but he didn't care. Borrowed power wasn't his own. If the measuring ruler were in Piao Miao's hands, he would have been wary. But the one wielding it was merely an elder at the 13th level Golden Immortal Realm. What did he have to fear? Even though he had suffered losses and injuries, his fighting spirit remained high. His crimson hair flew behind him, and he shone like a blazing fire. He raised his hand, and his sword flashed. Boom! The fiery sword intent instantly transformed into an overwhelming inferno, attacking Honghu Immortal Venerable with overwhelming force, as if to burn him to ashes. Honghu Immortal Venerable's expression changed drastically. Chapter 517 Immortal Lord Junli's doubts about life. After fighting for so long, Immortal Venerable Honghu was already at his limit, his immortal robes soaked with blood. Immortal Lord Junli, however, showed no signs of fatigue, growing stronger with each battle. Even with his arrogance, he had to admit that an Immortal Lord was indeed an Immortal Lord. A level 14 Tai Golden Immortal was far beyond his current capabilities. Immortal Venerable Honghu's expression turned solemn, and he instantly retreated, simultaneously summoning the measuring ruler as before. However, even though he had replenished all his immortal essence into the measuring ruler, it was still insufficient. The light emanating from the measuring ruler was far less dazzling than before. Chaos spiritual treasures consumed a great deal of immortal essence. After such a long battle, Immortal Venerable Honghu's immortal essence was almost completely depleted, and he was now barely surviving thanks to the replenishment from immortal pills. But the speed at which immortal pills replenish immortal essence was limited. It was fine when not fighting, but once a battle began, relying solely on immortal pills to replenish immortal essence was simply too slow. Left with no other choice, he could only swallow 4 or 5 immortal pills at once to replenish his immortal energy, despite the after effects of his damaged meridians. However, even so, his perseverance was almost at its limit. His meridians had already been severely damaged by the excessive immortal energy. With each immortal pill he swallowed, his face paled further, and the efficacy of the pills was gradually weakening. Now, even swallowing 4 or 5 immortal pills at once wouldn't be enough to replenish the consumed immortal energy, but any more pills would exceed the limits of his meridians. If he swallowed any more, he would probably explode and die before being killed by Immortal Lord Junli. The situation was getting worse and worse, but Immortal Venerable Honghu had no choice but to persevere. Even knowing that his immortal energy was insufficient and that the power released by the measuring ruler was getting weaker and weaker, He still manipulated the measuring ruler to meet the terrifying sword light that was as fierce as the heavens without the slightest hesitation. Boom! A deafening explosion instantly resounded through the sky. Any attack from a level 14 TIE Golden Immortal carries terrifying power capable of destroying a planet. Upon impact, the weakened measuring ruler trembled violently, and Immortal Venerable Honghu was struck as if by a devastating blow, unable to withstand it and sent flying backward. Bang! With a deafening crash, Immortal Venerable Honghu's back slammed into an Immortal Alliance vessel, shattering its defensive array like a glass ball. He crashed into the vessel, blasting it through and flying out the other end, but still couldn't stop his backward momentum. Already at his limit, how could he withstand such a heavy blow? While still in midair, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed from his throat, wetting his long beard and adding another crimson stain to his already blood-stained immortal robe. Immortal Venerable Honghu's vision blurred, and he nearly lost control and plummeted from the heavens. That attack was too brutal. Even with his golden immortal physique, he couldn't withstand it. Power drained from his body like a flood, and he could clearly feel that the attack had fundamentally damaged him. His body truly couldn't hold on any longer. With such a commotion in the heavens, how could the immortal palace below not notice? The Moon Invitation Immortal Venerable, who was currently suppressing the thousand-faced illusion fox, immediately changed his expression. Wu Wei and Huang Fu Honke, who were observing the battle in the sky with their water mirrors, also immediately stopped their conversation. Wu Wei's expression was somewhat grave. Huang Fu Honke unconsciously gripped his immortal sword tightly, his voice strained. Elder Honghu, before he could finish speaking, the red-robed female elder in the teleportation hall, who was comforting the injured disciples, suddenly changed her expression. She had been busy comforting the disciples and healing their wounds, and hadn't paid any attention to the situation outside. Hearing Huang Fu Honke's unusual tone, she hurriedly asked, "What happened to Elder Honghu?" Huang Fu Honke was slightly taken aback, not understanding her strong reaction. Wu Wei, however, seemed to remember something, and with a wave of his hand, the water mirror shifted direction under his control. "See for yourself." The tragic state of Immortal Venerable Honghu was immediately and clearly reflected in the red-robed female elder's eyes. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant. The next moment, she transformed into a streak of red light and flew away. Everyone only saw red light flash by, as fast as lightning, disappearing before they could react. Huang Fu Honke looked at Wu Wei in astonishment. What happened to her? Wu Wei sighed. I once heard Master call her senior sister Shi. Huang Fu Honke then understood. Immortal Venerable Honghu came from the Shi family, and since this red-robed elder's surname was Shi, she was most likely his descendant, perhaps even a direct descendant. Her strong reaction was therefore understandable. Just as the red-clad elder rushed out, Yaoyu on the other side intensified her attack, wanting to quickly eliminate the thousand-faced illusion fox and provide support. However, even though they reacted quickly and wanted to help, one lacked sufficient cultivation and her flight speed was too slow, while the other was tied up by the thousand-faced illusion fox and couldn't free herself for the moment. It would take them some time to support Immortal Venerable Honghu. Immortal Lord Junli, however, wouldn't wait for them to be free. Seeing that Immortal Venerable Honghu was severely injured, he not only didn't relax but intensified his attack. Continuous sword intent was like a raging sea of fire, one wave after another, giving Immortal Venerable Honghu no chance to breathe. Immortal Venerable Honghu was already exhausted. How could he withstand such a high-intensity attack? Even though he managed to summon the measuring ruler to resist the sword intent, he was still severely injured one after another. In just a short time, his face turned ashen, and he barely had the strength to lift a hand. Honghu, weren't you so capable? Why aren't you arrogant anymore? The more Immortal Lord Junli fought, the more pleased he became, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. His youthful face held a malicious expression, and his words were like daggers. Let me guess, are you running out of immortal energy? Is your control over the measuring ruler becoming increasingly weak? Are your meridians about to collapse? Immortal Venerable Honghu, accustomed to his pride, had never suffered such humiliation. He gritted his teeth, his hoarse voice filled with resentment and unwillingness. Junli, do you really think you've won? Upon hearing this, Immortal Lord Junli seemed to have heard a joke, and suddenly burst into unrestrained laughter. You have ambition. Bring on whatever tricks you have. This Immortal Lord will take them all. HMPH. Immortal Venerable Honghu sneered, a strange blush suddenly appearing on his pale face. The next moment, instead of retreating, he charged forward like lightning towards Immortal Lord Junli. At the same time, the immortal energy around him suddenly surged restlessly, and a terrifying pressure erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the space within thousands of miles. This pressure was even more terrifying than that emanating from Immortal Lord Junli, a 14th level Tai Golden Immortal. Its ferocity was like a volcanic eruption. No, even a volcanic eruption couldn't describe its terror. This pressure was as terrifying as a stellar storm. Under the pressure, the surrounding space seemed to freeze instantly, and everyone's movement slowed down. Self-destruct. Are you insane? Immortal Lord Junli's expression changed drastically. Even if he died after being defeated, there was still a chance for reincarnation. After all, there was a tacit rule in battles between cultivators: the loser would be left with a remnant soul. Even though the Immortal Alliance and the Immortal Palace were currently at war, he wouldn't go so far as to exterminate them all. He simply couldn't understand why Immortal Venerable Honghu would do this. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this, Yaoyu, Huangfu Honke, and the others paled in shock. The red-robed elder's eyes widened in fury. Ancestor! She cried out in despair, her flight speed suddenly increasing dramatically. At this moment, she completely disregarded the consumption and consequences, her flight speed even exceeding the physiological limits of a level 12 celestial immortal cultivator. Yaoyu could no longer care about anything else, immediately launching a powerful attack that sent the already heavily injured thousand-faced illusion fox flying, before leaping directly into the starry sky. Immortal Lord Junli also suddenly reacted, turning and running without a word. It should be known that the power of a cultivator's self-destruction can often transcend a major realm. The power of an ordinary golden immortal's self-destruction is enough to rival the attack of a level 14 Tai golden immortal. The power of a cultivator like Honghu Immortal Venerable, who has been immersed in the peak of the golden immortal realm for many years, is even more comparable to a single blow from a level 14 Tai golden immortal. Even with his level 14 Tai golden immortal cultivation, he wouldn't dare to withstand it head-on. However, at this moment, it was too late for anything they did. Once the self-destruction began, it couldn't be stopped midway, and even if Junli Immortal Lord wanted to escape, how could Honghu Immortal Venerable allow him to get away? With his immortal energy boiling, Honghu Immortal Venerable's flying speed reached an unprecedented level, catching up to Junli Immortal Lord in a blink of an eye and embracing him from behind. At this moment, Honghu Immortal Venerable seemed to enter an incredibly profound state. The tearing pain from his body not only didn't bother him, but instead made his mind clearer and more lucid than ever before. In that instant, the surging immortal energy, like boiling water, helped him break through the threshold, stepping halfway into the 14th level of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. In the darkness, it seemed as if some unknown force permeated his entire body. His soul became sharper than ever before. No matter what reaction the Immortal Lord Junli made, he could react instantly to the slightest movement, interrupting Junli's attack before it could fully materialize. The Immortal Lord Junli struggled desperately to shake off the Immortal Venerable Honghu, but after a long struggle, he failed. He was both shocked and furious, almost questioning his existence. Finally, boom! A terrifying energy erupted, a tremendous roar echoing through the starry sky. Almost everyone's eardrums rang, and the terrifying shockwave swept outwards like a raging torrent. In an instant, stars within a radius of thousands of kilometers shattered, immortal ships were destroyed, and countless Immortal Alliance cultivators were instantly reduced to dust. Wherever the shockwave passed, almost nothing remained intact. No. The red-robed elder stared wide-eyed in disbelief, tears instantly streaming down his face. Chapter 518. Your opponent is the real deal. No. Ancestor couldn't possibly die like this. The red-robed elder covered her mouth, refusing to believe that Immortal Venerable Honghu is dead. Although there was a significant generational difference between her and the ancestor, she had grown up under his care since childhood because all her direct elders within 3 generations had passed away. They were more like grandfather and granddaughter than anything else. Although she couldn't call him that, in her heart, Immortal Venerable Honghu was her own grandfather, the closest person she had in the world. Recalling the teachings and care Immortal Venerable Honghu had given her over the years, her heart ached unbearably. With a determined heart, she flew towards the raging energy. However, the power of Immortal Venerable Honghu's self-destruction was simply too terrifying. The rampaging energy was comparable to a star's self-destruction. She had only gone a short distance when she was directly thrown away by the raging energy, crashing headfirst into the shattered fragments of the immortal ship. Sharp shards left countless wounds on her body, but she ignored them, still struggling to rush forward. However, her strength was limited. No matter how hard she tried, she simply couldn't break through. Yaoi was also extremely anxious, wishing she could fly faster, even just a little bit faster. But she had been delayed by the thousand-faced illusion fox, which made her start much later. Even though she had used all her acceleration methods, even spatial teleportation, she still couldn't catch up. The hearts of the disciples in the misty immortal palace clenched instantly at this moment. Grief, sadness, resentment, and unwillingness surged in their hearts, almost causing their mental state to explode. Several direct disciples of the Honghu Immortal Palace couldn't help but burst into tears, struggling to rush out, and the other disciples had to use great effort to stop them. Wu Wei's reaction wasn't as strong as theirs, but he was also deeply moved. Just now, when Immortal Venerable Honghu was seriously injured and unable to resist, he was thinking about whether to help him, but he didn't expect that Honghu would choose to self-destruct so cleanly and decisively, catching him completely off guard. Immortal Venerable Honghu's temper was really too stubborn, but it was also admirable. "Boss, is there really no other way?" Huangfu Hongke grabbed Wu Wei's arm, his eyes unconsciously reddening. Although he was not familiar with Immortal Venerable Honghu, he, as a member of Immortal Palace, couldn't help but be moved by this scene. Wu Wei sighed, "There is no other way now. We can only hope that Immortal Venerable Honghu's soul can be preserved. Self-destruction is from the inside out. How could the soul be left behind?" Huangfu Hongke was dejected upon hearing this, and had no hope at all. Wu Wei shook his head slightly. "That's not necessarily true." Huangfu Hongke was stunned, and when he wanted to ask more, Wu Wei refused to say anything more. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 breaths had passed, and the rampaging energy in the starry sky finally began to subside, showing signs of calming down. Seeing the opportunity, the red-robed elder rushed in without hesitation. Amidst the turbulent energy currents, Immortal Lord Junli clutched his chest, his face deathly pale, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, looking utterly wretched. The self-destruction had been too close. Even though he had activated his immortal shield at top speed and possessed the physique of a 14th level Tai Golden Immortal, he still couldn't avoid being injured in his internal organs. His black immortal robes were now torn to shreds by the energy, only the immortal shield beside him still emitting a faint light, allowing him to barely maintain his form amidst the raging energy currents and prevent further injury. Not far from him, a dark jade ruler hovered silently in the void, occasionally spinning and emitting halos of light. Under the halo, a blurry figure was gradually taking shape. The luminous figure was as indistinct as a wisp of mist, barely discernible as a human silhouette. Even so, from the flowing white hair and long beard, one could still vaguely make out that this luminous figure was none other than the Immortal Venerable Honghu, who should have been completely annihilated in the self-destruction. However, even with the protective aura of the measuring ruler, the figure remained terrifyingly thin, its outline blurred, and its consciousness shrouded in a daze, showing no signs of awakening. It was conceivable that if the Immortal Venerable Honghu hadn't broken through at the last moment of the self-destruction, stepping halfway into the 14th level Tai Golden Immortal Realm, causing a qualitative change in his soul, and if the measuring ruler, a chaotic spiritual treasure, hadn't automatically protected its master, even this remnant soul wouldn't have survived. Of course, compared to being completely annihilated, this situation was far better. Even if the remaining soul was extremely thin, as long as a trace of it remained, there was still hope. The red-robed elder, seeing this scene from afar through the distorted and boiling energy, was overjoyed. Great! Great! Overjoyed, she burst into tears, determined to plunge deeper into the turbulent energy field. She disregarded the terrifying energy surge still raging in the core area. As long as she could retrieve her ancestor's soul, any injury would be worthwhile. However, she had only flown a short distance when a gentle yet powerful force appeared out of thin air, instantly blocking her path. The red-robed elder was startled, turning her head sharply to see a hazy, celestial-like fish-like shadow appear in the starry sky beside her. With a gentle flick of its massive tail, it vanished into the chaotic energy currents in the blink of an eye. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately covered her mouth in excitement. Meanwhile, at the center of the chaotic energy currents, Immortal Lord Junli gradually recovered from his severe injuries, his mind, previously blank from the terrifying energy storm, slowly clearing. Damn it! He gripped his immortal sword tightly, his heart burning with rage. He'd suffered losses before, but this was the first time he'd ever been so humiliated by a cultivator of a lower level. He wouldn't be satisfied until he tore that old bastard Hong Hu to pieces. Just then, his eyes caught sight of a hazy figure in the distance. Good. It hasn't been completely destroyed. His eyes lit up, and he raised his hand, thrusting his sword towards Hong Hu, immortal venerable soul. You like self-destruction, don't you? This immortal venerable will make your soul vanish. Hong Hu, immortal venerable soul, was completely unconscious at this moment. How could it withstand his sword strike? The sword light flashed fiercely, its power like a blazing inferno. Just as Hong Hu, immortal venerable soul, was about to be torn to shreds, suddenly, a powerful and enduring force shot out from the side, blocking his sword. This force was as vast as the ocean and as flowing as water, instantly dissolving his sword light and intent into nothingness. Immortal Lord Junli was startled and immediately used his divine sense to probe his surroundings. He saw a colossal phantom suddenly emerge from the void, then instantly materialize, blocking his path between him and immortal venerable Hong Hu. It was a colossal creature that seemed capable of obscuring the sky. At first glance, it resembled a large fish, but in reality, it possessed enormous fins like those of a bird. Its massive tail was incredibly powerful, capable of traversing the universe and soaring through the void with a single flick. He had never seen such a celestial beast before, but he had seen its image in ancient texts more than once. It was an ancient, exotic species, the Kun. On the Kun's forehead, a middle-aged man dressed in a simple cloth robe stood with his hands behind his back, his blue robe flowing freely, exuding a refined and elegant air. A mysterious aura surrounded him, ethereal and elusive, making him appear as if he were a phantom that could vanish at any moment. Immortal venerable Xiaoyao. Immortal Lord Junli raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing the newcomer. He was already severely injured, his condition far worse than when he first fought immortal Lord Piaomeo, yet he still didn't take immortal venerable Xiaoyao seriously. He coldly snorted, "That old bastard Hong Hu couldn't even kill me with his self-destruction. Do you think you can do anything to me?" With that, he flicked his immortal sword, preparing to fight immortal venerable Xiaoyao. However, immortal venerable Xiaoyao had no intention of fighting him, instead smiling at him. "Who said I'm here to fight you?" As he spoke, he tossed something into immortal venerable Hong Hu's soul, then with a flick of his wide sleeve, instantly absorbed Hong Hu's dazed soul along with a measuring ruler into his broad sleeve. Immortal Lord Junli, seeing this, instantly realized what he was about to do and quickly thrust his sword forward, trying to stop him. However, his intentions were countered by Hong Hu's lack of awareness. His movements were ultimately a beat too slow. The instant his sword light flashed, the carefree immortal venerable had already raised his hand and summoned an immortal shield. The ancient, round immortal shield released a spherical energy shield of azure blue, instantly protecting the carefree immortal venerable and the Kun beneath his feet. The sword light, carrying the intent to scorch the heavens, pierced the immortal shield he had thrown out. The shield's energy shield only lasted a few breaths before cracking inch by inch like glass, then exploding into countless fragments with a bang. Even the ancient, round immortal shield showed a crack. Although it failed to block the heaven-scorching sword intent of the Junli immortal lord, it successfully bought the carefree immortal venerable time. The carefree immortal venerable stomped his right foot, and a hazy energy halo surged from his body, instantly enveloping him and the Kun beneath his feet. The next moment, the man and the Kun transformed into a phantom, flicked their tails, and vanished into the void in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The Junli immortal lord was filled with resentment and unwillingness, and was about to give chase. However, just as he unleashed his escape technique, a silver ray of light shot in from below, blasting him out of the light with lightning speed. He instinctively looked down and saw a figure appear not far below. The figure was shrouded in a hazy moonlight, her figure graceful, her face as radiant as the moon, and her moon-white gauze dress blending perfectly with the moonlight, making her appear like a goddess descended from the moon palace, noble, pure, and breathtakingly beautiful. This figure was none other than the belatedly arrived immortal venerable Yaoyu. Junli, your opponent is me. Yaoyu raised her eyes, her clear, glass-like gaze filled with piercing killing intent, as if she wanted to tear the person before her to pieces. Chapter 519 The Domineering Nature of Inviting the Moon. Immortal Venerable Yaoyu. Immortal Lord Junli knew quite a bit about the elders of the Immortal Palace and immediately recognized Yaoyu. He snorted coldly, a disdainful sneer suddenly appearing on his face. "You think you can stop me?" Yaoi was too lazy to argue with him, only looking at him and snorting coldly. "Whether it works or not, we'll only know after we try." "Very well." Immortal Lord Junli laughed angrily. "This Immortal Lord will see if the strength under your hands is as tough as your mouth." After saying that, he stopped wasting words and flicked his wrist to strike with his sword. In an instant, a monstrous sword intent swept towards her like a blazing fire, and even the surrounding starry sky seemed to burn brightly in that instant. The sword intent burned the sky, as intense as fire. Under the backdrop of this fiery light, Yaoi's slender figure looked particularly frail, as if she would be burned to ashes in the next moment. However, there was no fear on her face, and she continued to calmly form hand seals. She was not afraid when she faced the demon lord, and she was not afraid now either. Seeing that the blazing sword intent was less than 10 feet away from her, she finally finished her hand seals. The next moment, a beam of azure light shot out from between her brows, instantly transforming into an ancient bronze tower that appeared before her. The tower exuded a majestic and boundless aura, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Even a single glance was enough to feel the intense pressure emanating from the soul. This bronze tower was naturally the soul-cleansing tower. Although it hadn't recognized her as its master, she had been using it to heal her soul injuries over the past few years, and had gained a certain understanding of it. Controlling it in battle was not a problem. To be honest, she was reluctant to use the soul-cleansing tower. After all, judging from the words of the misty immortal lord, this soul-cleansing tower was probably more than just an ancient treasure. But right now, she couldn't care less about that. Holding off the Junli immortal lord was the most important thing. Under the overwhelming aura, Yaoi's power rapidly increased. Even the moonlight around her seemed to be amplified. In just a moment, she seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, her power now approaching that of a level 14 Tai golden immortal. Her long, black hair flew wildly, and she radiated an endless silver light, like the bright moon hanging high in the sky, not dazzling, but not to be underestimated. Waves of transparent energy swept out from the bronze tower, filling every inch of the void around her in the blink of an eye. The moment Burning Heaven's sword intent touched these undulating transparent energy waves, it seemed to sink into a quagmire, becoming slower and slower, until it gradually disappeared without a trace. Another chaos spiritual treasure. Immortal Lord Junli gritted his teeth. It's even an ancient treasure. Even in a level 6 civilization like the Immortal Alliance, chaos spiritual treasures are among the most precious treasures, and their total number is less than 5. Those qualified to possess a chaos spiritual treasure must be at least a level 14 Tai golden immortal, and even then, not everyone has one. At least he, a celestial lord who had only reached level 14 a few thousand years ago, didn't have one. But the Immortal Palace was different. First, there was the Honghu Immortal Venerable, and now the Yaoi Immortal Venerable, both possessing chaos spiritual treasures. When did such a supreme treasure become available to everyone? This was simply outrageous. The Junli Immortal Lord's eyes turned red with jealousy, and without thinking, he unleashed another sword strike. So what if Yaoi had a chaos spiritual treasure? So what if she had an ancient artifact? He refused to believe he couldn't deal with her. As long as he killed her, the chaos spiritual treasure would be his. The blazing sword light once again filled the void. However, with a bronze pagoda protecting him, how easy was it for him to kill Yaoi? The two entangled in the sky for over a dozen rounds without a clear victor, but the terrifying pressure emanating from them crisscrossed the heavens, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Having learned from the previous experience of the Immortal Alliance's immortal ships, the immortal ships from the surrounding Immortal Alliances and Immortal Palaces instinctively moved away from the battlefield, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire again. Seeing this, the hearts of everyone in the teleportation hall finally relaxed. Several disciples of the Honghu Immortal Palace even collapsed to the ground, their bodies going limp. The moment Immortal Lord Junli swung his sword at Immortal Venerable Honghu's soul, they were even more tense than when they were fighting themselves. Thank goodness. Luckily, our great aunt made it in time. Huangfu Hongke couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the battle in the starry sky stabilized again, the atmosphere in the hall relaxed once more. The disciples, having recovered their senses, couldn't help but discuss the situation. It had been incredibly dangerous. Just a hair's breadth away, Immortal Venerable Honghu's soul would have been shattered by Immortal Lord Junli's sword. The carefree immortals, Xiaoyao and Yaoyu, worked together perfectly to snatch the soul of Honghu from the clutches of Junli Immortal. Had they arrived even slightly later, the outcome might have been entirely different. Now that Honghu's soul has been saved, he has a chance to reincarnate and cultivate again. Although various unforeseen events may occur after reincarnation, and whether he can regain the 13th level Golden Immortal Realm is uncertain, as long as his soul remains, there will always be a chance. If he fails once, he can reincarnate again, even if it takes thousands or tens of thousands of years, there will always be a chance to succeed. As they talked, everyone's attention turned back to the battle outside. The battle between Piaomio Immortal and Long Yusuksen was evenly matched, and it seemed unlikely that a victor would be decided in the short term. Besides Yaoyu, Honghu, and Xiaoyao, the other elders were also busy fighting. The Immortal Alliance mobilized a considerable number of level 13 Golden Immortals this time, and even the Immortal Palace had deployed all its Dark Elders, barely managing to withstand the Immortal Alliance's attack. Fortunately, this was, after all, the Immortal Palace's home ground, and thanks to the various arrangements within the Immortal Palace, they weren't too passive. As long as they could hold off Immortal Lord Junli, the biggest variable, the Immortal Palace still had a chance to win. Next, it all depended on Yaoyu's performance. Everyone was extremely worried. They didn't hope that Elder Yaoyu could turn the tables and kill Immortal Lord Junli. They only hoped that she could withstand Immortal Lord Junli's attacks for a little longer, much longer, and not end up like Immortal Venerable Honghu. Huang Fuhong was the most nervous of all. From the moment Yaoyu faced Immortal Lord Junli, he had been pacing around the hall, constantly grabbing Wu Wei and asking him all sorts of questions, as if that would help Yaoyu. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, suddenly, ripples appeared in the protective array enveloping the main hall. A middle-aged man in a blue robe abruptly flew out from the void and landed at the hall's entrance. This figure possessed an elegant demeanor and a free-spirited appearance. Everyone recognized him instantly. Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao, Grand Elder. The crowd immediately rushed to greet him. Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao waved his hand, signaling everyone not to rush to greet him. Then, with a flick of his wide sleeve, the cuff seemed to expand countless times in an instant. A figure in red, a hazy light, and a spinning black jade ruler flew from his sleeve and landed inside the hall. The hazy light and the jade ruler were naturally the measuring ruler and the divine soul of Immortal Venerable Honghu. And the figure in red was none other than the red-clad female elder who had chased after them earlier. In the midst of his busy schedule, the carefree Immortal Venerable hadn't forgotten to rescue her as well. Elder Shi. Grand Elder Honghu. Your Excellency. The crowd immediately surrounded him, chattering excitedly. However, just as everyone was excitedly anticipating the matter being resolved, the carefree Immortal Venerable suddenly turned pale and coughed up blood. Everyone was shocked. Grand Elder Carefree, what happened to you? It's nothing. Just a minor injury. The carefree Immortal Venerable waved his hand, not paying much attention. An attack from a level 14 Tai Golden Immortal was not easy to withstand. Although he had successfully blocked the two-sword intense, he had still inevitably been injured. Despite his relaxed demeanor, he was merely putting on a brave face in front of Immortal Lord Junli, afraid that if Lord Junli knew he was outwardly strong but inwardly weak, he would insist on pursuing him. Fortunately, his injuries weren't too serious. A little rest and a healing pill would be enough. The carefree Immortal Venerable took out a fragment of a soul crystal, casually crushed it, and extracted the pure soul energy within, injecting it into the soul of the Celestial Venerable Honghu. Soon, the Celestial Venerable Honghu's soul, which had been so thin it was merely a hazy outline, gradually solidified. Not only did his physical form become clearer, but his features also became more defined. However, this wasn't enough. The carefree Immortal Venerable took out another fragment of a soul crystal, continuing to extract pure soul energy to nourish the Celestial Venerable Honghu's soul. After using up 3 fragments of soul crystals, the Celestial Venerable Honghu's soul finally fully solidified, and his consciousness returned. What happened? I didn't scatter my soul. The Celestial Venerable Honghu was still somewhat dazed when he awoke, and it took him a long time to realize what had happened. When he learned that the carefree Immortal Venerable had risked his life to retrieve his soul, he was even more stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. His relationship with the carefree Immortal Venerable was so bad, they'd been at odds for thousands of years. He'd thought the carefree Immortal Venerable would probably be happy to see him suffer. You Looking at the carefree immortal venerable's pale face and the bloodstains splattered on his chest, the Honghu immortal venerable's emotions were incredibly complex. He stammered, unable to find the right words for a long time. "Alright, you're so old, why are you suddenly being so sentimental?" The carefree immortal venerable couldn't stand his behavior. "Besides, I only helped you retrieve a wisp of your soul. It's not like we're going to live and die together. Is it really necessary?" The Honghu immortal venerable, why did he want to punch this guy so badly? The carefree immortal venerable's words completely dispelled any gratitude or embarrassment he felt. However, some things were different now. The Honghu immortal venerable silently made up his mind that he would definitely repay this favor when he had the chance. And in the short time the two were exchanging words, the battle situation in the starry sky changed again. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520 The Spirit Cleansing Tower recognizes its master. Junli Immortal Lord was, after all, a level 14 Tai Golden Immortal, and a sword cultivator most skilled in combat. If it weren't for the serious injuries she suffered during Honghu Immortal Venerable's self-destruction, and the significant depletion of her immortal essence, it wouldn't have been so easy for Yaoyu to hold him off. However, the difference in cultivation level was undeniable. Yaoyu's accumulated immortal essence was inferior to Honghu Immortal Venerable's. Even with the Soul Cleansing Tower's enhancement of her divine soul, which allowed her to temporarily withstand Junli Immortal Lord, her immortal essence replenishment would eventually become insufficient. As time passed, Yaoyu's attack frequency inevitably began to decrease, and she found it increasingly difficult to withstand Junli Immortal Lord's attacks. Yaoyu's expression remained unchanged, but her heart gradually grew anxious. At this rate, she could only hold out for another half an hour at most before her immortal essence was completely depleted. What could she do to last longer? Others might not notice Yaoyu's changes, but they couldn't escape the notice of Wu Wei, who had already silently spread his divine sense throughout the entire battlefield. To alleviate Huang Fu Hongke's anxiety, Wu Wei had just taken him to the battlefield to rescue the severely wounded disciples of the Immortal Palace, and they had just returned. Helping an inner disciple, who only had half a body left, to sit down in the hall, Wu Wei's face remained expressionless, but he couldn't help feeling worried. Back then, a demon lord whose level had plummeted to 13 had forced Yaoyu to burn her divine soul. Junli was a genuine level 14, and even injured, he was still much stronger than that demon lord. Yaoyu was incredibly stubborn, retreating or running away was absolutely not on her mind. If the fighting continued like this, she might burn her divine soul again. He had to think of a way. At this moment, the divine sense that the carefree immortal venerable had spread out also noticed Yaoyu's abnormality. "I can't talk to you anymore, I have to go help Yaoyu." He didn't bother to speak to the Honghu immortal venerable anymore, and raised his hand to shoot a beam of immortal energy into the sky. The immortal energy exploded, instantly turning into specks of starlight that scattered. The next moment, a massive fish-shaped phantom appeared outside the hall, then solidified, quickly transforming into a large, dark blue fish with a broad back and thick fins, and swam into the hall. To enter, the kun shrunk its size by at least several hundred times, but it was still over a person's height and more than 2 zang, approximately 6.6 meters, long. This was only because celestial palaces were generally built tall and imposing, otherwise, it probably wouldn't have been able to squeeze through the door. As soon as it entered, the kun let out an excited cry, then opened its massive mouth and spat out dozens of half-bright, half-dark orbs of light, like blowing bubbles. These orbs were clearly a collection of remnant souls, all of them disciples of the Immortal Palace. The battlefield was chaotic, some disciples had perished, and their remnant souls weren't retrieved in time, easily becoming entangled in the battle and scattered. These dozens of remnant souls were likely picked up by the kun from the battlefield. The carefree immortal venerable patted Kun's nose with satisfaction. "Well done." Praised, Kun happily rubbed its nose against his palm, letting out a long, drawn-out cry. After a brief exchange, the carefree immortal venerable leaped onto Kun's forehead, preparing to go to the starry sky to provide support. However, just as he was about to leave, Wu Wei suddenly called out to him, "Immortal venerable, please wait." In the vast starry sky, The immortal ships of the Immortal Alliance and the Immortal Palace were engaged in fierce combat. Ships crisscrossed, their beams of energy creating a vibrant tapestry of colors. However, regardless of the intensity of the battle or the magnitude of the casualties, all the immortal ships tacitly avoided two battlefields, one where the misty Immortal Lord and the Dragon Girl Susan were fighting, and the other where the Junly Immortal Lord and the inviting Moon Immortal Venerable were battling. After countless battles, this starry sky was utterly devastated. Shattered stars and fragments of scattered immortal ships drifted everywhere, and fragments of energy released from collisions were visible everywhere. It was almost impossible to find a single intact planet in the entire starry sky. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Deafening roars echoed continuously. The Immortal Lord Junli, wielding a crimson immortal sword, unleashed countless sword lights with a wave of his hand, like raging flames that threatened to transform the entire starry sky into a sea of fire. Yaoi raised her hand in a hand seal, and with a flick of her sleeve, countless starlight gathered, surrounding her like stars surrounding the moon. The starlight was like a sea, and she was that full moon embraced by the stars, radiating a soft yet powerful glow. With the blessing of the soul-cleansing tower, her divine soul's strength reached an unprecedented height, and her control over it increased by a whole level. Some immortal techniques she hadn't fully mastered before were now readily available, increasing her combat power by at least 30–40%. Under her command, countless starlight transformed into countless immortal techniques, some offensive, some defensive, ever-changing. Both were powerful, their attack frequency extremely high, often exchanging several rounds in an instant. Such a high-frequency battle allowed no room for error. Victory or defeat often hinged on a single thought. While inviting Moon Immortal Venerable had tried her best to be cautious, her combat experience was still far inferior to that of Junli Immortal Lord, who was nearly 20,000 years her senior. A careless move during their exchange resulted in the blazing heaven-burning sword intent exploding before her. Boom! Inviting Moon shuddered, and a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spurted out. She was seriously injured, and even the floating spirit cleansing tower in front of her was stained with mottled blood. How Inviting Moon, it's already quite an achievement that you've managed to hold out against me for so long with your cultivation level. Listen to my advice, don't put up a fight anymore. Immortal Lord Junli's face was still a little pale, but he didn't care at all and instead fought even more fiercely. As he continued to draw his sword, he advised, "Our Immortal Alliance has invested heavily in this attack. Immortal Palace is doomed to defeat. You have looks, talent, and strength, so why hang yourself on this crooked tree, Immortal Palace? Why not come back to the Immortal Alliance with me? I'll protect and cherish you then, which is much better than staying in this tiny 5th-level civilization, Immortal Palace." Yaoyu initially didn't want to pay him any attention, but upon hearing this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Dream on. As soon as she spoke, blood seeped from the corner of her mouth again, but she didn't care at all, casually wiping the blood from her mouth before resuming the battle. Why bother? I kindly pointed you in the right direction, but you wouldn't listen. You insist on drinking the penalty cup instead of the toast. Immortal Lord Junli shook his head and sighed. Since that's the case, then this Immortal Lord has no choice but to be ruthless. With that, he flicked his wrist and unleashed a sword strike. The already incredibly powerful sword light surged even higher, the blazing sword intent seemingly capable of piercing a hole in the heavens. Yaoyu misjudged the power of his sword strike. Her defensive immortal technique wasn't strong enough, and by the time she realized something was wrong and wanted to stop, it was too late. The blazing sword light had already broken through the barrier of the immortal technique with lightning speed, heading straight for Yaoyu's chest. The sharpness of the sword intent almost grazed her face, causing goosebumps to rise on her delicate skin. Yaoyu's eyes dimmed, a hint of regret appearing in them. It was a pity, she had thought she could hold out a little longer. However, just as Immortal Lord Junli thought that even if his sword strike didn't kill Immortal Venerable Yaoyu, it would surely severely injure her, and Immortal Venerable Yaoyu also thought she was about to suffer a serious injury, the bronze tower floating in front of her suddenly trembled. Buzz! A long, resonant buzz suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and earth, like a great bell, deafening and resounding. Immortal Lord Junli was startled, not understanding what had happened, when he saw the bronze tower suddenly shine brightly. Layers upon layers of 7-colored halos spread out like a skirt, instantly filling every inch of the surrounding space. In the light, the mottled marks on the bronze tower peeled away rapidly like rust, revealing the brand new bronze inside. The original bronze-colored tower body also shone with a faint golden light, changing from its original simplicity to noble, grand, solemn, and majestic appearance. It turned out that during the battle, Yaoyu's soul and will were highly unified, and the essence blood contained in the mouthful of blood she spat out was unknowingly absorbed by the bronze pagoda, coincidentally fulfilling the conditions for the spirit-cleansing pagoda to recognize her as its master. Even Yaoyu herself hadn't anticipated this. After recognizing her as its master, the connection between her and the bronze pagoda became even closer, and their auras merged, becoming one. Under the dim golden light, her aura surged once again. Layers of energy bloomed out from the spirit-cleansing pagoda, instantly distorting the surrounding void. The enormous energy continued to vibrate, and countless tiny spatial rifts appeared in the void. Junli Immortal Lord's overwhelming sword light and sword intent were instantly torn to shreds. Even he himself was pushed back by this energy, retreating thousands of kilometers before barely managing to stabilize himself. What's going on? Wu Wei was astonished. Even with his profound self-control, capable of remaining unmoved even in the face of a collapsing mountain, he couldn't sit still at this sight. It's important to understand that the spirit-cleansing pagoda, as an ancient treasure paired with a chaos bottle, is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary chaos spiritual treasures. Once it recognizes its master, the power it unleashes far surpasses that of ordinary chaos spiritual treasures. Even knowing this, Yaoyu hadn't previously considered having the spirit-cleansing pagoda recognize her as a master, precisely because it was one of the Immortal Palace's most treasured artifacts, not her personal property. This situation was purely accidental. But this created a problem. Wu Wei couldn't help but frown. Once a chaos spiritual treasure recognizes its master, it becomes bound to the master's soul. As long as a trace of the master's remnant soul remains, no one else can use the spirit-cleansing pagoda. For example, the measuring ruler of the heavenly venerable Honghu, even after his self-destruction, almost completely annihilating his soul, would still actively protect its master, striving to preserve his last wisp of remnant soul. Therefore, even if he obtained the spirit-cleansing pagoda, it would be useless, because without Yaoyu's consent, he simply couldn't use it. He had to come up with a plan. Wu Wei's mind raced, and he suddenly made up his mind. Chapter 521 Star Ray. So, its true name is Spirit Cleansing Tower. At this moment, Yaoyu finally absorbed the information that the Spirit Cleansing Tower had instilled in her during the recognition ceremony. She came back to her senses, filled with emotion. Although the recognition of the Spirit Cleansing Tower as her master was completely unexpected, now that she had recognized it, she wouldn't be coy. Yaoyu's slender fingertips gently brushed across the surface of the bronze tower, which radiated a pale golden light, and then gently held it in her palm. From now on, let's fight side by side. As she spoke, a flash of light appeared in the distant starry sky, and a figure in black clothes with red hair, enveloped in sword intent, charged towards her menacingly. It was the immortal Lord Junli, who had been pushed away by the energy surge during the recognition ceremony of the Spirit Cleansing Tower. His arrogant face was now filled with rage, his eyes almost spitting fire, and his sword intent burned wildly and unrestrainedly like a volcanic eruption. The meteorite fragments and immortal ship fragments scattered in the void instantly turned to dust under the effect of the raging and terrifying sword intent as soon as they approached him. Junli Immortal Lord was truly enraged this time. Honghu Immortal Venerable was one thing, after all, he was a veteran cultivator not much older than him, and possessed a chaos treasure, so being injured by him wasn't too shameful. But who was Yaoyu? A mere 3,000-year-old girl, less than a fraction of his age, yet she had managed to make him look so pathetic. If this news reached the Immortal Alliance, he would be ridiculed for at least 10,000 years. His immortal energy surged wildly, his gaze towards Yaoyu seemingly poisoned. He had initially thought this woman had talent, beauty, and considerable strength, and had even considered giving her a hand. Now, if he didn't kill this wretched woman today, he would take her surname. Die? The moment he flew into attack range, he raised his crimson immortal sword. A blazing sword light instantly swept across the sky like a raging inferno, striking directly at the ground. He poured almost all his strength into this sword strike, its terrifying power causing the surrounding starry sky to tremble and distort wildly, countless spatial cracks appearing in the void. Even before the sword light arrived, the surging energy waves had already engulfed Yaoyu. Her long, ink-black hair flew high, her moon-white dress billowed wildly. Yaoyu was like a lone boat adrift in a raging storm, on the verge of being capsized at any moment. But even in the face of such terrifying power, her expression remained calm. From the moment she made her move, she had disregarded life and death. Even if she were torn apart by the sword intent in the next moment, she would be fearless. Besides, she wasn't truly without the power to retaliate. Moonlight and starlight were essentially the same, and the laws she had comprehended borrowed the power of the stars. Theoretically, when she was in the starry sky, that was her strongest moment. The various pieces of information instilled in her when the spirit cleansing tower recognized her as its master flashed through her mind, and in an instant, she made her choice. She raised her hand and formed a hand seal. The starlight and moonlight intertwined at her fingertips, creating a phantom. In an instant, the surrounding starry sky brightened, countless starlights converging from the void, instantly condensing into dim points of light around her. These were reflections of the stars. The next moment, the dim stars were illuminated one by one. Brilliant starlight crisscrossed, seemingly connected by some unseen force, forming a unified whole, radiating an incomparably profound aura. This was the most powerful offensive and defensive technique in her inherited cultivation, the star ray. This was supposed to be a technique she could only use after reaching level 14, as it required extremely powerful divine soul power and immense control. Theoretically, a level 13 golden immortal cultivator could not possibly master it, and even a level 14 Tai golden immortal would need a long time to practice. But now, after merging with the power of the spirit cleansing tower, her divine soul was far stronger than before, and even her control over power had greatly improved. Although her cultivation level remained at level 13, she was now capable of controlling the star ray. The starlight illuminated Joyu's fair, jade-like face, adding a touch of mystery to her aura. Just as the star ray took shape, the swordlight and intent of Immortal Lord Junli finally arrived. Boom! The blazing swordlight plunged into the flowing starlight, causing the star ray to suddenly brighten. Amidst this whirling aura of profound laws, a powerful aura erupted. In an instant, the power of the entire starry sky seemed to be absorbed into this star ray. The stars in the heavens dimmed, while the light of the star ray became stronger than ever before. The star ray, if used for offense, is the strongest offensive immortal technique. If used for defense, it is equally the strongest defensive immortal technique. The moment Immortal Lord Junli's sword intent collided with the star ray, a terrifying, earth-shattering sound erupted. A terrifying energy shock suddenly burst forth from the point where the sword light and the array met, instantly sweeping outwards like a volcanic eruption. The surrounding space was instantly torn open with countless enormous spatial rifts. Compared to the previous tiny cracks, these rifts were like gaping maws, their destructive power many times greater, and the affected area far, far larger. The immortal ships of the Immortal Alliance and the Immortal Palace, who had thought they were far enough from the battlefield to avoid being affected, were unexpectedly swept into the turbulent space once again. The elders and disciples on the ships were terrified. The next moment, as if by prior agreement, the elders and disciples on both sides abandoned their opponents and frantically steered their ships to escape. The outcome could be decided later. If they didn't run now, the entire ship would perish. The only relatively stable space in the entire starry sky was the area where Immortal Venerable Joyu and Immortal Lord Junli were located. The star ray enveloped Joyu like a shield amplified countless times. Under the radiant starlight, a serene and peaceful atmosphere prevailed within a radius of several kilometers around her. There wasn't even a ripple of energy, let alone any surging shockwaves. She had simply blocked the mighty sword strike of Immortal Lord Junli without a scratch. How is this possible? Immortal Lord Junli was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. The commotion caused by Joyu and Immortal Lord Junli was so great that Immortal Lord Paomio and Dragon Girl Suxin, who were engaged in fierce combat, inevitably noticed the situation. "You've certainly taken on a good disciple." Dragon Girl Suxin glanced at them from afar, her spirited eyebrows slightly raised. "Joyu was indeed the most promising of all my disciples." Immortal Lord Paomio, with her profound composure, naturally didn't show her emotions, but a hint of pride still inevitably shone in her eyes. Even praise can have different meanings depending on the person delivering it. If an ordinary cultivator had said this, he might not have even reacted, but since it was Long Nu Suzin who spoke, the weight of her words was immense. Seeing his smugness, Long Nu Suzin snorted lightly but didn't say anything more, flicking her wrist to attack him with her spear again. Instantly, both of their attention was drawn back to the battle, and they could no longer care about Joyu. At the same time, immortal Lord Junlai finally recovered from his indescribable shock. He suddenly realized something was wrong. This woman's immortal energy had already been almost completely depleted, and with such a powerful attack, the consumption must have been even greater. With this woman's cultivation level, even if her immortal energy was deep, it couldn't possibly be deeper than Hong Hu's. She shouldn't be able to sustain this for more than a few times. Thinking this way, his confidence immediately returned. His cultivation level was his greatest asset. As a level 14 TIE Golden Immortal, his immortal essence recovery speed was at least 3 or 4 times that of Yao Ayu. Even if he had to wear her down, he could still defeat her. He refused to believe he couldn't handle her. Thinking this, he immediately gripped his crimson immortal sword and flicked his wrist, sending another sword light flying towards Yao Ayu. The profound star array once again absorbed stellar power and began to operate, steadily blocking the sword strike as before. But this time, Junli was neither shocked nor discouraged. Instead, he pressed on, raising his hand to unleash another sword strike. Yao Ayu remained calm and blocked it again. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Unbeknownst to her, Yao Ayu's face grew paler and paler, and her hand seals became increasingly labored. The star array primarily consumed stellar power and divine soul power, but it still consumed a significant amount of immortal essence. Her immortal essence was already nearly depleted, and after these few strikes, even with the support of pills, it was completely insufficient to replenish it. She had tried to manipulate the star array to attack immortal Lord Junli, but attacking with the star array was far more difficult than defending. Although her divine soul power had reached the required level, she hadn't practiced it, and her proficiency was far from sufficient. The star array almost slipped out of her control as soon as it started operating. She had to give up for the time being. By the time immortal Lord Junli unleashed his 5th sword strike, Yao Ayu's face was deathly pale. Gone. Her immortal essence was completely exhausted. She had already swallowed several immortal pills at once, but the amount of immortal essence replenished by the pills was far from enough to compensate for the consumption of the battle. She had tried her best to squeeze her meridians and immortal essence, completely draining the immortal essence in her meridians and Danshin, but it was still not enough. Without the support of immortal essence, the star array suddenly became unstable. Even the light on the reflections of the stars in the array began to flicker, and the power connection between the stars became increasingly fragile, like a zither string with only a thin thread still connecting it. It would snap completely with just a slight increase in the force of the plucking. As the 5th sword strike from immortal Lord Junli was about to reach her, Yao Ayu's expression darkened, a hint of despair flickering in her eyes. She knew that in her current state, she couldn't withstand this attack. However, just when she thought she was truly going to perish, suddenly, a pillar of light radiating divine brilliance descended from the sky and landed on her. Instantly, a powerful life force burst forth from her body, spreading throughout her entire being. The next moment, her injuries began to heal at an astonishing speed, and even her completely depleted immortal essence began to rapidly recover. She felt as if a spring had appeared out of nowhere within her body, from which a continuous stream of immortal essence flowed, quickly passing through her meridians and converging into her Danshin. Her previously depleted Danshin, like a river overflowing its banks, rapidly filled up in the blink of an eye. With the support of immortal energy, the starlight around Yao Ayu, which had dimmed, suddenly shone brightly, and the star array instantly stabilized. The 5th sword strike was blocked. Immortal Lord Junli was startled. Who is playing tricks? With victory seemingly within reach, he would not allow anyone to sabotage it. Chapter 522 An Unparalleled Disciple. He, as if in response to immortal Lord Junli, a soft laugh suddenly came from behind him, the voice ethereal and ghostly. Immortal Lord Junli turned his head sharply, only to see a shadow, seemingly real yet illusory, flash past a corner of his eye and vanish in the blink of an eye. This is impossible. His divine sense hadn't detected anyone behind him at all. The hairs on the back of immortal Lord Junli's head stood on end, but what followed was not fear or terror, but boiling rage. He hated being mocked more than anything in his life. You're courting death. Immortal Lord Junli's face darkened, and he suddenly raised his hand and swung his sword. A blazing sword light suddenly rose, instantly splitting into millions of beams, flying in all directions like millions of threads of light. He refused to believe that the trickster could continue to hide under the cover of his sword domain. The sword light rained down, instantly covering an area of thousands of kilometers around him. Compared to the previously unified sword light, these dense, Rain-like sword lights were considerably less powerful, but the sheer density of the attack still created an extremely terrifying force. Under the blanket of sword light, some fragments of immortal ships that were still barely discernible were instantly riddled with holes. Even Yaoyu had to activate the star array to block the sword lights rushing towards her. Wherever the sword light touched, the starry sky seemed to have been plowed through, leaving no place unscathed. In a certain spot on the void, seemingly empty, no meteorite fragments, no immortal ship fragments, it appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding void at first glance. However, the instant the sword rain struck, a massive spiral vortex suddenly appeared in the void. This vortex was as black as ink, devoid of any light, like a miniature black hole, devouring everything around it. The rain of sword light, upon reaching this spot, seemed to be pulled into the vortex by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Immortal Lord Junli's divine sense was incredibly sharp. He almost immediately noticed something amiss. He abruptly turned his head. Behind the whirlpool, a fish-like shadow, even larger than a celestial boat, slowly emerged from the void. Its massive mouth gaped open, swallowing the incoming sword light like a whale inhaling water. On the fish's forehead, a middle-aged man in a long blue robe stood with his hands behind his back, watching him from afar. This middle-aged man was none other than immortal venerable Xiaoyao. "It's you again." Immortal Lord Junli glared at him, old and new grudges surging into his heart. If this guy hadn't interfered, he would have already destroyed Honghu's soul. And now, it was this guy again who was hindering his killing of Yaoyu. "Actually, I really don't want to see you, Immortal Lord." Hearing his words, the carefree immortal venerable couldn't help but sigh, and said softly, "In my opinion, rather than staying here and getting on my nerves, you might as well leave. We'll both be more comfortable then." "You." The Junli immortal venerable's breath hitched, and he almost exploded with anger. "I'll kill you." He raised his hand in a fit of rage, and another sword light suddenly attacked the carefree immortal venerable. The sword intent swept across the sky, seemingly able to break through all obstacles. However, the moment his sword light touched the carefree immortal venerable, the carefree immortal venerable's figure shattered like a dream, turning into countless fragments of light and disappearing into the void. The carefree immortal venerable had been prepared all along. The one left behind was merely an illusion, while his true body had already vanished into the void without a trace. The Junli immortal venerable's sword missed its mark, and his expression immediately became even more unsightly. He raised his hand and unleashed another sword strike, attempting to force the immortal venerable Xiaoyao out. However, the immortal venerable Xiaoyao's escape technique was unlike any other. It was an extraordinary divine ability that allowed him to move between reality and illusion. When his figure vanished into the void, unless an attack directly struck him or someone had specifically cultivated the ability to see through illusions, it was impossible to detect his location using divine sense or energy fluctuations. Even though Immortal Lord Junli had the ability to make his sword light cover the vast starry sky, such a sword technique consumed a great deal of energy, and he couldn't use it endlessly. Moreover, even if he successfully forced the immortal venerable Xiaoyao out, it would be useless. Every time he forced the immortal venerable Xiaoyao out, Yaoyu would immediately mobilize the power of the star array to defend the immortal venerable Xiaoyao from the attack, and the immortal venerable Xiaoyao would immediately seize the opportunity to escape again, making him even more slippery than an eel. He wanted to ignore the carefree immortal venerable and focus all his efforts on attacking Yaoyu, but every time he gained a slight advantage and was about to press his advantage, the carefree immortal venerable would suddenly appear out of nowhere to harass him, either blocking an attack for Yaoyu or healing her, forcefully shifting the balance back. Crucially, the carefree immortal venerable's healing methods were of unknown origin. Not only were the healing effects remarkable, but they also replenished his immortal energy, making his plan to wear Yaoyu down with his superior immortal energy reserves impossible. The more Junli Immortal Lord fought, the more frustrated and irritable he became, almost unable to resist letting out a roar to the heavens. Meanwhile, Yaoyu and the carefree immortal venerable weren't having an easy time either. Although their teamwork was good and they successfully entangled Junli Immortal Lord, their coordination required extremely precise timing and positioning. It was like walking a tightrope, where a slight misstep could jeopardize their balance. However, compared to when Yaoyu faced Junli Immortal Lord alone, both of them were much more relaxed. "Xiaoyao, thank you for earlier." Yaoyu secretly thanked Xiaoyao Immortal Venerable with her divine sense. "The chaos spirit liquid is hard to accumulate. I will remember this favor. Don't mention it." Xia Oyo Immortal Venerable understood her misunderstanding as soon as he heard this, and quickly waved his hand. That chaos spirit liquid is not mine. I just helped your disciple carry something. I don't deserve such a big favor. He was just about to leave the immortal palace when that kid Wang Dong stopped him and stuffed a small bottle of chaos spirit liquid into his hand. To be honest, this was the first time in his life that he had received so much chaos spirit liquid at once, and his hands were still trembling. Recalling the scene just now, he couldn't help but sigh. I wonder how much effort and risk he went through to get so much chaos spirit liquid, and he just took it out like that. You got a worthwhile disciple. Yaoi was suddenly stunned. Wang Dong. Xia Oyo Immortal Venerable rolled his eyes at her. Who else could it be but him? Thinking of this, he regretted his actions. A disciple like Wang Dong, capable, resourceful, and most importantly, loyal and respectful of his master, is hard to find. If only he had been more shameless and brazen back then, ignoring the Immortal Lord's decree and forcibly taking Wang Dong into his sect. At worst, he could have gone to the Misty Immortal Palace to apologize after the disciple acceptance ceremony. The Immortal Lord was always magnanimous and wouldn't really do anything to him. Alice, a miscalculation, a huge miscalculation. Inviting Moon, however, was unaware of his thoughts. Upon hearing the words of the carefree Immortal Venerable, she couldn't help but be momentarily distracted. She knew Wang Dong possessed the chaos spirit liquid, but she hadn't expected him to be willing to use it on her. After all, she wasn't that little girl Mo Tingmei, who was only at the 10th level of the Immortal Realm. A cultivator at the 13th level Golden Immortal Realm possesses at least 20 to 30 times the immortal essence of a cultivator at the Immortal Realm, and the level of refinement of that essence is entirely different, not to mention the energy contained within her bones, muscles, and blood vessels. To heal her injuries and restore her depleted immortal essence, the amount of chaos spirit liquid required would be at least several hundred times that of an Immortal Realm cultivator. That much chaos spirit liquid could buy several 13th level puppets, yet it was all given to her. Was it worth it? Yaoyu's eyes flickered, and for a moment she dared not delve deeper into the thought. At this moment, the many elders and disciples in the Misty Immortal Palace finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Elder Yaoi is alright. That's truly wonderful. When Yaoi couldn't hold on any longer, they were incredibly tense, thinking she was about to follow in Elder Honghu's footsteps. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, the situation took a turn for the better, and the carefree Immortal Venerable arrived in time, even helping Elder Yaoi restore her depleted immortal essence and spirit. Luckily, Elder Xiaoyao's supernatural speed is fast, otherwise we wouldn't have made it. Several disciples couldn't help but chatter amongst themselves. Yeah, that was really thrilling. Elder Xiaoyao's free and easy wandering supernatural power is indeed as powerful as rumored, even Immortal Lord Junli couldn't catch him. Elder Yaoyu is also amazing, that star ray is incredibly strong. Amidst a clamor, Immortal Venerable Honghu couldn't help but glance at Wu Wei beside him. You're quite generous. So much chaos spirit liquid, even he was envious, yet Wu Wei could take it out without batting an eye. This kind of boldness isn't something everyone possesses. There's nothing to be reluctant about, Wu Wei said nonchalantly. Resources are gone, but what's more important than people? Immortal Venerable Honghu remained silent. After a long pause, he managed to say with difficulty, thank you. He had been firmly against letting Wu Wei enter the Immortal Palace, but Wu Wei waved his hand, about to say something, when suddenly his expression froze, and he raised an eyebrow as if he had noticed something interesting. What is it? Immortal Venerable Honghu looked at him questioningly. I found a fish that slipped through the net. Wu Wei smiled meaningfully, then bowed slightly to Immortal Venerable Honghu. Immortal Venerable, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. With that, he strode towards the palace gates. With a single step, his figure vanished like a phantom, as if he had silently performed a sophisticated special teleportation technique. Even Immortal Venerable Honghu, who was right beside him, hadn't noticed any obvious spatial fluctuations. This kid. Immortal Venerable Honghu smiled helplessly, but a sense of doubt arose in his heart. Such sophisticated spatial techniques required a profound understanding of the laws of space to execute. Was he really only at level 9? Meanwhile, outside the Misty Immortal Palace, a figure was stealthily slipping along the wall. This figure was dressed in the robes of an inner disciple of the Misty Immortal Palace, with ordinary features and a plain demeanor, looking like an average young disciple. However, his narrow eyebrows and eyes were lively and vivid, as if hooked, exuding a seductive charm. Chapter 523 Wu Wei makes a move. The figure was none other than the thousand-faced illusion fox, who had barely escaped from Yaoai's clutches. Yaoai was in a hurry to save immortal venerable Honghu, and after striking the thousand-faced illusion fox with a powerful blow, she left without checking the result. As a result, although her attack was heavy, it failed to kill the thousand-faced illusion fox. The thousand-faced illusion fox remained dizzy in the ruins for a while before recovering. She had originally planned to recall her subordinates to retake the Azure Dragon Gate, but upon emerging, she discovered that the Azure Dragon Gate had already been recaptured by the Immortal Palace. Two level 12th elders, one inside and one outside, led a group of disciples, guarding the entire Azure Dragon Gate tightly. The demon soldiers and generals who had previously followed her had long been driven back dozens of miles. Previously, the thousand-faced illusion fox wouldn't have taken these two elders seriously at all. With her strength, dealing with two level 12th elders would have been a piece of cake, but now, severely injured, she struggled even to deal with an 11th level true immortal, let alone a level 12th elder. If the two elders who took charge later hadn't been appointed on short notice and were completely unaware of what had happened before, she would have been found and killed from the ruins long ago if they had known. To survive, she decisively abandoned her plan to occupy the Azure Dragon Gate and instead transformed into a disciple of the Immortal Palace, intending to sneak out of the Immortal Palace first and then make further plans. To avoid suspicion, she didn't even transform into a woman as usual, but into a young man. So many disciples had perished in this war that she could easily choose any one of them without anyone noticing. Slipping past walls and through corridors, she had to dodge the gazes of the cultivators flying overhead and the occasional aftershocks of immortal magic falling from above, making her journey extremely difficult. However, her efforts were ultimately rewarded. She carefully walked for a long time and finally slipped out of the Azure Dragon Gate's territory. Beyond the Azure Dragon Gate lay the original immortal port of the Immortal Palace. Hidden in the shadows beside the gatehouse, thousand-faced illusion fox gazed with delight at the iconic blue flag of the Immortal Port. This Immortal Port was now occupied by the Immortal Alliance. Once she entered, she would be back on their territory, temporarily escaping the danger of being hunted by the Immortal Palace. She would then use the communication tools of other members of the Immortal Alliance to notify her clan's descendants to come and fetch her. Once back in her mount, she could quickly recover her strength using a clan's secret technique, and then seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Thousand-faced illusion fox's eyes gleamed, and a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips, as if she could already see her triumphant return. Glancing around to make sure no one was paying attention, she immediately activated her escape technique, following a winding path towards the Immortal Port. This area offered little cover, so she could only conceal herself in the shadows left by the cultivators flying overhead. Fortunately, the fighting was fierce, and there were many cultivators flying overhead, so her journey was relatively smooth. However, just as she was about to reach the Immortal Port, a sharp shout suddenly came from above. "Halt!" Thousand-faced illusion fox was startled. Without thinking, she immediately abandoned concealment and increased her flying speed to its maximum, wanting to take advantage of the opponent's lack of reaction and rush back to the Immortal Alliance's camp. However, she had only flown a short distance when green rose vines suddenly appeared from nowhere, binding her tightly. Damn it! Thousand-faced illusion fox struggled several times but couldn't break free, and couldn't help but curse. There were only a few steps left. Why did it have to be now? Unfortunately, being captured was being captured, and no matter how angry and furious she was, no matter how much she cursed, it wouldn't solve the problem. She suppressed her anger and looked around. Who captured me? Show yourself if you dare. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold snort came from behind her. Her scalp tightened as she noticed a handsome young man in a cyan immortal robe standing not far behind her, staring at her with icy eyes. If Wu Wei or Wang Bian were here, they would immediately recognize him as Hua Wuji, who had joined the Immortal Palace with him. After joining the free and unfettered Immortal Palace, Hua Wuji had been cultivating there. Later, when war broke out, he immediately volunteered for the front lines, only retreating with the main force to the misty Immortal Palace recently, where he was stationed near the Immortal Port. The trials of war had drastically changed Hua Wuji's demeanor. He had lost some of his reserve and affected elegance, gaining a coldness and ruthlessness, almost unrecognizable from his former self. Even his own father would likely be stunned by his current appearance. The thousand-faced illusionary fox didn't know Huawuji's true identity, but she knew he was undoubtedly a disciple stationed on the outer perimeter of the misty immortal palace, not someone to be fooled. She took a deep breath, trying to confuse the situation. "Senior brother, I'm on my way to the other side of the immortal port to fight the enemy. Why are you arresting me?" "Lies." Huawuji snorted coldly, his face tense, his gaze still fixed on her warily. "The elders have long issued strict orders that no disciple is allowed to stay within the palace city and is not allowed to cross the boundary to the Immortal Alliance's headquarters. You're acting suspiciously. Even if I kill you right here and now, the elders will only praise my decisiveness and won't hold me accountable." Thousand-faced illusion fox's heart skipped a beat. She never expected the elders of the Immortal Palace to issue such an order. These guys really know how to ruin things. She was careless. However, Thousand-faced illusion fox was never one to give up hope easily. She tried to explain. "Senior brother, I can explain." "Shut up." Huawuji was too lazy to listen to her excuses. He raised his hand and made a hand seal, preparing to take this disciple back and lock her in the dungeon first. Whether she was a traitor or not, the elders would naturally be responsible for interrogation and reckoning after the battle. A streak of azure light coiled around his fingertips, and instantly, the rose vines binding the thousand-faced fox began to undulate as if awakening from a deep sleep. Buds sprouted rapidly from the vines, blossoming into vibrant red petals. The intoxicating fragrance of roses filled the air. Although she hadn't actually made a move yet, the thousand-faced fox already sensed something was wrong. The rose vines gave her a very unsettling feeling. If she didn't act soon, she might truly be captured. She gritted her teeth and suddenly made up her mind. "Senior brother," her thin lips parted slightly, and she spoke abruptly. This senior brother was soft and melodious, its sound resonating deeply, seemingly able to penetrate the very core of one's heart. At the same time, a crimson mark suddenly appeared between her brows. The marks were simple in line, yet they seemed to contain a profound and unfathomable truth of the universe. Strands of divine soul power emanated from the crimson mark, silently permeating an area spanning several kilometers. Wherever this divine soul power reached, a strange atmosphere seemed to subtly shift in the air. The weeds in the cracks between bricks bent their supple leaves, the irritable insects quieted down, and even the howling wind seemed to soften. However, these were merely incidental. The primary target of this divine soul power was Huawuji. The instant that soft, alluring senior brother was uttered, the formless and intangible divine soul power, like a serpent, silently coiled around Huawuji's body, climbing up his torso and rapidly surging towards the sea of consciousness between his brows. Huawuji froze, instantly dragged into an illusion. This technique, called charm, was one of the most powerful innate demonic arts of the nine-tailed fox clan. Once successfully cast, it could turn the target into a mind puppet that obeyed its every command, and it would not be detected by any other immortal magic. Huawuji could still cultivate as before, his cultivation and comprehension unaffected, showing no outward change. In other words, this was an excellent method for planting a traitor. However, although this secret technique was powerful, the nine-tailed fox clan could only use it 9 times in their lifetime, and these 9 times weren't counted based on success. Every use, regardless of success or failure, counted as one. She didn't want to waste such a precious opportunity on a mere level 10 henchman, but the thousand-faced illusion fox sighed, still feeling a pang of regret. However, it was too late now. She could only hope this henchman had potential and wouldn't be stuck at level 10 for life. She casually tugged at the rose vine clinging to her body. Without Huawuji's control, the rose vine easily ripped off. She threw the vine on the ground, stomped on it a few times, still feeling unsatisfied. To think that she, a dignified demon lord of the 13th level golden immortal realm, would be bullied by a mere 10th level immortal realm lackey, was utterly outrageous. It was all that bitch Yaoyu's fault. Thousand-faced illusion fox vented her anger on the rose vines, while at this moment, Huawuji's consciousness remained trapped in the illusion. Although his cultivation had increased rapidly in recent years, he was still some distance from the 11th level. Even though thousand-faced illusion fox's internal organs were severely damaged, and she could use very little demonic power, and even her soul was slightly injured, the power of her soul was still far superior to his. In the struggle of soul power, he was at a complete disadvantage. Even though he realized something was wrong in time, guarded his mind, and tried his best to control himself from being truly deceived by the illusion, as time passed, His consciousness inevitably became lost little by little in the illusion, with only a core consciousness deep within his soul maintaining a tiny bit of clarity. Thousand-faced illusion fox noticed this and was immediately enraged. A mere immortal realm cultivator, and she still hasn't managed to charm me after all this time? Everything's going wrong today. She frowned, immediately increasing the output of her divine soul power. Huowuji's eyes instantly became vacant and blank. Just as his mind was about to be completely controlled by the thousand-faced illusion fox, suddenly, a pure white pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Huowuji within it. The divine soul power wrapped around Huowuji, upon touching the pillar of light, was forcibly repelled from his body as if encountering a natural enemy. Huowuji shuddered, instantly regaining his senses. The thousand-faced illusion fox opened her eyes wide in disbelief, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? To dare to manipulate divine soul power in front of me, your courage is commendable. Seeing her like this, a soft laugh suddenly came from the void. As the voice fell, a young man dressed in a pure white robe slowly appeared in the void before her. It was Wu Wei. Chapter 524 Catching a Little Pet for Yao Ayu. Wu Wei casually toyed with a folding fan as he walked towards the thousand-faced illusion fox, his posture relaxed and his expression at ease. However, with his arrival, a terrifying pressure suddenly filled the air. This pressure was vast and boundless, as majestic as a mountain, and as awe-inspiring as a boundless sea of stars. If the pressure were merely powerful, it wouldn't be so bad, but it also carried a feeling that made the thousand-faced illusion fox extremely uncomfortable, majestic, sacred, as if facing a natural enemy or a superior divine beast. It made her involuntarily want to curl up her nine tails, kneel, and submit. The thousand-faced illusion fox's dark golden fox eyes narrowed, and she instinctively arched her back, her fur bristling, and her nine tails uncontrollably sprouted one by one from under her clothes. Only the powerful pressure of a nine-tailed fox, belonging to a superior demon race, could barely withstand the terrifying force emanating from the surrounding air. Who are you? Her heart was pounding, and even her voice became hoarse. Wu Wei glanced at her, his expression indifferent, showing no intention of answering her. In fact, he didn't care about the fox's life or death at all. However, he felt that given Yaoyu's personality, if she knew that the fox had escaped because of her negligence, causing unnecessary losses to the immortal palace, she would definitely feel guilty and remorseful for a long time. Since that was the case, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to help Yaoyu clean up the mess in order to successfully obtain the spirit cleansing tower in the future. Although he ignored the thousand-faced illusion fox's question, he did not stop walking towards her. Before coming here, he had already decided not to hide his identity anymore. At this moment, he was not Wang Dong, the personal disciple from Dian's Hao, but the incarnation of the god of light. Even though his physical body was still that of a ninth-level immortal cultivator, with a blessing of divine power and divine essence, he could still exert power far exceeding his own level. Moreover, his divine kingdom had now reached level 5, and he had unlocked level 14 divine arts. Dealing with a level 13 golden immortal like the thousand-faced illusion fox was more than enough. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, as he gradually approached, the already immense and vast pressure in the air intensified, gradually rising to a terrifying level. Even the air itself seemed to solidify. This pressure was truly terrifying. The thousand-faced illusion fox's already limited will to resist vanished instantly. With a whimper, she turned and fled. To ensure her successful escape, she even resorted to a secret Fox Clan technique, transforming her entire being into a silver-red shadow. Seeing this, Wu Wei's expression remained indifferent, as if he didn't care about her actions at all. He casually shook his folding fan and spoke lightly. God said, "Imprison." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed from the center of his brow, and profound laws instantly spread out. The next moment, a white beam of light descended from the sky. While the beam that had enveloped Huowuji earlier was gentle and vibrant, imbued with a protective intent, this beam was like a celestial sword, containing powerful suppression and offensive intent. This was the power of a true god. Words became law, offense and defense were at will. Every word and action contained boundless power. In an instant, the white beam struck the fleeing thousand-faced illusion fox directly. The thousand-faced illusion fox cried out in alarm, instantly forced out of her hiding state. At the same time, her demonic power was completely imprisoned by the divine power containing the might of powerful laws, rendering her unable to use even a trace of demonic power. She couldn't even maintain her human form, being directly forced back into her original form, becoming a nine-tailed fox with a completely silver-white body. What happened? My demonic power, why can't I use my demonic power? The thousand-faced illusion fox was terrified, her nine tails involuntarily curling under her belly. The entire fox was in a terrible state. Huowuji finally snapped out of his daze in the illusion and was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. What happened? The nine-tailed fox that had just dragged him into the illusion and almost broken his mind was now so easily dealt with. Was this really happening? How did senior brother Wang suddenly become so powerful? Was he still in the illusion? A series of question marks popped up above his head as he stared blankly at Wu Wei, his expression like that of an idiot. After dealing with a thousand-faced illusion fox, Wu Wei, seeing Huowuji's expression, didn't bother with him. He casually pulled out a rope, tied the thousand-faced illusion fox to it, and prepared to lead her back. He thought that Chaoai would definitely like this gift. At the same time, in the sky above, the battle between Immortal Lord Junli and Immortal Venerable Xiaoyu and Xiaoyao had reached a fever pitch. Within the battle, Immortal Lord Junli, Xiaoyu, and Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao clashed, with fierce energy storms constantly sweeping out from their fighting area. Blazing sword light, silver starlight, and vast, ethereal-like ray energy intertwined, painting the entire starry sky with magnificent colors. Where the energy storms passed, almost everything was pulverized, with only a few materials managing to retain their original shape. Unbeknownst to them, the three had been fighting for a full hour or two. Under the combined restraint of Xiaoyu and Xiaoyao, Immortal Lord Junli's attempts to break the stalemate failed several times, and his temper gradually flared. Losing to Piaomio was one thing, after all, she was his senior, but what were these? First Honghu, then Xiaoyao and Yaoyu, mere juniors at the 13th level Golden Immortal Realm, whom he wouldn't have considered a threat before. If he couldn't even handle them, where would he put his face? Those old fogies in the Immortal Alliance would definitely laugh at him for being all show and no substance. Not only could he not even defeat two level 13 Golden Immortals, but he was also toyed with like a kite by the two of them working together. Perhaps, those Golden Immortals in the Immortal Alliance whom he didn't even take seriously would also be laughing at him in secret. He had never suffered like this before. The more he fought, the more frustrated Immortal Lord Junli became, and the more his anger burned in his heart. Under the turmoil of various emotions, his mentality began to collapse without him realizing it. Roar. He suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. In the roar, flames suddenly burst into flames on his body. In the blazing firelight, the aura on his body suddenly began to rise wildly at a terrifying speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, he broke through from the early stage of the level 14 Tai Golden Immortal Realm to the middle stage, and then quickly broke through to the late stage, all the way to the level 15 Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. His headband had long since fallen off during the battle, and now his crimson hair danced wildly in the starry sky. Combined with his tattered black clothes and ferocious expression, he appeared like a madman. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a raging humanoid torch of energy, with terrifying waves of pressure emanating from him. Terrifying energy shockwaves swept outwards from him, almost shaking the entire starry sky. Immortal Venerable Yaoyu and Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao hurriedly used defensive techniques to resist the impact, but they were still uncontrollably pushed back. Even the ancient beast Kun beneath Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao's feet could not maintain its balance under such a powerful impact. Finally, Junli's aura seemed to break through some kind of constraint. The flames suddenly turned from crimson to white, radiating a terrifyingly powerful aura. In the blazing white light, Immortal Venerable Junli slowly raised his immortal sword, its tip pointing directly at Immortal Venerable Xiaoyu and Xiaoyao on the other side. Die? If he couldn't kill them both today, he would be unworthy of being a Tai Golden Immortal. With a flick of his immortal sword, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth. The next moment, he transformed into a blazing sword light and shot out, flying straight towards Yaoyu and Xiaoyao. The blazing white light instantly illuminated the entire starry sky. At this moment, the sword light was firelight, and the firelight was sword light. The blazing flames continuously collapsed and condensed, transforming into a gigantic white fire dragon just halfway through its flight. The sword wind howled, and bursts of dragon roars rose. In an instant, the entire starry sky trembled, and the terrifying energy fluctuations almost caused distant asteroids to deviate from their orbits. The defensive immortal array on the distant immortal ship trembled continuously, almost being shattered. A white fire dragon, treading on starlight, snaked its way across the sky. Its massive scales and claws materialized, tearing space apart with every swipe of its claws. Its tail lashed out, causing space to collapse abruptly. Its gaping maw revealed jagged fangs, seemingly capable of shattering the void with a single opening and closing. Faced with such terrifying power, the imposing presence of immortal venerable Yaoyu and immortal venerable Xiaoyao paled in comparison, like a small, vulnerable plank in a vast ocean. Elder Yaoyu. Elder Xiaoyao. Upon seeing this, the people in the immortal palace below panicked. Immortal Lord Junli's state was clearly burning his immortal essence. It was common knowledge that cultivators could increase their combat power by a major realm after burning their immortal essence. However, once they began, it was difficult to stop. The result was at least a significant loss of cultivation, and in severe cases, it could even lead to a drop in cultivation level. It was a desperate measure, never used until the very last moment. The red-robed elder was nearly frantic. After immortal Lord Junli burned his immortal essence, his strength skyrocketed. Elders Yaoyu and Xiaoyao are definitely no match for him. Damn it, the core inheritance of the immortal alliance is incomplete. Once a cultivator reaches level 14, their soul becomes unstable, making them more prone to emotional outbursts than ordinary Tai Golden Immortals. Immortal Venerable Honghu's expression also changed drastically. Immortal Lord Junli is already known for his impetuous temper. This time, it seems it's truly a fight to the death. On the other side, Wu Wei was leading the Silver Fox back when he noticed the situation, and his expression suddenly turned grim. He had originally thought that with Xiaoyao and Yaoyu joining forces, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. He hadn't expected that Junli, as a level 14 Tai Golden Immortal, would be so impatient. He couldn't delay any longer. He casually tossed the fox he was leading to Huawuji beside him, then took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared into thin air. Chapter 525 The Terror of Inviting the Moon. If the people in the Celestial Palace were so tense, then the Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao and Immortal Venerable Yaoyu, who were directly facing the attack of Immortal Lord Junli, naturally understood the urgency of the situation even more. Not good. Immortal Lord Junli's current combat power is almost comparable to level 15 Great Luo Golden Immortal. We cannot fight him head-on. Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao's face was terrible. Yaoyu, let's retreat. With that, he took a step back and prepared to disappear into the void. However, he had barely finished speaking when a graceful figure with flowing moonlight swept past him, trailing a long tail of light as she headed towards the white fire dragon. Immortal Venerable Xiaoyao's eyes widened suddenly. Yaoyu. Are you crazy? Come back. Xiaoyao, I understand what you mean. Yaoyu's voice came from the void, but I will never let him ruin my master's hard work. Her voice was steady and powerful, but her tone was exceptionally firm and resolute, brooking no doubt. As she spoke, her 10 fingers flew, completing a set of hand seals as smoothly as flowing water. A streak of light shot from her fingertips, instantly disappearing into the spirit cleansing tower hovering beside her. The tower trembled, transforming into golden light that entered her brow. Spirit cleansing tower, lend me your strength, she declared sternly. Unleash your potential, push your divine soul power to its limit. As her voice fell, she abruptly closed her eyes, and a golden vertical line suddenly appeared between her brows. Behind her, a golden phantom of the spirit cleansing tower appeared, its vast and immense soul power seemingly from antiquity, enveloping her entirely. With the influx of soul power, Yaoyu's divine soul aura began to rise at an astonishing speed. In just a short moment, her divine soul aura had reached nearly the level of a 15th level Great Luo Golden Immortal. Boom! A powerful divine soul pressure suddenly spread outward from Yaoyu. Instantly, the entire starry sky trembled, the stars swaying, a scene of unfathomable awe. A vast and boundless power swept across the space like an invisible giant hand. Wherever its pressure passed, all energy instantly calmed down, tiny spatial cracks were smoothed out, and the surging shockwaves subsided abruptly. Even the stars seemed to stop twinkling. Star Array, activate. Yaoyu gently raised her jade-white fingers. In an instant, the starry sky darkened abruptly, countless starlight converged, and one star after another lit up around her, 1, 2, 3, and even countless. At this moment, all the stars lost their color, dimming and lifeless, except for the stars surrounding her, which remained dazzlingly bright, as if she had become the center of the universe. The inheritance Yaoyu cultivated, the Taiyinzin Miaozuingsuanfas Henjing, was essentially the Dao of star manipulation, comprehending the laws governing the movement of stars in the universe. At its peak, one could transform into a galaxy, possessing boundless power. The Taiyinzin Miaozuingsuanfas Henjing is derived from the Chunyang's Henjing, but even within the original Chunyang Immortal Palace, it was one of the most core inheritances. Its profound mysteries far exceed what Yaoyu can fully comprehend now. The star array is one of the most powerful killing moves within the scripture. If she could truly advance to the 15th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, she could transform the star array into the Jotian star array, which would be a truly great divine power. But even this simplified version of the star array already far surpasses the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Under the starlight, Yaoyu's already formidable aura rose even higher. She seemed to be immersed in a dazzling galaxy, stepping on starlight, with a bright moon above her head. Even her flowing hair was tinged with starlight, her skirt swayed, and a golden light shone from between her brows, making her appear like a celestial maiden, ethereal, mysterious, yet incredibly powerful. The star array activated, wave after wave of power spreading outwards from her. In the outer starry sky, the arrays on all the immortal ships suddenly sluggish, as if stuck on a timer, and the protective shields became unstable. The protective arrays within the misty immortal palace flickered, as if they might crash at any moment. Even the carefree immortal beside Yaoyu was terrified and retreated repeatedly. Even his mount, the Kun, couldn't withstand such terrifying power, curling its tail and emitting mournful cries. In the starry sky and within the immortal palace, countless people were stunned speechless by the scene, their hearts trembling and unable to control themselves. Just as Yaoyu's power reached its peak, the majestic white fire dragon finally arrived before her. Yaoyu's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Instantly, golden light, almost tangible, burst forth from her pupils, seemingly capable of piercing through the pure white fire dragon before her. HMPH. With a sharp shout, the star river beneath her feet suddenly surged with countless waves. The surging power of the stars transformed into a colossal wave, silver starlight sweeping across the sky, roaring as it charged towards the oncoming fire dragon. At this moment, the star array finally revealed its unparalleled offensive power for the first time. The vast galaxy, boundless and surging, contained a terrifying might that seemed capable of annihilating everything. Boom! The brilliant galaxy collided violently with a blazing white fire dragon. A terrifying roar instantly resounded throughout the universe. In an instant, the galaxy shattered, the fire dragon collapsed, and blazing white flames and silver starlight erupted, their dazzling brilliance illuminating the entire sky. A terrifying energy shockwave swept outwards, tearing countless massive spatial rifts into the surrounding starry sky. Some spatial rifts emitted immense suction, while others unleashed torrents of energy. Countless different energies intertwined, vibrated, and reacted with each other, instantly unleashing a terrifying spatial storm in the starry sky. Before the carefree immortal venerable could react, he was instantly blasted away by the terrifying energy storm. In this terrifying energy surge, not only was the carefree immortal venerable powerless, but even the colossal ancient beast Kun was like a weak and helpless little fish, drifting with the current, unable to control its form. In the starry sky and within the immortal palace, countless cultivators were instantly startled, their faces paling with horror at the terrifying energy fluctuations. Even the misty immortal lord and the dragon girl Su Xin, who were engaged in fierce battle, couldn't help but glance over a few more times. In the terrifying energy storm, even the passage of time became quite chaotic. It was unknown how much time had passed before the terrifying energy storm gradually began to weaken. Although an energy storm of this level would not be able to completely subside in less than several decades, the figures of the Junli Immortal Lord and Yaoyu could already be vaguely seen through the weakened energy storm. From afar, the Junli Immortal Lord's face was deathly pale, and his black outfit was torn to shreds, especially the sleeves, where not a single strip of cloth remained. Blood vessels burst on his bare arms, dripping with blood. The muscles in his arms were still trembling, making it difficult to even grip his sword. He looked as if he had been brutally tortured, utterly wretched. On the other side, Yaoyu had no obvious external injuries, but her already pale face was now almost transparently white. Her once clear, glass-like eyes were now empty and unfocused. She swayed precariously, so weak she looked like she could be blown away by a gust of wind. At the same time, She was vomiting blood again and again, making one almost wonder if she would vomit all the blood in her body. Ha ha ha, no matter how many tricks you have, in the face of absolute power, you are just a paper tiger. No, utterly vulnerable. Seeing Yaoyu's miserable state, immortal Lord Junli couldn't help but grin. He had suffered internal injuries, and speaking was excruciatingly painful, but this did not affect his good mood in the slightest. Let you be arrogant, let you pester me, let you refuse to surrender. See? In the end, you'll all be slaughtered without a trace. He refused to believe that she could turn the tables even after things had come to this. Immortal Lord Junli was quite pleased with himself. At this moment, his turbulent blood and ki, shaken by the energy impact, had almost calmed down, and his immortal essence was gradually recovering. He regained his senses, thought for a moment, and decided to take this opportunity to kill Yaoyu first. He was truly terrified by Yaoyu's repeated actions. If he didn't kill her while she was weak, he feared this junior would cause even more trouble. He picked up his immortal sword and flew towards Yaoyu. Meanwhile, Yaoyu's consciousness was still hazy, and she hadn't yet regained her senses. Seeing the distance between the two getting closer and closer, everyone in the immortal palace went into a frenzy. Elder Yaoyu! Elder Yaoyu, please wake up! Immortal Lord Junli is coming soon. Elder, please wake up quickly. Even though they knew Yaoyu couldn't hear them, they still couldn't help but shout loudly, as if that would make Yaoyu wake up faster. Immortal Venerable Honghu was also extremely anxious and worried. He was willing to sacrifice himself for the immortal palace, which he thought was only right, but he couldn't bear to see a junior sacrifice himself for this. At this moment, he only hated that he only had a wisp of a thin remnant soul left. If his soul power were stronger, he wouldn't be unable to move and could only watch helplessly. Yaoyu. Immortal Venerable Yaoyu noticed this scene and was also very anxious. He immediately flew quickly towards Yaoyu's direction to help. However, the distance he had been thrown by the violent energy storm was far too great, almost spanning half a star field. His ancient mythical beast, the Kun, had been swept in another direction. Even with his utmost effort, his speed was still far from fast enough to reach Yaoyu before Immortal Lord Junli. Seeing the distance between Immortal Lord Junli and Yaoyu closing rapidly, now less than 10,000 miles, a look of despair flashed in the eyes of Immortal Venerable Yaoyu. A level 14 TIE Golden Immortal could launch an attack from 10,000 miles away, and a single flight could cover thousands of miles. This distance was nothing to Immortal Lord Junli. It's over, too late. At this moment, as if sensing something, Immortal Lord Junli suddenly turned his head and glanced in the direction Immortal Venerable Yaoyu had come from, grinning with a smug smile. However, at that very moment, a sudden change occurred. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.